All right. Hello, everyone. Yes, I am coming out. Perfect. All right. Had a little bit of a late start here, so I apologize for that, but it is nice to see everybody. We are going to have a fantastic showcase tonight of Final Fantasy XVI by RainbowUnicornPhoenix. And we'll get to that in just a second. But before that, I just mostly want to remind everybody submissions for our Fastest First Fall Fest marathon close tomorrow night. So make sure that you get those submissions in. If you want to audition as a host, you can do that as well. But those submissions close in just over 24 hours, about 20. Oh gosh, I'm trying to do math live on stream. That never goes well. But yeah, in about 30 hours, let's say, submissions are going to close. So make sure you get those in. We would love to have you be a part of our marathon for Trans Lifeline. So without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and hand it off for the runner for tonight's showcase, RainbowUnicornPhoenix. Take it away.
Hello, I'm RainbowUnicornPhoenix. This is Final Fantasy 16 80% story. I've been doing this run for about a year and a half. There's quite a lot of run to go through, as you can see from the estimate time. We don't have any like cool strats that most of the other Final Fantasy games have, like 15 where you can just warp straight to the end or anything like that. So we do have quite a bit of a long game ahead of us. And I'd also like our commentators, our lovely commentators for tonight, to if they'd like to introduce themselves as well.
Sure. I'm Akintuned. I run this game in a different category for like just the past 6 months or something. But I basically run hard mode and individual levels on hard mode. Thankfully, I've had Rainbow to help me out with their expertise since I'm fair. This is the first game I've ever run, and I love it. And you're in for a great show. You go ahead, Stetson.
Hey, Game Stetson here. Happy to be here. I believe I actually kind of started running and routing first couple weeks like the game came out, and then kind of fell off, and just kind of getting back into it now, and really motivated by how much the community has come forward and really worked on getting that time down so low to that 7-hour mark. It's been really impressive. And Rainbow is just an amazing runner and is going to showcase a great run tonight.
Hopefully, fingers crossed. We'll see if the game wants to be nice, because yeah, this game does have a tendency to be a bit harsh at times, but we'll get into that. There is quite a lot of run to go through. So with that being said, I am good on timer. Starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. And like all good Final Fantasy games, we start with a 2 minutes 44 second unskippable cutscene. Yay.
As we like to talk about, that this scene was in fact skippable when the first game first came out, but then about 2 or 3 patches in, they decided to change that completely.
Yeah, version 1.0, there was a lot of, pretty much all the cutscenes were skipped except for one, which we'll get around close to the 6-hour mark of the run, which is a 6 minutes unskippable cutscene, but everything else was skippable. As the patches kept coming through to, introduce quality of life stuff for the game, more and more cutscenes started to actually become unskippable. And the start delay for skipping cutscenes also changed for a couple of cutscenes as well. This was actually done intentionally by Square Enix because there was a couple of glitches that used to happen if you skipped cutscenes too quickly. Namely, there was a really, really bad audio glitch where you would just lose all music, and you'd lose all sound effects. So basically, all you would hear is just the voice actors, which is not a bad thing, but obviously for my run, and this would normally happen about an hour or so into the game, which meant that you were spending almost 6 hours of the game just listening to voice actors with no ambient music or sound effects.
And they still managed to leave one of those in. If you skip too quickly a certain cutscene, the audio sounds like it's underwater.
Yep.
So, best laid plans, I guess.
I actually ran into that glitch in the last run that I did, in the area right before Bahamut. I skipped the scene too quickly before you get on the rooftops, and then all my audio just cut out except for like the underlayer.
Oh,
it was bizarre.
Interesting. So it happens in multiple places. There's like, what is it? Eastwatch it happens as well as, or Eastpool.
Eastpool.
You can do it there
as well.
too.
Yep.
And there's 4 cutscenes to skip that you want to skip as fast as possible. So 4 chances.
Yeah, it's very, very prominent on the PlayStation 5 because of there is quite a lot that the game is trying to load at the same time, which is why the audio glitch happens. There's a couple of cutscenes that, even though we're running on this spectacular hardware that is the PlayStation 5, we will be dropping frames in the game. The game is quite intensive graphically as well.
You running on base PS5 or do you have a Pro?
Base PS5.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Hey now.
Yes, Sergeant.
Base PS5 is great. Don't you be knocking it.
I paid $700 to speedrun this game. I'm going to knock the base PS5.
You're a true hardcore runner.
Honestly,
I'm
this
running
is
it
the
on PC.
reason. No, this is honestly the reason why I bought a PS5 was because I really wanted to play this game, and then yeah, I could not put it down, and that's why, like, pretty much, I think it was like 2 months after it came out, I'm like, yeah, I'm speedrunning this.
Understandable. It's a great game to play. It's a lot of fun. The combat's really fun and snappy. You can come up with some crazy combos once you really start digging into the systems. It's a lot of fun.
Oh yeah. And the story speedrun's a really good showcase of doing as much as possible with as little as possible. You know, this game is advertised as an action RPG, and it does have RPG elements, but if you've played this game before, you'll notice that Rainbow finishes this run like 3 levels below what you would finish the run if you did everything, basically.
Mm-hmm.
You're going slow, and then you get to Barnabas, and for some reason he gives you like 3 million EXP, even though that last boss gave you 250,000.
They just really want to make sure you are prepared for Ultima.
Oh yeah.
So a couple of interesting jumps there that we do. The very first one there is that rock falls. We don't want to be on the ground when that rock hits the ground. The reason why is that you'll have a stumble animation. But the thing is, you don't want to jump on the second rock falling because there's actually a blast radius with that rock. If you accidentally jump on that thinking that it's faster, you get knocked backwards about 5 or 10 feet.
This is the 3rd time I've seen this part of the game, and I have 600 hours in this game, basically.
Well, you're
Lovely
mostly an
bit.
individual level runner, right?
That and, like, New Game Plus, you actually get to skip a lot of the beginning of the game.
Oh, I
The
forgot
whole
about that.
opening
That's
chapter,
right.
yeah. And somehow that run is still the same length as this one.
Most
That might be
important
a
skip of
me
the game
problem.
done.
I think it's
Oh,
just
yeah.
more HP means more time in the battles.
Yeah, you're mashing through. If you accidentally accept that tutorial, it's what, 10 minutes?
It is 10 minutes because you are not allowed to leave it once you start it. You have to finish the tutorial.
Immediate reset.
Yeah, so interesting thing about that tutorial is that if you play the game and the game does not recognize you have a save file on the profile on the on the PS5 or the PC, it will force you to do that tutorial anyway. So the very first time that you play it, you cannot skip the tutorial on any fresh profile that you have for the game. So you have to do that. So once you've at least completed the game once, then that option becomes available for you to be able to skip it.
And fun, complicated movement tech. Jumping up and down things is faster because that's how trigonometry works. But also, very animated game. When you walk up stuff, you got the inverse kinematics trying to slow down your animations by sticking your feet to the stairs. So there's a lot of fun little hops going on everywhere. Especially at like the lower move speed during, in town, in dungeon, in cutscenes.
Yeah, and you'll notice that whenever we actually start movement from a standing position, we'll normally jump. The reason for that as well is that the animation for Clive, when he is on the ground, basically, when he starts his run, he will actually do kind of like a kick off the ground to go into a run animation. Whereas if you jump, you automatically hit top running speed in the air.
I also didn't know that. I'm a fraud.
It's minor time save, but then again, for a game this long with how much movement that there is in this game, it does add up to minutes worth of time save
absolutely.
just doing it.
Yeah.
And really, when it comes to a game like this, with this size and the open maps, really the trick is how fast can you move through it, and what's the tech you use to move through those areas?
Mm-hmm.
Thankfully, we start out with potentially the best movement ability in the game, so that's kind of nice.
Yep. So we're going to auto-assign abilities here, which is going to give us lunge. And as young Clive, we get what we call free lunge movement, where we can just string all these lunges together, which helps us do that. Before patch update 1.4, you used to be able to actually air dodge out of lunges. So you could do a lunge and then air dodge out of it to be able to help you get through like checkpoints like that. After 1.4, they decided, nope, you cannot air dodge out of lunges anymore, so now you just have to wait for Clive to, unfortunately, stand upright to go through those gaps.
So the reports were true. We should press on. There may be more ahead.
Square giveth and Square taketh with their patches. That is for sure.
At least they gave us loadouts, even though they should have given us accessories and loadouts. But that Phoenix shift, this teleport, is, once you're adult, Clive, the primary bit of movement in the new game run, because it's the best, like, horizontal momentum you can get. It can bite you in the butt if you do it slightly wrong, unfortunately. But, you know, Square giveth, Square taketh away.
Yeah, when Clive gets older, he unfortunately has a bad back, so whenever you lunge as older Clive, he has a stumble animation, basically as he tries to recover. Interesting Phoenix Rising Flame there. Basically, Rising Flame has a bit of an area of like effect that you do there, so we actually save the Rising Flame there, particularly for those two goblins that spawn in together. That's a stumble animation there that you'll see potentially happen with Phoenix Shift there as well. There is on the ground after you Phoenix Shift. They do a nice flurry finish and then take about 2 seconds to stand up.
Care to thin the herd? As if you had to ask.
Now, when you're going through this beginning area, Rainbow, do you feel like every fight goes the same? You have a sequence or a routine that you go through?
Pretty much. So all those goblins that I'm targeting are always in a specific pattern. The main reason why is that you need to understand where your allies are going through. So we have Tyler and Wade that are helping us in combat. Tyler is the more reliable one. And he's always going to go for far off distance goblins. So we normally leave him to his own right, and we sit there and we try and like help Wade out with his goblins, because he's the one who tends to take ages to attack them. Main reason why is because he is wielding a giant axe compared to Tyler that does have a sword. So Wade's attacks are actually very slow compared to Tyler's. And so as a result, we help Wade kill goblins, whilst Tyler pretty much is able to do what he needs to do.
Here we get our first stagger of the game. Thankfully, this game is only a stagger on bosses game, not a stagger on everything like 13 was. But staggering gives us bonus damage. It starts at 5%. It climbs up as you do attacks based off of something called will damage. And that allows us to stack up to 1.5 times damage. Nice parry.
Yeah, I was in the wrong position there. I was slightly to the right. So there is an automatic parry that you can do there on the stagger. So if we just keep doing aerial combos, which is faster, like most Square Enix, action RPG games, aerial combos is typically always going to be your fastest way to deal damage to enemies. After the stagger there, you just move when he starts the big swing. If you actually go directly behind him and just keep wailing on aerial combos, what ends up happening is that he will... You actually time it by being in that particular position where the first swing comes around, where your third aerial attack comes down, and you automatically get a parry. If you're slightly to the right or left, it does unfortunately mess with the timing, but that's fairly consistent. I was a bit too far to the right there. Automatic parry straight away from Morgul here. We're just going to Phoenix Shift in and then do our full combo. That is always a free parry. So if you don't know, if you didn't get the parry on Gigas there, that's the parry tutorial check as well. First time you do a parry, the game tells you this is how you parry.
And parries give us 25% bonus health damage and 50% bonus stagger or will damage, which does come with the interesting caveat that they're not always better than just not getting the damage bonus, because a large part of this run to save time is to only stagger the enemy when it's worth it, because the game will lock you out of damage at certain health marks.
Mm-hmm.
Because you have to see this. They worked on this for a few days. You have to see it.
Yoshi P crafted this cinematic experience for you, so you will see it every time.
It's also very interesting to me that even though you don't have to replay this section in Final Fantasy mode, you can actually use all of Clive's abilities here. They all work, even for young Clive.
I did not know that. That's actually really funny. A very, very particular combination that I'm doing here, which is a guaranteed setup. There we go. So what we do there is I make sure that on the end of the stagger bar there, I am doing a charged magic release. The reason for that is that it allows me to time the combinations there for aerial combos. Once he starts going into the area of effect attack that he does, I land on the ground, it's 2 hits, dodge, immediately dodging the AoE, so all very, very planned timing. It's very, very consistent strategy that you can do here.
This is also our intro to the QuickTime events with the cinematic clashes and the cinematic evasions.
So we go, full combo, 1, 2, dodge. It's free every time.
Now, do you change your controller settings when you go back to Adult Clive?
Mm-hmm. I do. I'm one of the few runners that can, because I can't hold magic on triangle and do everything else.
No, it's such a weird setup on the controller. I also have trouble with it. I think I'm also going to be switching to an edge controller for the back paddle charge magic trick.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, so I use Control Cell C, which puts magic on L1, because you'll notice that throughout the entire intro as Clive, I'm holding down magic because I want to have charge magic ready whenever I need to unleash it at any point for part of combinations that I'm doing. So Control Cell C is just more comfortable in doing that. I know Yida, who's the world record holder, who has put the game under 7 hours. He doesn't change control styles. He does keep it on Control Style A, which means that to do Phoenix Shift, that's on circle. To jump is obviously on X, to attack is on square, and to hold charge magic is on triangle. So he is using all 4 face buttons at the same time. And I just cannot do that.
I have big gorilla hands. The thought of pressing more than 2 buttons at once is like just instantly hand cramping.
You kind of like gotta claw the controller to get that triangle button when you want to charge magic during Young Clive's section.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I can palm a basketball.
T-Rex hand.
I can palm a basketball. Using a controller like that is out of the question.
Yeah. And here we'll see. Let's hope Wade decides to play nice today and actually helps Joshua out and does not just walk around.
Nah, so I intentionally keep Wade there. So you'll notice that I actually did block Wade from attacking. I don't want Wade attacking too early in that fight. A, because he gets there fairly late and 2 charged Fire Argas will deal it. And also, I'm getting him to set up to delay an attack on this fight. If I can position this soldier correctly. And Wade is just not playing nice today. Wow. Come on, Wade.
Oh yeah, block
wow.
that attack.
I have never seen Wade take 10 seconds to attack.
He's taking his time. He wants to make sure that you are set up and safe.
So yeah, traditionally Wade takes about 2 seconds to go into an attack, so I positioned that second guard there so he would be in the way of Wade swinging overhand axe attack. Wade decided that he was just going to be on the beach today. He wants a vacation and just not do anything.
Yeah,
As I
this
said, like the
is-
game has really, really terrible RNG like that when it comes to certain fights where you can just be sitting around waiting, unfortunately.
Yeah, the places this game has RNG is interesting compared to other Final Fantasies, because at least you never randomly miss attacks.
Mm.
Or crits. No such thing.
No, of course
I
not.
missed the first fight, but thank you. Commander Murdoch being as useful as ever.
No
Now,
one
if you look at this
Interestingly,
combat
this is
and
one
it
of the,
looks like Devil May Cry, you're like, why is that? Well, it is the same combat designer who designed this and
It
actually
is.
considers this his masterpiece.
Let's see if I can get this set up as well. Yep, that's a good setup. Alright, that's perfect.
That's them done.
So it's set up by going after the soldier first with a shift, attacking him, then going over to the mage caster, because the way that you can lunge towards the mage caster, 2-hit aerial combo, the Fire Raga charged magic that you unleash knocks the soldier into the captain, and because of the area of effect on Rising Flame, you can get both of them at the same time.
May I have this dance? He's an Imperial Dragoon.
That's the early attack. Yep, so we take the damage. He's going to go into jump. So there's a couple of openings that the Dragoon will do. He can either do an overhead this attack, which if you see that in the opening, you're cheering because you can always dodge that. He got the second jump off. Wow.
He jumped really far back on you.
Yeah, it's also because I missed 2 aerial attacks there, which is unfortunate.
A lot of these fights are, we go into them scripted, but if you miss 1 or 2 hits, it can totally change the enemy's behavior.
It's one of the benefits and the curses of the combat system for 16, especially when it comes to abilities. Abilities obviously are these very, very super powerful sort of moves. They do 3-4 times the amount of damage as a regular attack combo does. Missing an ability or using an ability incorrectly means that you're without that ability for a period of time, and the damage that you would have done is no longer there. And then out on top of it, you might have missed a trigger that you need, or you have to wait until your abilities come back to you or to hit certain triggers as well.
That's a good fight. Good finish.
Yeah. That second jump's unfortunate, but that's not too much of a time waste. Like, it's just, a couple of seconds. Then we go to the first of, a couple of auto-scrollers in the game. This is a callback to, obviously, the intro. So the intro was sort of like a flashback in the future, and then we have a proper flashback when we go through being young Clive, but...
Yeah, this game is like in medias res of an in medias res at the beginning of the game.
Yeah, that's true. And we are coming up on our first icon fight.
This was absolutely the fight that sold me on it, because I got the demo, and this you play pretty much all of this in the demo. The demo pretty much is all of the intro to the game up until you get Adult Clive. And yeah, this is what sold me, like this fight itself. Even though it is an auto-scroller, yeah, just the music, the graphics, everything.
Yeah, that shot of Ifrit and Phoenix clashing is, I guess the kids say cinema nowadays.
Absolute cinema.
It's
Absolute
absolute cinema. That.
And this is really the first time you hear Sokken's soundtrack really come alive,
Yeah,
in
I'm
story mode,
driving-
this is pretty much a doddle. I know in action mode, you do need to be a bit careful with making sure that you're constantly targeting the Efreet. There's also a bit of an interesting thing that the game doesn't tell you. You'll notice that the game is saying that my L1 button, which is where my magic button is currently sitting on, is the attack button, but obviously you can also hit square to attack in the game. What I tend to do, and this is actually how you get about 50% more attack damage out, is that you hold one button, mash the other one.
Oh, interesting. Does it speed up this fight since it's scripted?
It actually does for action, slightly.
Oh, for action. Gotcha.
Yep. The main reason why is because there is a HP gate that that Efreet has. You want to be hitting that before the end of the fight. The reason for that is that you still have to bring him down to 0 as he does his signature move Hellfire. The more HP that Efreet has, the more time it takes you to obviously bring him down to 0 to cause the cutscene trigger for Hellfire.
Yeah, like this whole fight is basically a cutscene, so you have a set amount of time effectively to do damage, and minimizing the amount of damage you have to do at the end is the time save.
Yep.
And that's a lot more apparent on the other modes. On story mode, you can pretty much just hold down and follow him and you'll win.
Yep. Actually, speaking of which, and this is the reason why, is that we're going to do the first instance of failing a quick time event. This saves 17 seconds. The main reason for that is that if you actually pass it, what happens is Phoenix dodges out of the way of the claw attack. We'll go to try and hit Efreet. Efreet dodges, grabs Phoenix, and then shoves him into the wall again. So we're basically just dodging all of that. We're just cutting out like basically 17 seconds worth of cutscenes. Because it's the same end up results. Now you do get a bit of like damage on Efreet, as per one of the attacks do kind of land on him. But again, since we're in story mode, we're not too worried about the amount of damage we're doing to him. We'll hit his HP gate very easily. We just take the 17-second gain because we don't need to worry about the damage. Even in action, I believe that they fail that cutscene intentionally because again, 17 seconds is nothing to sneeze at, especially in this kind of a fight.
We'll have various examples of that throughout this entire game. During the icon fights, you'll see us fail certain events just to get through the fight faster. Because some of these icon fights can take up to 20-25 minutes easily. Because cinema.
They are very, very fun fights because they play completely different to how you normally play the game as well. So it does give you like a bit of a breath of fresh air for a different combat system. But yeah, they are very, very long and dramatic fights to say the least. So here's the HP gate. What you'll notice is that there is a white bar that is showing that says that we are doing damage, but the actual red bar itself is not going down. So this is what we call a HP gate. There is no way that we can actually do more damage at this point.
The game is just lying to you.
It's saying
It may
you just
feel
have to
like
wait for
you're doing
E3 to get to
damage.
the point.
Yeah. So good. As at this point there, what we're talking about, like if they have more HP, then the more damage you have to do in order to activate this cutscene, because once their HP hits 0, then this cutscene triggers.
Yeah, when you play this casually, he'll probably count down all the way to 1 before you manage to beat him. And it's he counts from 5, but it is not 5 seconds.
No.
No. It's actually 3 times as long, it's 15 seconds.
It's an anime 5 seconds.
I mean, this game has a ton of anime references. It makes sense.
Yep.
We're going to be seeing some Rasengans, some Spirit Bombs. We pop out Trunks' Future Kick. That's always fun.
This
And
game was
another nice
designed and
thing-
created by Creative Business Unit 3 of Final Fantasy 14 fame. So, they like throw a lot of references into their game.
Yeah. This is actually where my speedrun of the game starts. The category I do is at this moment. So you skip everything before that.
So our
Using
two
that-
soldier friends here, they are cheaters. Because they'll come over to that area there and they will just stand there, and then all of a sudden they manage to teleport their way in front of us.
It'll be hell finding a way out.
Do you think retreating?
They're good like that. Oh, Rainbow, could you talk about that skip jumping that you're doing?
Oh yeah, so we're doing basically air dodging. The reason behind that is that in order for us to gain the maximum movement, so I'm just going to do I normally do my menu here. I am going to bring out the Buster Sword because this is a showcase.
What we're seeing here is that Rainbow is actually going into the area where DLC gave us certain items, and one of those items was specific swords that we can use. There was an Onion Sword from 3, the Brave Blade from Furion FF2, and then obviously the Buster Sword from FF7. What the community decided after these DLCs came out and that these swords were available right away is that we could use them, and it has accelerated the very beginning of the game significantly.
Oh yeah, it saves about 20 minutes.
Yeah, you effectively have twice the attack you would normally have. And this game uses straight linear scaling, so double damage.
Pretty much, we don't actually replace the sword at all up until we do a clothing change in game. That's that. Yeah, so it's like talking about the air dodge movement itself. So Phoenix Shift is very, very powerful in terms of actual movement itself, but the problem is that there is a stumble animation if you accidentally land on the ground whilst it's happening. So what we actually do, if we have to go on somewhat flat ground, Jill got out of that. That's rude, Jill. Get back here. Unnecessary parry, but all good. Yeah, so if there's flat ground or elevated ground, if we do the Phoenix Shift, then we would land on the ground. Clive will do like he'll stand there for a good 2 to 3 seconds before coming back up. So in that sort of situation, we do air dodges like that to be able to help us navigate the flat ground. Yeah, that one didn't want to play. Nice. All good. There's a bit of a technique there. So the one thing you'd notice is that Clive whistled. That's called the taunt, which is what we picked up when we did the auto abilities for the second time. Taunt basically forces enemies to follow you and attack you. We're going to be using that quite a bit in the early parts of this game because one of the key elements of Scarlet Cyclone that the game doesn't tell you about is that if you get hit whilst you activate Scarlet Cyclone, the cooldown time becomes 33% of the original cooldown. It goes from 30 seconds to 10 seconds. So we're going to be using it quite a bit.
And it does 20% more damage almost.
Mm-hmm. Going for the backup strat here because
Rude.
Yeah, this is a very rude fight. He's been very bad today. There's the parry. Thank you.
Oh yeah, they do not want to stay in your Scarlet Cyclonic Rift today, huh?
Nah, they're being very rude today. All good. That's the backup strat though.
777. That's a good number to get.
If only it was Final Fantasy VII that we were running.
Oh yeah. They already mentioned that the aerial combo is more damage. To put numbers to it, the ground combo is 4 hits. The aerial combo is 3 hits, and the aerial combo in totality only does about 3% less damage.
Mm-hmm.
So you are saving a whole swing, and of course, as you're coming out of the air, you do get a force swing before you hit the ground anyways. So yeah, you're getting a good clip of damage there.
It's also quicker to execute as well, which is the big thing. Ground combos, because of the movement of Clive as he shifts into position for the next attack. Aerial combos, since he's just swinging it in the air, it's quicker to execute as well. So not only do you get like slightly, so even though the damage itself is slightly less than a ground combo, the speed itself just means that you can just get more hits in.
You'll find everything.
There we go.
We also get introduced to one of the best characters in the game, possibly the best, in Sid. Because every Final Fantasy has a Sid. In this one, he's a good guy, at least, so that's nice.
Yeah, there was a weird string of games where Sid was the bad guy.
Was he the bad guy in Final Fantasy VIII?
No,
Or, like-
he's the headmaster.
Yeah.
I think he's just a bad guy in 12 and 13.
Okay.
Mhm.
Right.
I suppose I should thank Goots.
What are the instances of cutscenes you have to wait to trigger? The amount of times I've accidentally going to try and immediately activate the cutscene where you just, the game just pauses instead of allows you to skip the cutscene on that one.
Yeah, that's a learned skill when you're running this game. Is you have to learn how many seconds in you can actually pause to skip the cutscenes.
Yeah, there are 4 kinds of cutscene loadings. I mean, aside from ones like we have to wait for them to actually be able to skip itself, the actual load time between certain cutscenes as well, you have what's called immediate, you have slow, medium, and long. And so I know some people's pace notes actually do state, what the cutscene's coming up in and whether it's a short, a medium, or a long one, or an immediate. So obviously, if it's an immediate cutscene, you can just go straight away to the menu, pause, skip, etc. Then you have short, which is a 2.5 second load. You have medium, which is a 4.5 second load, and then long, which is an 8 second load.
You guys are so much more technical than I am.
I know, I didn't know that either.
Yeah, and the best part is sometimes you can pause between cutscenes when you're skipping multiple cutscenes and get a pause instead of the ability to skip it. But sometimes you can't pause between cutscenes. It's fantastic.
Absolute favorite one is the false cutscene skip, where the game tells you you're skipping a cutscene, but you're not actually skipping a cutscene.
I suppose not.
Oh, where have you run into that?
Martha's Rest. There are 3 cutscenes. There are 3 false cutscene skips there.
Yeah, because it's like it just shows her with like her arm on the table, and it lets you skip it, but it's literally a 1 second cutscene. So it's better to just sit there and let it play out.
Did a load there. The reason why is that there's a bit of exposition between Clive and Sid here, where we actually don't have the ability to do Phoenix shifting, and we're stuck in what's called walk and talk animation. It is just quicker just to reload the game at that point.
You'll see us doing that quite a lot. This game is a real big fan of not letting you move while characters are talking for some reason. They just don't think characters are capable of conversation while in a running state.
I'm not blaming you for that one, Tall. I'm blaming Sid for not going after that wolf.
These NPCs gotta shape up. They gotta know we're on a showcase here.
Yeah, NPCs do a ton of damage. Like, honestly, kind of comical amounts. They're just very unreliable.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the example there of the Scarlet Cyclone hit combo. You can see there on the bottom right-hand side, my Scarlet Cyclone's pretty much already come back at this point. The main reason why is because I got hit by the Violent Thorn there, and then activated Scarlet Cyclone. So we utilize that quite a bit because Scarlet Cyclone's a really good ability. It does a ton of will damage as well as physical damage to enemies. And if you get hit just before you do that, as I said, it goes from a 30-second cooldown to a 10-second cooldown, meaning that you get that back almost, almost immediately. It's how insane between fights we use that. So once again, getting hit there, so I can activate the Scarlet Cyclone into a Heatwave. Torgal being best boy by helping us in combat, so we're going to use his Ravage ability. Pretty much on the final strike that we do on a combo or when we use an ability, We're going to use Ravage because Torgal will then go into I like to call it like a death cycle, where he just like spins into a ball and attacks the enemy. It's chip damage. It does like, 15, 20 damage per hit. He hits them about 5 times. That amount of damage does rack up over the course of a fight, especially with bosses, because all of a sudden you go from basically 100 damage per time he's doing it, and you're doing it about 5 or 6 times per fight, meaning that, yeah, that's about the same as a Rising Flame in combat.
Orgel is best boy.
He is.
Bad position, but I should get all of them here. Yep. One of them survived, that's fine. They should start spawning regardless. Alright. So we got the lone wolf here. Alright, so I'm going to be positioning. I'm going to take my time to position because I've only got Heatwave left. And Heatwave does a great amount of damage. As you can see, it does like a straight line sort of fire attack. You want to try and get as many enemies in there as you can. It's just how you spawn the enemies and try and get them into that attack.
Sid coming in with the drop kick at the end.
Very helpful.
When the enemy's already gone, yeah.
Yeah,
That's
landing
Sid's.
it.
Now, is that
Sid's a
another one of
great
those fights
NPC.
that you can just move your camera around to change where they spawn?
Mhm.
Nice.
Sid's a great NPC. He just sucks in combat, unfortunately. He is not helpful.
Yeah, another enhanced cyclone there. Because of course we want to stagger this boss eventually.
As quickly as possible so he doesn't go into a spin cycle.
Yeah, he's going to end into it. I was a bit late. Oh, that was too early. That's unfortunate. You can skip spin cycle. I just missed an aerial attack, and I'm just missing my lunges, my burning blades there, unfortunately.
Yeah, a parry in this game requires you to collide 2 hitboxes together. So, unlike a lot of action games, they do feel very strange to time. Using a move like Burning Blade just has more active frames, so it's a bit easier to get it off, but it's never guaranteed. Me missing like 15 parries in Barnabas on my last run felt great.
It's definitely one of the hardest things to get used to is the parry system in this game, because other games you're so used to having a parry button of some sort. And this one you just gotta be like, I hope this works.
Yeah, it's just timing. That you just hit them as they're hitting you, pretty much. That's the only way you can parry. We do get a bit of a leeway to be able to help us parry when we do inevitably get limit break, because the amount of active frames that we have for our attacks and the number of attacks that we do at a short period of time does make that parrying's a lot easier. Because the frames go from like, I think it's 3 frames to 6 frames per attack, and then we just do double the amount of attacks anyways. Yep. Wait here, because I'm trying to get the wolves to come in for the Scarlet Cyclone, so that way I can deal with them straight away. At least get as many of them into the damage range of the Scarlet Cyclone. So that way all that's left is the dragon at the end of the fight. Because the wolves like to target the nearest enemies they can see, and sometimes Sid and Torgal will like to bring them outside of that combat area, which is fun. I'm going to go for a risky strat here. I'm going to go for a stagger skip. Got him. Alright. Alright. You guys gotta avoid this attack, and then he's going to teleport, and then he's going to attack me. Alright, so this is what we call a stagger skip. You can see there that I intentionally kept him outside of stagger. The main reason why is that this enemy has technically 2 health HP gates. One is a cutscene HP gate, and one is a hard HP gate, meaning that you cannot do any more damage to it. So the cutscene triggers when he has 2/3 of his health left. But he also has a hard HP gate, meaning that this cutscene needs to play out so the game can teach you how to mash square during QuickTime events. So if you try and do any more damage to him when he has had half HP, you hit the hard HP gate. So unfortunately, if we do stagger him in story mode, you're always going to do enough damage, basically, because of the weapons that we've got, that he is going to basically survive. You're going to hit the HP gate about halfway through the stagger bar, meaning that you waste about 10 to 15 seconds waiting for him to finish staggering, so therefore the cutscene can trigger. So by doing enough damage, and particular damage in this fight, by making sure that we hit the 1/3 HP requirement, but without staggering him, we can skip him going into full stagger, immediately activate the cutscene, so that way when the cutscene finishes, we just Phoenix Shift, attack him, that brings him into stagger, and then from stagger we will always do enough damage to just, yeah, take him out.
The second HP gate is great as well, because you're not allowed to kill him if he's staggered. He has to activate that cutscene.
Mm-hmm.
And that happens a lot in this game.
Yeah, speedrunning this game is very interesting because of that fact that we're actually not trying to do as much damage as fast as possible. Sometimes we're trying to wait to hit those stagger gates.
Mm-hmm. Basically, it's knowing when cutscenes need a trigger, and getting to the cutscene more important than actually dealing as much damage as possible. One of the annoying things, though, is that I didn't get hit in that fight, so therefore I got what's called a Medal of Valor, which is to defeat an enemy without taking a single hit. Which is unfortunate, because it just means that you just waste 3 seconds, unfortunately, as the game rewards you for being good at the game.
Sometimes it pays off to be bad. It's speedier.
Surprisingly enough, in this game, it actually is, especially for story. You'd be surprised how many times it's actually like you mess up a fight and actually ends up being quicker because you messed up the fight. Alright, we've got some interesting movement coming up here. So we're in a fight at the moment. Music's playing. I'm going to get Torgal there to start attacking an enemy as I'm fleeing it, because I don't necessarily need to defeat these enemies. Once I get far enough away, I can then start lunging. So what we talked about lunging, where there's normally a cooldown animation, if the game thinks that you're in a fight, you do not have any cooldown on your lunges, and you can string the lunges together. It's a great way to close gaps on enemies, to, you know, do some bit of damage as you're closing the gap to them, etc. However, the game actually has what's called a fight radius, wherein if you're somewhat close to an enemy or within the enemy's fighting area, Clive is going to target the closest enemy with his lunge. If you keep a fight active but are outside the fight range, then Clive has the lunge capability where he can lunge forward without staggering himself or stunning himself, trying to recover from the lunge. So the way that we do that is we use Torgal. We have Torgal basically constantly attack an enemy. So since one of our allies is in combat with an enemy, and we're outside of the fight zone, we have the ability of being in a fight without being in the fight zone, meaning that we can then lunge constantly.
What is that thing?
It's one of the best moves that we have until we pick up Ambrosia, basically.
Mm-hmm.
The game is nice enough to give you a visual indicator, too, of when you're out of fight range, because you probably saw the little heads up, you see the little red squares indicating where enemies are. When they're too far away and you fall out of their fight range, those icons shrink.
They also turn gray, which is very helpful.
Mm-hmm.
Good
Shroud decided not to lunge today.
Yeah.
I'm getting all the bad RNG luck with the enemies today. Ooh, yeah. Out of focus, Clive. Yay, I love that glitch.
I was like, she didn't try to jump back and scream right at you. Where's the parry coming in? Let's go.
No, I just wanted to eroge us, apparently.
Can I hop in for just a second before you get to Cair Norvent?
Yep.
Awesome. I actually run this game as well, by the way, but I'm letting these folks handle most of the commentary tonight because I'm definitely very out of practice. But it's been fun to watch so far, and I'm enjoying the refresher. This is a really fun game. I just want to make a couple announcements really quick. I want to remind everybody that we are currently accepting submissions and volunteer applications for all of the things for our upcoming Fastest First Fall Fest Marathon, which is going to be October 9th through 12th in support of Trans Lifeline. If you want to be a runner or a host for us, you only have a little more than 24 hours left to submit those. So please get those in right away. You can just go to our website, fastestfirst.com, and all of the links to all of the applications are on the landing page when you get there. We also have non-host volunteer positions as well as artists. So if you want to apply for either of those, you can do that too. You have a little bit more time there. Those are going to be open till early September. And then on top of that, I also just want to give a quick reminder to everybody that we are currently selling merch on our official merch store with Timberwolf Trading, one of our wonderful community sponsors. And the merch store is open year-round now. You can get on there for an assortment of T-shirts, stickers, and our popular Team Fastest First hockey jersey, which a lot of people were wearing at AGDQ, which was really, or SGDQ, sorry, which was really fun to see this last month when I was there. And a portion of each sale goes to our team to help us with our operational costs. So you can use the command !merch in chat and get yourself a link to the store and do a little bit of shopping while you keep watching this fantastic run. So that's all for me. I'll hand it back over to the FF16 crew for now.
Those hockey jerseys look so comfy. I need to get one.
I'll
Thanks
tell
for
you,
those
I
announcements.
submitted my games for my runs for the next event.
Oh yeah, what'd you submit?
I'm submitting just individual levels, which is nice because if you need an incentive, guess what? We can add a level, and we get to remove all the chaff.
Nice. You don't like cutscenes? We take those right out.
Or this long walking section.
Yeah, so like that's a good example of movement. As you can see, I can't just Phoenix shift the entire way because the game does actually have some pretty good physics in regards to, you know, slight contours in the ground. So if you do try and Phoenix shift your entire way there, you're going to stumble yourself half the time, which is why we did a combination of air dodging and Phoenix shifting there, just to try and make sure that we do that. And so here's the example here of Torgal being in combat and dealing with enemies, which is allowing us just to constantly lunge. Now that we have a new group of enemies, we're going to be air dodging through. The combination of doing air and ground dodges is actually the fastest movement when you have enemies nearby you. Start using Torgal here, and then... Oh, okay. Very strange. Yeah, normally at the end of the fence there's normally my viewpoint there to say that Torgal's done enough. May have just followed me a little bit too closely, but yeah. We can't get out of fight combat with those violent thorns, so we're just going to be doing the combination of air and ground dodges there just to get through.
Yeah, unfortunately, the fighting system in this game does not let you try to lunge or Phoenix shift or move away from an enemy when you're trying to do a move. It's very annoying sometimes.
If Clive's within like the fight area or the fight range of an individual, he will auto-target it, which is what happened there. He ended up just going backwards because the captain was technically within range, but I swear I probably was only just a couple of pixels away. Another interesting thing that we're going to be doing here is we're going to be in stealth animation, which is the slowest movement in the game. The easiest way to get out of stealth animation is by just hitting the fire button because we have our sword out. Since we have our sword out, we're stopping the stealth animation from triggering, which means that we can air dodge. The downside with stealth animation, why we're not Phoenix shifting until this point here, is that when you're technically in stealth animation but you've overridden it by having your sword out, your jump height is halved, meaning that you'll never get enough height to actually be able to Phoenix shift without touching the ground until you get to that point of the cells.
Yeah, and NG Plus it gets fun because you have Shiva to give you a little bit of extra height, so you
Mhm.
get bonus movement tech that time. Or Ultima if you're a madman.
Same here again, just to avoid the stealth animation, just quickly hit fire.
Did you hear that?
Poor Shiva gets no love in my version of story. Unfortunately, we don't use any of her abilities. It's actually quite interesting.
We'll find a place for the Shiva tech in story at some point. There has
Oh,
to be.
everyone is thinking of using it on Behemoth.
It works very well on Behemoth, at least in Final Fantasy.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
definitely usable there. And that Orcish Warlord fight, there's like 2 of those you get to do.
Cold Snap is very useful against those things.
Oh yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of interesting interactions with that. You may have, during a few of the fights, you may have noticed that even though those enemies were like, their stagger bar was halfway where it triggers that little stun animation, Rainbow could still attack them, and it's because enemies can be in unstaggerable animations. And if you can get them stuck in that animation, you can do damage to them without ever reducing their stagger meter if you have it positioned correctly.
Sid? Thank you.
Good man, Sid.
I just missed it. Alright, so I'm going to position myself here because he's always going to teleport away. So, interesting thing that I'm trying to do there is actually position him closer to the door. Yeah, these assassin enemies, they love to teleport away. So positioning yourself in a position directly in front, because they always teleport away from you as you face them. So I didn't get him quite half stunned by the door there. He teleported away. So what I did was, when I ended up having him in that half stun animation, is position myself so that when he recovers from it, he does teleport immediately away and closer to the door. So that way I'm not having to, once the fight's finished, get closer to the door to go to the next area.
A lot of the mob fights, the goal is how close can we get them to the exit before we finish them off.
Better say who wanted to hit me there. No one wanted to hit me.
They saw the Buster Sword and they got afraid.
What kind of materia are you packing?
Yeah. It looks like 2 green ones, so I don't know.
It's got to be Cure and Bolt. I mean, that's like this. I think that's the starting materia. I haven't played Final Fantasy VII in a long time.
No, you're right. Yeah,
The
it's
original.
in Thunder. Yeah, yeah.
Rising Flame.
There you go. Yeah, that's the ideal way to end that mob fight right there.
Yeah,
And there's-
just making sure you're positioned as they all come in, because as you do that, Grand Flayer, the mage user there, will always do like that kind of attack, which is, yeah, just immediately Scarlet Cyclone hit, and that wipes them all out.
Well said. At least it's not
No, Chirata, please stay with your sister. Thank you.
Oh, they came back. That's good.
Yeah, that section has a twin HP gate. You have to get both of them below a certain amount before this cutscene triggers.
Thankfully, it's a fairly small one.
Thankfully, yeah.
Gosh, during the cutscene, you're like, Clive, don't hit them away. Let them fall down together.
Just far enough away to be a little annoying to hit with an AoE.
Yeah. I think
Yeah,
you
you-
can edge them with the Cyclone there, right?
Yeah, you can get them just between each other, which is good. Yeah, you just need to be right in the center, so that way the Scarlet Cyclone just hits both of them at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
Because the main reason why is we just want to do a bit of damage to Chirata. The way we can just end the fight there.
Once again, showing off those aerial combos and how much faster they are than the ground combos. Clive spends a lot of time in the air.
especially once you can chain aerial combos with stomps.
Yeah.
Yep.
The Devil May Cry DNA is all over this.
That little candlestick there is my greatest enemy in this stage. It cost me almost 20 seconds in an otherwise perfect run.
20? How 20 seconds?
It took an entire ignition from me, and I got stuck on it as well. So I lost all the movement and the time of like being stuck against that thing and not being able to get out from behind it.
Oh no.
Oh, ouch. Key thing with
just
this,
really like you.
these groups fights that we're doing in story mode is that we want to make sure that we're getting hit before we use Scarlet Cyclone, because otherwise you won't have it ready for the next fights. So we are intentionally taunting, as you can see, to make sure that we do get hit. That, yeah, decided to run away at the last second just as I activated it. Now, rude.
Yeah, one of the stipulations on story mode is that the aggressiveness of enemies is slightly reduced from action mode. So they can be a little, it's like an action movie. They're like looking at Clive and they're like, you know what? This dude's like shooting fire out of his sword. Maybe we don't.
Maybe this is a bad idea, yeah. So sometimes they do hesitate a little bit too long. You're like, can you just please hit me?
Or the one that decides to hit you is going to go through a long, like, I'm going to charge the spell up to hit you.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You're gonna get my full attack. No, I don't want a full attack. I just want you to hit me, please.
Glancing blow works just fine, you know?
Maybe a shove.
Yeah.
Alright. Gonna set this up so he's always gonna do Katon now. So got the hit combo there. So we'll have Scarlet Cyclone ready to go for the end of this fight. So that's very, very consistent setup. Every time that you knock one of these assassins, especially in Cair Norvent, down on a half stagger, they are going to do Katon, which is that flame breath attack, which means that you can just immediately get a Scarlet Cyclone hit on them. Which is perfect because in that fight there's also two wolves that we really do not just want to have to deal with if they decide to run away. By having Torgal pretty much with you and attacking the assassin, they pretty much come closer towards you, so therefore you can actually get the Scarlet Cyclone attack off as well. So not only do you get a hit Scarlet Cyclone, but you also take the two wolves down with it as well. Alright, Benedicta.
Heatwave shines.
Yeah, Heatwave is a projectile counter that if you manage to slam a projectile, you get double the number of hits and a considerably reduced cooldown as well.
Mm-hmm. I accidentally messed the setup there. There's a really good setup there because she does do an arrow attack on you that you can actually counter with Heatwave. Yeah, just mistimed my setup on that one. But the main thing is this second phase here. The second phase is a very, very particular setup that we have. We want her to basically... We don't want to do too much damage to her, nor do we want to do too much will damage. The main reason why is if we do too much damage to her without staggering her, she's going to do Arrow Rain, which is that she flies in the air, circles around the arena, unleashing arrow magic attacks on us. And that takes 35 seconds for her to do that entire attack, and you can't hit her. I mean, you can get maybe 1 or 2 charged magic shots off, but you're not going to do much damage, and you're not going to be able to hit her for most of it. So we have a particular setup where we're going to try and trigger a stagger by countering one of her attacks with Heatwave counter, which is why we leveled it up. So Heatwave normally does 1 single attack when it's base level. When you upgrade it, it does 2 attacks. However, when you counter it, your number of attacks that you do double. So we can do 4 attacks if we counter a magic attack with it, or a projectile attack with it.
She deserves the ass beating you're about to lay on her for that.
She absolutely deserves it.
Especially after harming Torgal.
Yeah, that's right.
So we're going to do 1 more attack. Please be Aurora. Yes, thank you. So we're in stagger now, which is good. Now we just, wail on her. As you can see, Heatwave has already come back because, cooldown is decreased as well when you counter, as was discussed. Get as much damage as we can in.
Time to join your pet.
And this fight now basically becomes free. If you get that Aurora counter with Heatwave and get into stagger, basically she can't put up much of a fight anymore because the start of every phase she gets staggered, and we're just going to be doing enough damage to trigger the next cutscene phase. So, yeah. Unfortunately, if you do miss Aurora, then you do unfortunately have to deal with Arrow Rain. I believe in Action there's another setup that they do to prevent Arrow Rain coming out as well. It's something similar to this.
I haven't seen that cutscene in a while too. We fell that QT in Final Fantasy mode.
Oh, interesting.
Really?
Yeah, because she just hits you and it saves almost 20 seconds. My strat is to throw a Judgment Bolt at her and hit her with Zan, and it immediately phase transitions her.
Yeah. We since we still are limited on the abilities that we have to take the damage there for the auto stagger.
Yeah. And for this one, you're going to fail the first QT and succeed the second to get another free stagger.
Yep. You can do both. It is literally 1 second faster to fail the first one.
Yeah, when you're learning the run of this game, it can be really hard to let go of gamer mode and be like, no, it's okay to fail this. It's all right. It'll save you time.
I like how the different difficulties have different ones that you fail. Because I take the fail here, which was required to get the stage under 10 minutes.
Oh, interesting.
It saves so little time, but that little time was the 10-minute barrier. Ignoring that candlestick.
Candlestick, the true end boss of the Karen event.
Gosh. I almost reset the run at that point. I'm glad I didn't. I saw that 9:59 and I was like, this level's done. I'm leaving.
It's an interesting thing, actually. I want to talk about how stagger kind of works. Because it's very interesting to get the most damage out whenever we stagger. We want to make sure that we have the multiplier as high as possible, and therefore using our strongest abilities when the multiplier is as high as possible. So, interesting fact here on that Benedicta fight. If you do not use Scarlet Cyclone first, before you use Heatwave, you actually do 20% less damage on those staggers. The reason why a Scarlet Cyclone hits like a truck, in terms of the amount of damage that you, or the amount of hits that you do and the amount of will damage that you do, because it obviously does around about 7 to 8 hits. So as a result, your multiplier increases greatly as a result of using Scarlet Cyclone first before Heatwave, because Heatwave only hits twice. If you inverse that, you do 20% less damage, because even though Scarlet Cyclone has a slight boost from going from 1.1 times to 1.2 times, it does not account for Heatwave, which is stronger, because it does more damage for the 2 hits that it does, being at 1.3 times damage.
Yeah, the way your stagger multiplier works is interesting. It doesn't scale with your level. Each move has a hidden, modifier to their HP damage and stagger damage coded into the game, of course. And to hit certain stagger values, all that matters is the amount of, that multiplier. It gets added into a number. So yeah, since Scarlet Cyclone does so much more will damage, it builds it way faster because it has a bigger multiplier.
What did you parry there?
I got the soldier parry.
Oh, okay.
I intentionally led the soldier over to parry, so therefore I could get Rising Flame back for the...
Nice. It's like the
Yeah.
worm staggered. I'm like, what just happened here?
It's just I just saw the opportunity because I noticed that when I brought Toggle over to deal with the dragon, he brought a soldier over, and the soldier was targeting me, not Toggle. So I'm like, I think he's going to attack. Yep, he attacks. Okay, cool, parry.
And I believe, so we mentioned the damage bonus of parry, but during a parry slowdown, which is about 3 seconds long, your cooldowns go triple speed as well. So if you parry right after an enhanced Scarlet Cyclone, it is recovered fully by the end of the parry.
And it's really good for something like Rising Flame, which is a 25-second cooldown, I believe, or 35-second cooldown. Like that being available within like 10 seconds is amazing because Rising Flame it's the starting ability, but it is one of the ones that carries the entire run when you need it.
Rising Flames is a very strong single target ability in this game.
Lunging into cutscenes.
Yep. To bring the soldier over, that was a really good example of Rainbow's improvisation of this game. And when you're running this game, you gotta be able to do that sort of thing constantly, because enemies aren't always going to do what you want them to do.
A big skip coming up that's really annoying to get. Good luck on this one.
Nah, too early. 2 frames too early.
If you jump at just the right time, Clive doesn't stagger during that, and you can continue to walk.
Yeah, you
As you'll
face
see
through.
right there, the same thing happens there.
Yeah, it was really weird discovering that one. Because yeah, I was just randomly jumping. I was having a terrible run. I was just randomly jumping. Then all of a sudden, I jumped. Clive didn't stumble, and I walked through Garuda. I'm like, what? What do you mean?
Yeah. It's much like in the very beginning of the game, we were able to jump to skip those rock staggers. We just didn't realize Garuda was going to have that same behavior.
It's really annoying though because the camera does mess up when you do it as well though, because the camera wants to focus on the head of Garuda, so when you jump and walk past her, the camera automatically swings to face her. So you have to like be prepared for when you do get it, because you have to move in the opposite direction. Like you have to run backwards in order to progress forward when it happens.
Yeah, it feels like tank controls from an old Resident Evil or something. So
Yeah.
unintuitive. I was told about that skip, got it on my first try, and I can barely ever replicate it anymore.
I get it like 1 every 3 times, honestly. Another
And this is
example
the
where it's
stage I'm working
faster.
on.
It can be tough to anticipate
Yeah.
those sometimes.
Yeah, it's a bit too early on that Rook's Gambit there.
So Rook's Gambit is another one of our counter abilities that you get in this game, and it can be really tricky to time it right sometimes, depending on the animations of the enemies.
It's a really, really great ability. Again, like most abilities in this game, there is hidden like mechanics or features that the game doesn't necessarily tell you about. It shows it in the animations when you hover over them in the ability loadouts, but it doesn't actually tell you what it does. So, Rook's Gambit, if we use it as an enemy's attacking us, so instead of parrying, basically, we counter their attack. It does double damage and triple will damage to enemies.
And a shorter cooldown, too, I believe.
Yep, it's half cooldown rate as well.
Yeah, the community had to do a lot of self-discovery when it came to the moves of this game, because the tooltips do not tell you the correct things at all.
So a good situation there where because the enemy is doing their, well, it's kind of like a desperation move. It's a force move that needs to happen. They can't be staggered, so we can do as much damage as we can there, basically to set this up. The other interesting thing, especially with icon fights or big bosses, is that You can't kill them when they're in stagger either, or you can't trigger cutscenes or anything of that nature, with the exception of a Freet. A Freet is the only one where you can technically trigger a cutscene skip. Or a cutscene activation when their HP hits 0. Outside of that, all the other icons and big boss fights, they cannot activate their cutscenes when they're staggered. So we have to make sure that at the end of the stagger, we also need to do an additional hit to trigger the cutscene, because if you just leave them to their own devices, even though they're at a HP gate and the stagger finishes, most bosses do not actually activate the cutscene until you hit them one more time.
Wait to skip this one, because you have to for some reason.
You have to wait for the HP bars to disappear, because you're still technically in a fight.
Oh
Which
my
is not
God,
explained
what?
apart in this
Clive is
cutscene
Ifrit?
at all. Yeah, Clive is Ifrit. What?
Big revelation.
Oh my
that
God.
Definitely wasn't spoiled in all of the marketing and on the box.
Or his tagline. Never would have
Yeah.
guessed.
I love this song.
This whole soundtrack's just a complete banger.
There's a part of this song that reminds me of playing Lunar from the PlayStation 1.
Wow.
I figured that out and mentioned it to my wife, and she's like, "How in the world do you remember that from 20-something years ago?"
Listen, some certain songs, they just stick when you hear certain notes.
Yeah.
Another failed QTE here. Very, 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 very quicker to do that. You save about 15 seconds, because again, we don't need to worry about damage, because we're going to do enough damage based on the combos itself. And Garuda avoids that attack anyways.
Yeah.
So-
And it's a twofer, because if you take the QTE, she actually dodges further back, and you can't reach her with a lunge. You need two.
With how long these icon fights are, the trick was, how best can we optimize these fights? Because Ifrit has a lot of fun combos that the game also does not tell you about.
Unfortunately, not this Ifrit. This is your tutorial fight with slightly different controls for some reason.
Yeah, with the lunge, yeah. So I do a intentional delay, what I call a half-step lunge there. Garuda will 50-50 either launch an aerial attack or lunge. If Garuda lunges as you lunge towards it, oh wow, that's actually bad. I got the stumble. If you lunge at the same time that Garuda lunges, Garuda has iframes that trump your iframes, and you get hit by the lunge. By doing a half step, you avoid the iframes that she has as she lunges, and your iframes take over on your lunge.
First instance of a cutscene that's long enough to be a good bathroom break.
It is actually, speaking of which, I'll be back in like a minute.
The only problem playing on PC is I can't Bluetooth my DualSense Edge, so I can't just walk to the restroom with the controller and mash square.
Right? That's basically the rest of this fight, is just how many times can you hit square in a minute? We've done the hard part, quote-unquote hard part.
People using Control Type A having to mash R1 instead of square, it's absolute madmen. Because it's just your attack button.
Yep. It's interesting, because depending on what your game background is, it's the control set that you might be most familiar with. Because the Jedi Survivor, Jedi Fallen Order, that is your attack button, is the R1, R2.
Yeah, when I was doing Greatwood runs, me and another runner, Dorius, and he runs on PS5 with Control Type A, he had to discover a new mashing technique in order to get to my time. On PC, this game allows turbo, so I certainly have an advantage. But he complained about that for a while because he was trying so hard to mash R1 and it just was not working out.
I mean, that's
While I'm
a hard one to try to mash, you know.
Yeah, it's so awkward. And each of the sort of mash sections basically have a mash HP, so they're not all the same length.
Yep.
The final one in the game is very long.
Yeah. Well, it depends on amount of button presses, right?
Yeah, it's just straight button presses.
Yeah.
The game can also drop your button press as well. I've had an instance where in the final, one of the final parts where there's the 3 mashing sections, I'm not going to spoil it until we get there, where basically I had to mash for close to 35 seconds because the game was dropping the inputs.
Gross.
Yeah, and there's no cooldown to how fast you can mash, which is why having turbo on PC, these go by way faster.
PC
Which I
cheaters
believe
on here.
Angel showed off. So last week we obviously had the Final Fantasy Relay, and Angel was running it on PC, and I believe showed off exactly like how good the turbo is.
Yep.
Honestly, they may have been taking it slightly easy on you with a lower delay. I have my auto hotkey set up to like 8 milliseconds between button presses.
Wow.
I also use it to do the intentional QTEs, just have that mash so it triggers as fast as possible.
Yeah, Ruffy, yeah. Anyone want fried chicken?
May as well hear what he has to say. Back in there now, eh?
We go to find the best character in the game.
Just patiently waiting. You do not actually want to run into Toggle there. I actually learnt this the hard way, is that normally we do want to run into NPCs when we're in like walking animation because we have what's called the oops excuse me boost, where you kind of like shimmy to the side and run past them. For some reason, after the Garuda fight, when you get released from prison, if you run into an enemy, Clive stumbles backwards.
So if you run into Goots, you stumble backwards?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, interesting.
This is stupid. I'm the dominant of fire. We sent Galv on a wild goose chase.
Alright, first use of Garuda's circle ability, Deadly Embrace. Extremely powerful for enemies and mob controls.
Yeah. A lot of this game is, in these mob arenas, our goal is get everything matched up and then just burn it all down as quickly as possible. And the Garuda's Deadly Embrace really helps with that.
Especially because we have 2 really good abilities for mob fights, Wicked Will and Scarlet Cyclone. So as a result, having both of these available just means that, yeah, as long as we have enemies within us, we can pretty much deal with them very quickly. Wicked Will having the benefit of dragging enemies in. This is the Rook's Gambit counter.
Good counter. It's so funny that the end of that animation is you jumping over the Minotaur's head and actually not completing the move.
Yep.
So when we drag enemies in, we want to start with Wicked Wheel and then Scarlet Cyclone, because Scarlet Cyclone will actually push them out. And sometimes that can really delay getting those mobs down in those areas. Good parry.
Unnecessary parry because he was putting it away. But still,
No, you're trying to get
at least my
moves.
parries are good.
Yeah. You're trying to recharge your moves. It was on purpose.
Actually, no, speaking of recharging moves, so this is something that's very, very interesting in the game. The cutscenes technically recharge your abilities because the game recognizes that for how long a cutscene would exist for is how long the cooldown should be reduced for your abilities. So there are certain situations where we are multi-stage fights and we'll have our abilities back because even though we are skipping the cutscene is taking roughly 40 or 50 seconds in the game. So the game recognizes, oh, well, you were in this cutscene for 50 seconds, so therefore your ability should have come back by this point in time, which we do abuse quite often.
Yeah, cutscenes and reloading autosaves will reset your skills.
But interestingly enough, the game is generous because we have strength tonics that we are going to be using quite often as well in the game. The game does not recognize... Oh, that was a fraction too late. The game does not recognize being in a cutscene as you being in combat. So whilst the cooldowns are reduced for your abilities, you do not lose time on your tonics. So your tonics will still stay active for as long as you are in combat. And since the game does not recognize cutscenes as being combat, they do not actually reduce any of the timers for your tonics as a result. And so we abuse that as well quite often. I have enough for this, so I'll do it now. So we'll just make this fight slightly easier.
Yep.
You may not have enough ability points. You might end up with 524, which is 1 ability point short, which is always the worst feeling in the world when that happens.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, a lot of the early game is managing our AP and, how fast can your menus be? Because you will spend a lot of time in the menus changing your abilities around in this game.
Yep. Alright, so this is a very, very interesting fight. Sid is going to come and help us with this fight. Now, we have a Dragoon and a Dragon. Sid needs to deal with the Dragon, because we're going to be dealing with the Dragoon. The Dragoon has a required move that they must do, which is Mirage Dive. They can only trigger Mirage Dive when their HP is below 1/3, and the Dragon is dead. I don't want to have to deal with the Dragon, but if Sid misses 2 of his Thunderbolt attacks, I'm going to have to deal with the Dragon, because the Dragoon will never proc his finishing move. Be nice to face Sid.
Yeah, Sid is going to be better than Wade has been. Come on.
No objections, man. I love you.
Missed the counter there, but that's alright. We'll make it up for it because this is just a simple stagger anyways. We just don't have enough HP damage on it, so we'll just have to deal with that.
That is a very
Here
hard
comes the big
counter.
move. That should do... He missed 2 of them. Alright, we're going to have to deal with it. Oh, actually, nope. Yep, he got it. He got it with a secondary attack. Good.
Oh. There goes the Dragon.
Yeah, NPCs do crazy damage. To put numbers to it, when you tell Torgo to attack, he does 1/32 of what his random attack damage is. Your allies also can't stagger things, I'm pretty certain, so that's nice.
Yeah.
Ideally, you want to get it without the half stagger, but I missed the second Rook's Gambit counter. My Rook's Gambit counter's been terrible today, but at least I'm getting the parries.
Yeah. I should like
This is pretty much game over though, because as you can see there's the cutscene. You can see all of our abilities are reloaded because of how long that cutscene took. So simple, just finish with Scarlet Cyclone, Rising Flame. But
And
yeah,
win.
good Sid RNG.
Sid absolutely nukes him in the cutscene too. It does like a good 30% almost.
Yep. So I was really watching the Dragoon there. You could actually see the blind Justice lightning balls on his body that Sid uses.
Yep.
Oh wow, I never noticed.
I never noticed it either until I was really paying attention this time. I was like, oh, there it is.
Yep. So yeah, he will always lead with basically, I think it's that he leads with just a simple a couple of magic attacks. Then he will go into Blind Justice, and then he will unleash Thunderstorm. Which is the abilities that you do eventually pick up. Spoiler. So yeah, he will Blind Justice, and then he'll unleash Thunderstorm. You're hoping that of the 6 Thunderstorm strikes, at least 5 of them hit. Which it should do. And that will also activate the Blind Justice that's on the Dragon. To do damage. If it still survives at the end of Thunderstorm, you're hoping that Sid does a charged magic attack, which he did end up doing there, which instantly kills it. Otherwise, yeah, you have to kind of deal with it, and it's kind of awkward. especially if the dragon doesn't want to stay close to the dragoon, because ideally in that situation, what you want to do is use a Scarlet Cyclone, so that way you're dealing damage to both of them at the same time.
Yeah, that can be a pretty RNG heavy fight, whether or not the dragon and dragoon are hanging out together or if they fly far apart.
Yeah. And if Sid's delayed in activating Thunderstorm, the dragon loves doing a jump back charge forward move, and if it does that whilst Thunderstorm is active, Sid misses half of them.
That inn at the top of the hill must be Martha's Rest. Gav said the landlady's a friend.
Can we say the same for her patron?
Be better than Wade Shinobi. I just read that. Wade tries his best.
A branded soldier
Poor Wade.
to protect my noble mistress.
So yeah, walk and talk animation. So that's why we're using the Phoenix shifts. We now pretty much get access into sprint mode now, which is that if we're not in dialogue, we have this run, which is actually fairly quick.
Sprinting is very fast, but it's got such a big wind-up time, and the minute you get into combat or anywhere near enemies, it cuts you right out of it. Or talking.
Yeah.
Because once again, you can't talk and run at the same time, apparently, in this game.
Yep. Apparently can't sprint and talk. Yeah.
I mean, I can't. To be fair.
Yeah, that's actually a fair point.
Listen, he is a hardened warrior of the battlefield. He should be able to do these things.
He is like the special one, so you know.
Right. Mythos.
One of our branded. Do we take him in?
Yeah, Clive's what's called a dominant, which is someone that can summon a icon, and then the other, I mean, Clive, Sid, Benedicta, all dominants. There are other magic casters. They're called bearers. They have a much smaller range of magic. Get the little jump skip right there, just to continue the sprint speed into town. But using magic in this game kills people, except for Clive, who it does not kill him over time, because he's cheating.
Yeah, so the reason behind that is, so the world is filled with magic called ether, basically, which is being provided by, well, what everyone believes is being provided by the mother crystals, which are these gigantic blue crystals that exist in the world. In order for people that are attuned to magic to be able to use it, they basically are drawing from the lifeblood, whether it be the lifeblood of the earth itself or their own lifeblood, which is why those that have magic abilities end up succumbing to basically a form of petrification, because they are using their own lifeblood to be able to cause magic. Using the essence of the muzzle crystals, or like any form of like ether crystals, helps prevent that, because then you're using the lifeblood of the earth itself to cast it. Which is why you'll see people holding crystals and then casting magic in the game, because they are, circumventing using their own body by using the actual earth itself. Which obviously still, though, has its own consequence.
Unfortunately,
will see.
global warming, basically.
Good introduction as part of, I believe it was update 1.3.6. Quick complete.
Cut down on a lot of turn-ins and running back and forth between quest points, which also saved us minutes upon minutes in this game.
So I'm going to actually show you what a false cutscene skip is, which is this here. I'm going to skip a cutscene, but then the same cutscene will load.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what we call a false cutscene. A false cutscene skip. The game says you can skip a cutscene whilst it is not actually loading a cutscene. So you're skipping nothing, because no cutscene has been triggered to be loaded by the game, but the game doesn't know what to do. It just assumes, it knows that there's a cutscene to load, but if you time it early enough, the game goes, yeah, you're trying to skip a cutscene, I'll skip it, but then the cutscene hasn't loaded yet, so you can't skip it.
It's like some kind of ghetto. We need to do something to get this to load weird, so we're just going to start a cutscene.
I know. But for a
All
child
running on cutscenes the whole game.
to be hated by its parents.
Don't spawn, nope, spawned. So one of the big things with movement is I'm keeping an eye on the HUD and just seeing if there's a red dot that appears. If a red dot appears, then I can't Phoenix shift, because Clive is just going to target it. I swear those Hornets are getting closer and closer every single time I run this game.
The Hornets, yeah, they like to wander.
What darkness awaits us within, I wonder.
And Clive loves to just lunge towards enemies, regardless of which way you're pointing that joystick.
Mm-hmm. We're not actually going to sprint up here. The reason why is that by the time that you actually get the sprint charge ready, you only get like 2 or 3 movements of sprint. So doing air dodges there are slightly quicker.
Yes. We should.
It's the one. There's a few moments where actually sprinting just is not viable. Because again, like instead of like doing potentially Phoenix shifts or air dodges, etc., you're like just doing a standard run whilst waiting for sprint to activate, and it takes about 6 or 7 seconds, I believe. And so in that sort of period of time, if it's going to take you about 8 seconds to get to somewhere, air dodging, Phoenix shifting's quicker than waiting for sprint to activate.
Yeah, the sprinting mechanics is very bizarre because most games will give you like a sprint button, but not this one. This one is you gotta wait and earn that sprint.
Sorry, once we pick up our Chocobo later in the run, we don't have to worry about sprinting except for one area because it is just easier to sprint there instead of using our Chocobo.
Mm-hmm. Really good
Plus,
to use some of
calling
the oops
Chocobo
boost.
takes a while.
Mm-hmm.
There's actually an official calculation as to when you can use your Chocobo, and I'll talk about that when we actually do get them. It's 76 yards.
Wow.
Yeah. Spiders just wanted to tease there. They almost gave an opening.
Yeah.
So depending on where the spiders spawn there, we either get to do the toggle sort of attack animation, attack lunging, or if they are really, really well positioned, they actually give a complete opening in the middle, in which case we just use sprint up until this point. Oh wow, toggle didn't attack. Toggle missed the attack, I think.
The windmills.
Bad dog.
Which can happen.
I'm sorry, Torgal. I didn't.
How dare you? Torgal's bestest boy. You go pet him right now and actually jump in front of him instead.
Let me pop up the game.
Yeah.
I remember coming here with Lord Murdoch when I was young.
I think Yida's record run has a very early instance of Torgal doing something like that, killing an enemy when he was shifting towards it and just getting him stuck in the recovery.
Mhm.
So hey, we
Yeah.
at least know the record can be beaten by 2 seconds if anyone wants to grind that out.
If you want to do Yida strats though, like, good luck to you. Oh, sleepy toggle. So we
Now-
talked about like the sword that we originally picked up, the DLC sword. We were not going to change it until we got our new outfit. We have our new drip, so therefore now we are going to start working on improving our swords and basically our attacks from this point. Yeah, the DLC swords pretty much carry us to this point because the Invictus, which is the sword we currently have at the moment, is slightly more powerful, not by much. Every other sword in the game is worse than the DLC swords that we have.
As fine a man as my father.
Victus
Yeah,
is
it's
what,
like
5 points
more
stronger?
attack.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Especially
Yeah, it's 165. All the DLC swords are 160.
So minor upgrades, which you'll see a lot with the swords in this game. The equipment in this game is lacking in depth, but it's all very linear.
Yeah, that means this is like 2.3% more damage.
Mhm.
And we're this far into the game, which is probably 15 hours casually.
Very, very interesting how like 5 is a really, really big number in this one. Main reason why is that you'll notice that I equipped the Badger Might that we got as we headed into Lost Wing. We do not remove that for the entire run. The 7 extra attack is actually that powerful for the entire run that we just keep it.
Drink up now, my
Still no sign.
Yeah, there's a surprising number of instances where, like, missing just a marginal amount of damage completely throws you off.
The other two accessories we've got at the moment is a Rising Flame and a Scarlet Cyclone accessory. Both of them are increasing damage by roughly 2.5%. Which is why the Badger Might is actually that powerful, is because it's 7 attack for all attacks, not just a specific attack. And that's roughly the same percentage.
Using Garuda's iconic feat to group up enemies for some good old AoEs.
The other two should spawn. He's slightly out of range. Yep, that's annoying. And that one decided he did not want to be part of the conversation. Okay, fair enough.
He wanted to join his friend. That's an example of Scarlet Cyclone will throw enemies out of your range if they don't die to those hits.
Yeah, mob fights are generally okay to deal with because, you know, the abilities that we have do tend to group them together, but it is those sort of instances where one enemy might be just, you've positioned yourself so one enemy's too far away, or one of them decides to not get hit by Wicked Wheel or just outside of the range of it, and so therefore you're going to have to chase them down. And that's where big time losses can happen in the game, because sometimes you're in a position where you have no way to counter or deal with that, and if you have no way of dealing with that mob except for aerial attacks, that's a good 15 seconds to try and just get rid of that one enemy.
Yeah, and with how long this run is and the amount of mob fights you get, that time can add up exponentially throughout a run.
And it snowballs, because sometimes you really don't want to use an ability to deal with one enemy, because you know you've got like a boss fight coming up straight after it, or a mini boss fight straight after it, which that ability is more important for. So you have to like suck up the time loss and go, yep, I may have Rising Flame available that can deal with it, but literally as soon as I defeat this enemy, the mini boss spawns, and I'm starting that fight using a Rising Flame to deal damage. And I'd rather take the 15-second time loss on the mob fight, because I don't want to waste 30 seconds waiting for Rising Flame to do the damage I need on this boss.
Yeah, and even though you can load this game auto-saves after every fight. The way it positions your camera after you load from an autosave is often very disorienting. Because it's not where you pointed it, it's like where Clive was facing at the moment it decided to save. And if you're in the middle of a swing, it's just kind of random.
Could I have done this?
Could anyone?
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, we really abused the reloads in the later part of the game. Very helpful.
Yeah, we're going to be picking up an ability very shortly, basically called Flames of Rebirth, which is a gigantic AoE attack spell, which if an enemy is somewhere within the fight screen, they're going to be taking damage by it. We're going to have massive mob fights where we're dealing with 20, 30 enemies that just die to that, which, the problem with Flames of Rebirth, it is one of like the ultimate abilities that you have. So you have standard abilities and ultimate abilities. Ultimate abilities have big AP costs, do a lot of damage, but the downside is that they have a very long cooldown rates. Flames of Rebirth, I believe, is a minute.
2 minutes, 120 seconds, yeah.
120 seconds, so yep. And so therefore, like, we do not want to be waiting 2 minutes for that to load. A reload costs us roughly 10 to 15 seconds, depending on if the game wants to lag it or not. So it's just a lot easier for certain situations just to load the game to have all your abilities back up and running.
Yeah, 2 minutes might not sound like a long time, but it is an eternity in this game.
Easily 3 fights.
Yeah.
And these mobs just keep getting larger and larger.
How can any of this?
And more durable.
This must be what the
We got the bombs coming up. Those guys are girthy boys.
very interesting thing with this game. There's no such thing as like affinity weaknesses or anything like that. So if we have like ice abilities, it doesn't mean that we get to do more damage against fire enemies or anything of that nature. The game really doesn't play that way. So we can absolutely use fire abilities on bombs.
Did that spider just dodge back from your lunge?
Yep. 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 It's I already know where this run's going. It's gonna be one of those runs again.
You're doing great. But that was an example of Clive getting stuck on the floor when he does the Phoenix shift.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I got the mini hop. I didn't get the full hop.
I like in New Game Plus all the sort of main dungeon encounters are remixed, and for this encounter they're like, what if we put 2 of these in there?
No, thank you.
Didn't get the hit. I was a bit too early on the hit there by the looks of it. So yeah, I don't have Scarlet Cyclone. That's right. It will recharge for the next fight anyways. Like, this one's not too bad to not have it proc on correctly. The next Fallen Guardian fight, I do need to have it available. Because we're going to be fighting that thing again. I position myself intentionally behind the Fallen Guardian there so that when it does its backswing, I get hit, and therefore can use the Scarlet Cyclone for the Scarlet Cyclone hit. I just activated it like a second too early. But the second fight that we have of that, there's a whole bunch of mob enemies around that we really want to be able to take care of with a Scarlet Cyclone, so... So the bombs, they are very, very annoying to deal with. Luckily... Wicked Wheel draws enemies in, and by the time the Wicked Wheel finishes, they stay clustered together enough that a Rising Flame actually hits all 3 of them if Torgal or Jill does not interfere with that fight. If they do, then you kind of just have to deal with it with a Scarlet Cyclone and then maybe a couple of aerial attacks, but...
We love them regardless. Jill, best Final Fantasy wife.
They're amazing NPCs. They just unfortunately can cost you so much time. Jill has a number of knockback abilities that she does when she casts her ice magic as an ally. So you could be in the middle of a Wicked Wheel, and then she'll decide to do one of her more powerful ice attacks, and that just knocks 2 enemies out of the way in the middle of the Wicked Wheel. And you're like, I love you, Jill. Please don't do that again. Same with Torgal. Torgal has a couple of his own sort of attack abilities, which unfortunately can knock enemies out as well in the middle of combat. So very interesting is I'm kind of keeping an eye on where the some of the enemies are. So I can get them in the Scarlet Cyclone there, but also a couple of the nodes here, the defense nodes, they love using magic attacks basically, and they will hit you in mid-air as you're doing an aerial combo against the Fallen Guardian. So I kind of keep an eye and an idea of where they're sitting at, so that when I see them charging up an attack, I know when to dodge out of the way so I don't get hit by it.
And they certainly would never hit you out of a Phoenix shift as you go right at them. That never happens.
Oh, absolutely not. No, that never happens. Potentially doing a Scarlet Cyclone there because, again, I know that these enemies are going to spawn, so positioning myself here. Going to do some shift lunges. Torgal is distracting that bomb. Good. Torgal's distracting that bomb.
Good boy, Torgal.
He distracted them in range.
Yeah.
Yeah. At least he kept them distracted in range, which is good.
We always hope Jill uses her very powerful ice magic to help us and not hinder us.
Mm-hmm. Alright, so popping a Strength Tonic to start this fight. Again, because we're in a cutscene, the amount of time for the actual Strength Tonic has not reduced at all. Unleash pretty much every ability here with the Strength Tonic active. Try and keep him in range. Yep. Knew that he always does that knockback attack. And then the Stomp. I'm keeping Rook's Gambit procced for there for a reason. I'm not going to be using it through this. This is the first instance of basically a charge attack that enemies have. These are very, very powerful and devastating moves. Sometimes these are literal game overs if you let that timer run out. Basically, you can do no damage to the enemy whilst that's happening. You can only damage that purple gauge. You want to try and get rid of it as soon as possible. That was too late. Fine. Really wanted to use the Rook's Gambit there to trigger the stagger, but we'll go backup strategy.
Yeah, timing can be very particular in this game. If you're even just a split second or frame off, you will get hit. And it can be a little frustrating sometimes because you think you've got to figure it out and then you get run into by a Minotaur.
Yep. Knocked into the air.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Rook's Gambit window is actually pretty tight. We're going to have to do it another, like, 5 times coming up. So... and the problem is that some enemies have slightly different windows for their attacks as well. We're going to be going into basically a boss fight where each timing window is completely different from when you want to use Rook's Gambit, so that's always fun. Yeah, of course you would.
You got him.
Yeah, I've learned that this Lich just enjoys doing the jump back scythe attack. So I've kind of prepared for that. So that's why I delayed the Phoenix shift. I didn't immediately jump after him with the Phoenix shift. When he jumped back, I kind of did an air dodge and then shifted because I shifted through the scythe attack to grab him. I mean, I'll take that. That means I don't have to do the Scarlet Cyclone. That's a bonus.
Yeah, that was an example of Jill almost knocking Anime away, but you're able to grab him with the Deadly Embrace and bring him back.
Well, that could be something.
And then Torgal did his pounce attack as well, which did a lot of damage, but also has the potential of knocking enemies outside of the Wicked Will. Luckily, as the pounce brought them upwards, they were in range for the Wicked Will on the upswing. You can kind of like help prevent Torgal attacking because obviously we have all the Torgal commands on the bottom left, as you can see. There's one that's called heal, where basically Torgal will just do a minor healing for you. If you're afraid that Torgal might be going to knock an enemy out of range, then you can just ask him to heal you, so therefore he doesn't attack, he just heals you instead. That doesn't prevent people like Jill or Joshua or Sid from attacking. There's no way you can control their attacks.
What have we here?
Another fallen wonder.
Strange that that's not a cutscene. You'd think you could skip that.
Yep, there's a few of those.
Especially because you come here and touch another one of those, but you can skip that.
Like that one. My favorite's in Twinside. Twinside, there is absolutely like a smash cut to a view, which is not a cutscene. But then you go and pull a lever, which does not have a smash cut, but that is a cutscene.
It all seems to lead to this room.
I wonder who that is on the top of that little mural.
Yeah, wonder who that thing is.
Very ominous. Looks like a 4-winged angel or something.
Alright, a freet. Oh, how did I miss that? Interesting. Get it before Vulcan Burst. Okay, we can recover from this. Yeah, game decided that even though I positioned the camera correctly, Clive wanted to swing at nothing but air. I didn't update Rook's Gambit, that's why. That's why I'm out of position.
It has a different animation when you upgrade it, considerably different.
Yeah, what's the backup? What's the backup now for Infernal Shadow? Since I don't have full Rook's Gambit, it is I'm gonna have to
Yellow
do
parry.
Hellfire. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get a parry. Like, I'll still do the counter to begin with, but we're going to have to parry after the half stagger on both phases. We'll still probably get... I mean, I don't get Hellfire skip anyways, even on a good day, so...
It's tight.
Oh, yeah. Traditionally, there's enough timing in there that a particular combination will automatically take Infernal Shadow, who we're fighting here, from full will to stagger. It is a very, very tight window, though. If you miss one attack, he will immediately counter and will go into different phases. One of those attacks being what we call Hellfire. Did he counter me out of Rook's counter?
I didn't even know that was possible.
That was interesting.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen that.
Ooh, this is a very, very weird fight I'm gonna have to deal with. How do I want to do this? I'm on the wrong icon.
Gonna hit that first
Yep,
HP
that's
bar.
missing.
Okay.
That is missing constantly. There we go.
Nice. There you go. Good recovery.
Yeah, doing a very, very obscure backup strat. This is definitely a 2022 strat, 2023 strat.
Sometimes you gotta pull out a
This is
classic.
not how this fight goes.
At least you have backups. I don't.
Yeah.
You should just start flailing around.
Quick,
If
mash all the
something
buttons.
fails, just throw out a Giga Flare. Hope it works.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. I wish
Don't
I
want
had
to.
that.
It's a very slow move, but
That's one of the good things about this game, especially when you do get Giga Flare. It is like, when all else fails, Giga Flare.
Yeah.
I don't believe
Say
this
that.
has been. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was gonna say.
Here we go. Yep.
I don't believe this has been mentioned, but when you stagger an enemy, they actually teleport to a preset location. So the one time Giga Flare doesn't solve your problems is when you stagger with it and it teleports out of your range. That happened to me once. That happened to me in my last Gold Chalice run, actually. Hurt my feelings. And it was on a double fight, so I couldn't even just, like, stop using Giga Flare. I had to hit the other thing with it.
So we should have enough damage here. I don't want to do any more will damage here because we're going to activate this cutscene here, and this is going to be a very, very tight window since I don't have full Rook's Gambit upgrade. There is a HP gate here that Infernal Shadow has that once we hit it, the cutscene automatically triggers, but he's one of those bosses where if he's in stagger and you hit the HP gate, you have to wait for stagger to finish and then hit them on top of it to trigger it. So we're aiming for one particular combination that should do it. A combination of Rook's Gambit, Rising Flame, Wicked Will should knock him into HP range for the cutscene without staggering him.
It's very nice of Square Enix to make a teenage model from Clive from Tekken.
Surprised they gave him his own game.
Yeah, twice in a row. Very strange. You got Noctis. They're like, yeah, let's give this guy a game.
Square Enix like that.
Limit
That
break.
character's really cool. Why don't we make a whole game based around them?
So unlocking Limit Break gives us access to 10% increased all stats. He becomes, if you played old Dark Souls PvP, he becomes Giant Dad, unstaggerable, and you cannot die while Limit Break is active. The downside is if you're hit during Limit Break, there is a big hit stop effect. Rock'em Sock'em Robots time.
I get lost in this music every single time.
Oh, I love this song. Find the Flame. If anyone needs the bangers, the first one was away from the Phoenix Ifrit fight. Garuda's fight is called Control. This is Find the Flame. And this song is a bit of Away This and Another Song Later, they all have a nice little leitmotif that follows through them. I feel like ever since I played Undertale, I noticed that much more. I don't know if game developers are doing it more or what, but I do appreciate it.
Maybe your brain just finally caught on to it.
Yeah, I'm not very artistically inclined, unfortunately.
You got the ear for it. Maybe that's what happened. You're like, oh, I've been hearing this my entire life. I understand now.
And then I
The
finally
Frida
get
is
back
just an
into-
angry fire kitty,
Yeah.
yes, 100%.
Yeah. This is walk away, smash square till you win.
a good
This
90
is
second
the
rest
shortest,
break.
it's the shortest mashing session as well.
Sometimes you wonder, like, did this have to be a QTE?
Yeah,
Gotta
especially
get the
because the
player
mashing
involved
ones,
somewhere.
Yeah, the mashing QTEs, if you don't mash, the game just waits.
Mhm.
There is no downside to not mashing other than, not progressing the game.
It's such a weird. They're like, you have to get through this, so I guess.
Now, unfortunately, did not get to showcase the full Rook's Gambit counter because I didn't level up, and we say goodbye to Rook's Gambit. Unfortunately, we don't use it for the rest of the run.
Yeah, that'll happen with some of these abilities. Casually, they can be really good. If you want to do all your counters there, but in the speedrun, it goes away.
So we gained access to Ifrit's abilities, based off how Clive says it. Ifrit does not count as a new icon. These overlap with Phoenix, which means you now have 4 phenomenal abilities plus Heatwave, and no one used Will of the Wikes. Especially if you're playing casually, don't use Will of the Wikes. It makes you play so passively. So we have a bunch of skills competing for a limited number of slots. Of course, we can master skills, which allows us to move them between icons, but mastering a skill is very expensive.
Mm-hmm. It's 1,000 AP for each one, except for ultimates, right?
Yep.
I believe so.
Yep. Considering that there's no benefit of mastering an ability except for using it on different icons, it's only reserved for a couple of ones that we just want to have that need to be available. So a good example is like we want to use Gigaflare when we eventually get it with Bahamut. The mastery for that one is something like 3,500. There's no reason for us to ever master that one. We'll just keep Bahamut's icon available, even though we don't use because we do use the icon availability as well. There's actually quite a lot of icon abilities that we do use in game.
But something like Titan, unless your name is Angel, don't use often. And Titan has Wind Up, which is a phenomenal skill.
Yeah.
And something you really just basically always want to have for any big damage you need.
That was actually really good. Toggle helped out massively in that one there.
was
Pretty
great,
much
yeah.
got them all down. Got him. Okay, so what we're trying to do here is we just want to spawn all the enemies. There's also these captains that we want to try and get at least some damage on, or at least in a great position for, because what we're going to do here is Strength Tonic, Flames of Rebirth.
Into the
Wow.
limit break.
This is a very large combat arena.
Yep.
Yep.
That guy was hanging on the
Legion-
edge, but
Yeah, Legionnaire was just on the edge of Flames of Rebirth. I think he took the first hit, but since he was right on the edge of it, he got knocked out of the actual Flames of Rebirth range after the first hit.
Yeah,
And that's fine,
nice
that happened.
Now, he wasn't at 1 HP, but a nice little mechanic of this game is that a lot of skills cannot kill until the final hit. So you can Flames of Rebirth something, hit it with everything but the last hit, but it still has 1 HP. Also,
You
nice
saw
little
Rainbow use
Yeah.
a limit break cancel to also get out of that Flames Rebirth to cut down on the animation time.
Yeah. And that ignition we picked up, one of the best skills in the game for movement, for damage. It does it all.
Probably one of the most underrated abilities for anyone that's playing casually. You look at it and you go, well, okay, I'm just running forward. What's the point with it? Big thing with it is that it draws enemies in. So the initial burst that you actually do with it, it draws enemies into range. So you can actually pick up a lot of enemies. They stay with you as well throughout the entirety of it. The other thing as well is that every single sort of burst animation that happens with ignition counts as a damage or a hit towards an enemy. So for when an enemy is staggered, ignition does up to 13 strikes on an enemy, which raises your multiplier from like 1.1 to 1.3 straight away.
A really good way to
And-
build that multiplayer on the later bosses for a lot of your bigger moves.
Yep.
To sit solo then.
And that was the last time we'll see Gouge.
Yeah.
And the only time we'll see Gouge.
Yeah.
Great move casually, speedrun wise, like it's just not worth it because it is tremendous in terms of doing will damage, but honestly, Wicked Wheel does just as much. It's slightly less, but is very much a lot easier to do. The problem with Gouge, obviously, in order to get the maximum ability out of it, you just have to mash attack constantly on it. And it takes like 20 seconds to fully activate.
Yeah, it's a very slow move.
You can basically gouge an entire stagger and they'll recover by the end of it.
What have I got myself in?
First instance of us warping back into a location. We're going to be doing this quite a lot, especially when it comes to the hideaway. First and foremost, we generally have a lot of exposition dialogue that we are in walk and talk animation for. But also in this area as well, there is quite a lot of, especially when we go to the second hideaway, the map there is massive. And it's a lot quicker just to warp back, because when we warp back, we will always come back to a known location. There's always a spawn-in location, which is quicker than us having to run halfway across the map to try and get to the next location.
Yep. And thanks to modern technology and SSDs, that is a possible strategy.
That's a cutscene. That's a false cutscene skip. If you skip the cutscene before the Alliance Reports tutorial comes up, the game will try and skip a cutscene that doesn't exist. Interesting thing here, the game says that we need to go to Northreach via Lost Wing. We're just going to ignore that and go to Dragon's Area instead. It is 100 yards closer, and we don't have to go through a town.
Will I find Citadel before this dame finds me?
Yeah, just a little bit of talking and then we can start our sprint.
Yeah. It's really embarrassing. One run I did, I went to go do that, and I'm like, why don't I have the Dragon's Airy checkpoint? Where did it go? Apparently, I just never triggered it going into the Garuda area.
Oof.
Oh, did you go like far left or something so you avoided the
I must have.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, all right,
On the,
here's 200 extra yards to run, I guess.
Yep.
The soldiers used to speak of
Other thing as well, good with Ignition, as you can see, great for movement.
checkpoint.
Because you get the full speed of Ignition whilst you're in talking animation as well, walk and talk animation. So that way you can just actually, and Ignition's fairly quick as well. It is faster than Phoenix shifting.
Ignition is a very powerful ability with a very short cooldown for some reason.
The cooldown also actually speeds up as well if you cancel your Ignition, because the game realizes that you never use the full amount of Ignition, so therefore it gives you a bit of cooldown return back as well.
Yeah, we do manually cancel the ignition before the final swing, because the final swing will hold you in place for a while. And it's just manually timed all the time.
Yep.
Right here.
It's like canceling out of flames with limit.
Yeah.
Let's see what her chambermaid can tell us then.
So normally when you'll notice that I'm accepting quests as I'm holding down triangle because A, it's quicker, because if you don't hold down triangle to like prioritize the quest, it will stay there showing that the quest is active whilst the cutscene's playing. It will actually delay the cutscene finishing up. There's a couple of cutscenes where we actually do request to skip the cutscene because whilst it takes a couple of seconds for us to activate a skip cutscene, there are certain cutscenes that actually take longer for it to play out than for us to skip. So that's one example there when we accept the request from Isabel. The main reason why is that Isabel will stare at us for like 3 seconds and then begins to walk away, and then we turn and face her, and then the cutscene finishes, and it takes about 7 seconds compared to us skipping the cutscene, which is about 3 seconds. There's only like 3 instances where it's quicker to skip it, otherwise it's actually slower to skip cutscenes when you accept quests. For New Game Story anyways, for 100% category that we do, there's about 12 that we skip that way.
100% is insanity. I don't know how.
Yeah, how long is a 100% run?
14 hours.
Jesus Christo.
I'm the only one insane enough to actually attempt it too. Yeah, so 100% category is actually kind of interesting. It's the way that we look at it is we technically call it all chronoliths, all curiosities. So we get all the curiosities that exist in Clive's chambers and Hideaway 2, and we do all the chronoliths because there is a... Well, I mean, there is a curiosity that says that you've completed all the chronolith trials anyways. So basically, it's doing all the quests, getting all the curiosities, doing all the trials, etc. Interesting thing though is that after a bit of discussion, we used to do all these. You can see that there are side quests, like all these green sort of icons that are appearing around, which are generally your side quests of the game. Which, by the way, absolutely worthwhile taking your time to go through that and listening to all the cutscenes, because the side quests in this game help bring such great storytelling exposition to what's happening in the world around you. Interesting thing is we're coming up to Oriflamme. The game is going to do a time shift. If you don't complete the side quests before going to Oriflamme, these side quests that are normally here are actually no longer available. So when I was originally routing this, I included those because I figured, I mean, it's all quests, right? We need to do all the quests, but there's no real way for the game to actually check that you've done the quests. Like, they don't appear anywhere except for completed quests. There's no reward except for experience for doing them. So for the completionist route, we don't do any side quests before Oriflamme, but we do all the other side quests outside.
Interesting. Do you do all the hunts too?
Yep, we do all the notorious marks. Yep, because there's a curiosity link to that as well.
Fun note on bizarre EXP scaling in that game. That fight gave 20 experience.
Mm-hmm.
Which is like less than you get as young Clive in a lot of fights.
It's like 4 points per wolf. That's all.
I'm actually happy how that fight goes. I've had troubles with that fight. Those 5 wolves just sometimes love not to stay together after you've brought them all in with Deadly Embrace. And the combination that we do there, Wicked Wheel straight into Ignition, if all of them stay in the Wicked Wheel, the Ignition will grab all of them, and it's just an instant, finish of the fight. The problem there is that if one wolf decides not to join in, you have to hunt that wolf down. Now, the abilities that we have is Wicked Wheel, Ignition, Flames of Rebirth, and Gouge. We don't have a good way of dealing with that wolf with any other ability, because we use our 2 major abilities to grab all the other wolves. So you just unfortunately have to go for aerial combos on that wolf if it does escape. And that is easily a 25-second time loss, because those wolves actually have quite a bit of HP that your aerial combos just do not do much damage on.
For 4 experience apiece.
Mm-hmm. For 4 experience. Yep. So this is the warning. The game says if you enter here, you cannot come back.
I'm sure there's no major plot implications or anything. I'm sure it's fine.
No, absolutely not. No.
No.
We get to see a slightly older Sid, some gray hair.
Yeah.
I know this next section is going to be really dense with the commentary, so is this a good time for me to jump in? I'm going to talk over some of Sid's best lines, though, maybe, so sorry about that, everybody. But no, I just wanted to, again, give big thanks to Rain and our wonderful commentary so far. This is very long for a showcase, but I love this game, and it's got some great elements to it that I just think more people should know about this game. So I'm so glad that we're showing it off tonight. I do just want to remind everybody again, I'm going to do this every single time tonight. Submissions for Fall Fest are closing tomorrow night. So you have, boy, every time I get on, it's going to be like 1 hour less than before. So you have about like 28 hours left to submit now if you want to be a runner or a host in our upcoming marathon for Trans Lifeline. So make sure you get on that. Go to our website, www.fastestfirst.com, and all of the links are there. You can just click on the one that is appropriate to what you want to do and submit your runs or your host auditions. If you want to volunteer or be an artist, we do love to get special art for our marathons as well. You have a little bit longer. Those are through September 2nd before those close. And then I want to give a shout out to another one of our partners, Dragon Roast Coffee. If you need some beans, Team Fastest First has partnered with Dragon Roast Coffee with a special offer on their gaming-inspired blends and products just for our community. You can visit their store now and use by using the command !coffee in chat. Use the promo code FastestFurs to get 10% off your entire order. And then we do get a commission for that as well, which again just kind of goes to the team and the community and us putting on our events both online and our ongoing in-person events that we've been doing for the last 3 years as well. So we would appreciate you. On a personal note, it is really good coffee. I'm not just saying that because they're a sponsor. I brought a bag to SGDQ this summer, and everybody really, actually it was 2 summers ago, and then suddenly this summer, like everybody was buying Dragon Roast at SGDQ. So it is great stuff. You should definitely check it out if you like coffee and help us out a little bit as well. That's all. Thank you.
I need to go to SGDQ at some point, or AGDQ.
Live speedrunning events are very fun. That's kind of how I got hooked on this whole thing. So
I just need them to, allow Final Fantasy 16.
I've tried to get the DLC in for a couple events. We'll see. We'll see if it happens at some point in the future or somebody else. We've also tried to submit the full game run to RPG Limit Break, which is in Denver and is basically GDQ but all RPGs, and that's a really great in-person event as well. A little smaller, a little cozier, but it's still just like a wonderful time. So
It's a great time. Went this last past spring. It was fantastic.
oh, nice! I didn't realize you were there.
It's my first time at a live event.
Okay, I'm glad you got there. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Hope you enjoyed the runs.
It was
all
fantastic.
That fun stuff, so. Cool.
It was, is Yita's run at ISA the only time it's been showcased in an event?
I've done the DLC and a GDQ different charity event. They did a hurricane relief event, and I did the Rising Tide DLC for that.
Oh, nice.
But that's like the only major event that, at least in the US, that it's been in it so far. So.
Yeah, in terms of a full game, I think Yita's run is the only time it's been shown for a live event, the full run.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Hold on, we got to change that.
I'm going to get an individual level in there at some point.
I think there was FF7 Rebirth was at multiple events last year, and I think with how long that run is and how hard it can be to fit multiple long, you wouldn't think it would be hard to fit multiple long Final Fantasy runs into a week-long marathon, but it is actually fairly difficult to do that. So
Absolutely.
I have a feeling 2026 might be the year of Final Fantasy 16 in some places. Plus, it's out on PC now, so a lot more people have access to it. So
Yeah, that
True.
was one of the biggest roadblocks was, accessibility, because a lot of people were like, I don't really want to get spoiled with it until it comes out on PC, etc., which, yeah, understandable. Yeah, so hopefully this coming next year, we get to showcase it live, which will be fun.
Fingers crossed.
There's-
Yeah. The story in this game is fantastic. I like it a lot more than most Final Fantasy stories, honestly.
I just-
actually... Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna say I just like listening to Ben Starr's voice.
That's fair.
Yeah. No, I got you.
Yeah, like I get to speedrun a Final Fantasy game and listen to Ben Starr for 8 hours. Sign me up.
And listen to Sid for 2.5 hours roughly.
What
His
happens to
first
Sid?
word must have been the F word. Like, Ben Starr, 2 months old, just popping out swear words.
Yeah.
Alright, so I'm going to do something interesting here. These enemies will know an ability called Warcry. Mainly the captains. So what I do there is by looking down at the ground, it didn't quite work out there because Sid did target a couple of them. If you look down at the ground, you actually do reduce the amount of the possibility of them doing Warcry. Warcry is slightly annoying because they don't get staggered in combos, or they don't get stunned in combos. So if they have a Warcry active, you can technically still drag them with things like Ignition, but you'll notice there with Wicked Wheel, when I did Wicked Wheel, they did not come up with me during Wicked Wheel. So I keep my camera locked down because the way that Warcry activates is that the captain has to look at you and activate the ability. Or look at an ally and activate the ability. Sid unfortunately targeted the captain, so therefore he did trigger it, but bit of just an FYI as to how that ability sort of activates and why I have my camera pointed to the ground there, but in particular for that part of the scene, or the fight.
I didn't realize that tech. I thought that stuff was just kind of coded in, like the protect. And that goes out.
So protectors, protect and cure, for instance, the two triggers for that. So protect, the trigger for that one is just automatic. They will always spam it, irregardless of if you're looking at them or not. They will just hard code, yep, I'm just going to activate it, because there's an enemy there that's under threat, so therefore I'm going to activate it. For cure, at least 10% damage has to be done to an enemy.
So effectively one sword swing.
My favorite joke in all of Final Fantasy 16 is coming up.
I see they replaced that wooden door with something a little more sturdy. Count to 3.
What happened to 2?
Ask 1.
Once more.
Aye, seeing as you're trying now. As if that was going to keep us out.
Once again, did a magic burst there, so I have it stops the animation for Clive bringing out that little fireball that he uses so we can see, but this is still technically stealth animation as well. So just by casting fire to begin with, we get rid of the fire casting animation to begin with, but also gives us our sword out immediately so that we can start doing air shifts and phoenix shifts as well.
We do want to say, like, during that gate part, there is a sword sitting in a box about 10 feet away from Clive that we do not get. Because it is a minuscule 5 damage increase.
If only it was
Yeah.
7.
If only it was 7.
Yep, if it was 7, it would be worth it, because the unfortunate thing is that it is obviously a time loss to go through and pick it up. It is a couple of seconds journey to go there, a couple of seconds to open it, a couple of seconds to equip it, and a couple of seconds to go back to the gate. So it roughly is about 15 to 20 seconds to pick up the sword. The damage it does saves you 12 seconds. So it's a 3-second net loss picking up the sword, unfortunately. If it was 7, it would save us 21 seconds roughly, or around 17 seconds, sorry. It would be, yeah, it's about a 2-second time save if it was 7 damage. It did. Extra. That's how fickle this game is. And of course, Ruse.
As far away from you as possible.
Yeah. There's 2 enemies that are notoriously hate me. First ones are liches, the second ones are assassins, the third ones are the dragons.
Well, the assassins don't like anybody.
Oh, the assassins just don't like grouping together.
Sure.
They like being solo. So yeah, we're unfortunately going to see, yeah, his ultimate attack, Thresh, because I Phoenixed Rising Flamed as he teleported away. I don't have Phoenix, the Rising Flame damage. So unfortunately, since I'm under damage there, but I did enough will damage because Rising Flame does more HP damage than will damage. Yeah, this is one of those sort of situations where, yeah, you miss an ability, it snowballs, unfortunately.
True. I had a Fenrir fight once where I shorted Rising Flames not once, but twice.
Oh, that's rough.
Then again,
Just cried as I watched him roll around the arena.
Let's just be careful then.
Speaking of
Akashic
dragons.
Dragon.
One of 2 dragon fights. These are
fighty ones.
challenging sometimes.
Yeah, they take bonus damage on their head, but as you can see, their head does not like to be hit.
Yeah, it basically works as like critical hit damage. It does give an extra boost, as you can see. We go from like 319 on an attack to a 400 on an attack.
Yeah. A lot of enemies have weak points. Most of them are pretty obvious. I think the Iron Giant one is kind of weird because it's like his chest.
Yep.
Iron Giant has a weakness point?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a particular point on his chest, and it's also if you hit him from behind as well.
It's always fun to use Thunderstorm on him because it's just kind of RNG as to whether or not it'll hit the weak spot.
So intentionally there, it seemed really weird that I just decided not to, attack the dragon. The main reason why is because Cauterize is a guaranteed move that it's going to do. I did not want to stagger him before he did Cauterize. The main reason behind that is that he has a HP gate, so again, if I went and attacked him before Cauterize came out and he ended up staggering, I would be hit at a half HP gate. So half of his HP is a HP gate where he must do Cauterize first before you can do any more damage to him. And that also means that, I do have to sit through, unfortunately, the animation. He decided to do a Fireball attack before doing Cauterize, which is unfortunate, because I did slightly more damage than I wanted to. But the good thing is that after Cauterize, since we have 1 hit left on his will gauge there, we can pretty much immediately bring him straight into Stagger, which then allows us to go straight into doing as much damage as we can to it, which will then trigger Dragon's Dance, which is that move there. He reared up and I went straight under him.
That is the downside of Ignition. When you whiff it, it is impossible to recover.
Yeah, Ignition can be very challenging to use in one-on-one fights, especially against humanoids.
You just spin in circles like a dummy.
Mm-hmm. Now, Deadly Embrace does have ability where it can drag an enemy down, but why don't we use that? Is it just too slow in story
Yes,
mode?
it's extremely slow in story mode because there's no beneficial gain for doing that. The cutscene itself, especially for the dragons, the cutscene itself takes about 8 seconds for it to activate, and the half stumble, the enemy itself only is vulnerable, I should say, for about 3 or 4 seconds. We don't get any major damage boost for doing it either. So in terms of story mode, there's just no benefit for us to use Deadly Embrace's second ability, which is, on a half stagger, make the enemies vulnerable for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it is only a 5% damage bonus during the half stagger animation.
And considering that it takes 8 seconds for it to activate pretty much, and they're only in that state for like 3 or 4 seconds, that 5% is just not worth it. We can spend those 12 seconds in total just doing damage.
You again. Where are you?
I had
Too bad it's not a little
hoped,
longer. Yeah.
I'd hoped they'd done more with these sort of dark counterparts to the icons.
Fuck. He's still alive.
Because this dude kind of feels like, based off his magic, he's sort of like the evil version of Odin, because he uses like a lot of dark magic. And of course, you have Ifrit and Phoenix, and then of course for the Rising Tide, whatever the Timekeeper has. I don't know what he's the dominant of, but dominant of Ice, not supposed to have two.
I did like the Timekeeper's ability, using like the ice, even though there isn't supposed to be 2 ice dominants. Like they use like the whole idea of him being an ice dominant is because he can slow down time, he can freeze time. It's like, yeah, that's pretty clever. I'll give you that one.
He hits you with permafrost, and you're like, oh, this is how I'm making people feel? I'm kind of mean.
That is Sid staff that's lodged in his chest.
Mm-hmm.
Now there's Ramuh's Judgment Bolt still stuck there. So I'm waiting for all these enemies to spawn so I can grab as many as I can on the ignition here. Gonna dodge out of the way there because that's going to do a lot of damage. Then I'm going to Scout Cycle and hopefully grab all of them there. Yep, perfect.
Very nice. There is a lot of enemies there.
There are.
Yeah.
It can be very tough to group them up sometimes, but Rainbow did a really awesome job.
Yeah, sometimes it's beneficial not to grab everyone in Deadly Embrace. It's mainly just keeping an eye on making sure that all of them are there. Taking your time for ignition as well in that phase is really important because if you ignition too early as enemies are spawning in, you're going to be grabbing enemies and going in the complete opposite direction for where more are spawning in. That's why I take that time for that very last enemy to spawn in there, because that's where a bulk of them are. And as we said, ignition, when it first activates, there is an explosion. That explosion draws enemies in, so you can grab a lot of enemies by doing that, which is why we activate it pretty much in the middle of all those groups there.
And it is important to note, after this fight, we are immediately thrown into another boss fight. Cannot change abilities between, which is why you don't really want to equip Flames of Rebirth for that, even though it might be a smidge faster, because you're going to give up a big hit into a boss fight with a really big kitty.
Yeah, big kitty. And there's also a couple of mob fights before then as well. So like, there's the Flames of Rebirth. Like, there's ignition, and like having Rising Flame is much more important for. Because good thing is that with Rising Flame, obviously we have a mini boss that we have to fight with, but also like if we do manage to unfortunately miss on that, Rising Flame's a really good backup for dealing with 1 or 2 enemies.
Yeah, and Flames of Rebirth just does not do enough damage in a single target fight like that.
So this
Not
is
at the
first
moment.
real icon fight. You actually have your normal controls, access to all of the really cool combos, the backdraft finishes. There is, I mean, we said this before, there is a lot you can do with Freet that the game just doesn't tell you. There are a lot of combos where, if you do 1 hit and you use your Magic Burst, you do 2 hits and use Magic Burst, you get entirely different combos. My favorite being the flip kick.
Pyro Assault, yeah, it is really cool.
There you go.
Whee! Woo! There you go.
Yeah, because we're always going to do enough damage here. A 4-hit, 3-hit combo. As you can see, that's the instance there. We can't kill him in stagger. We have to wait for stagger to finish and then do a follow-up attack for the cutscene to trigger.
It's done.
Okay, Freight, there's more. There's always more.
Why do I hear boss music?
Yeah.
Why
do I hear
is the boss
Latin
music
singing?
not gone away yet?
Yeah.
How many more could there be?
My favorite boss fake out ever is Sister Freed in Dark Souls 3, giving you an item drop after phase 2. And then
sorry,
waiting
what?
a very long time. Yeah. It gives you an item, like a rare item. It gives you the highest level upgrade item after phase 2. And then it seems like it's done, and then guess what? The Latin singing comes in, and there's a phase 3. And I believe up to that point, it was the first 3-phase fight they'd ever done, too. So it was like a really big shock, and with a really big joke at the beginning.
That's pretty funny.
Unfortunately, if you lose, you don't get the item drop again.
Oh no.
Rude.
So rude.
Can't farm it.
Man, look at the traps on that guy.
You wish.
Dude, could
We got a
definitely
very special skip that's going to be happening in this phase of the fight. There is a ability or an attack that he has that's called Demon Wall. So we are going to just bypass it. We're just going to say no. We're just not dealing with that at this point in time. A lot of fun to do as well, because it is very, very straightforward to do. I'm going to do 3-hit attack there because he's going to teleport. So here's Demon Wall. We're going to charge forward and charge to the right, dodge, and bye-bye Demon Wall.
500 hours before I learned that this was possible.
Yeah, I think I can do both. Both of us discovered this during the Final Fantasy Relay. We're like, wait, what?
You can do that?
I also just realized something as well, is I don't have Charge Magic updated.
Oops.
Ah.
I was wondering why I wasn't doing Charge Magic. So that's actually an interesting thing, is that Ifrit has completely different abilities to Clive. There's only one ability that does actually cross over, and that's Charge Magic. Charge Magic's the only one that crosses between the two. Charge Magic gives you a cooldown on charging your magic from 3.5 seconds to 2.5 seconds. Which is why I was like, oh, why is my Charge Magic not, like, activating? Like, it should normally be. It's just muscle memory was like, oh yeah, that's 2.5 seconds release. Oh, that was a normal attack. Ooh, hang on a second. That's why. Yeah, we normally do equip upgraded charged magic at this point because, yeah, mainly for Ifrit fights for this fight. Because the 2.5 seconds after you do Demon Wall skip, you can't attack him because he's got that purple energy around him. Which damages you if you're trying to get close, so we normally just do charge magics after we do Demon Wall skip.
We've got the Frieza scene here, I believe.
I mean, any Dragon Ball fight really has that moment. Like, haha. Oh, wait.
I have defeated you. Why is your hand in the air?
Spear bomb. Yeah, we end up using charge magic a lot for these icon fights. It does cut down on the time quite significantly, especially against Titan Lost.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was by I think it was Crystal Crown who discovered it, and it was again by pure accident. It was literally he was charging forward and just said, "I think I can probably charge to the right and get past this," and he ended up dodging through the wall. So he did like a perfect like counter dodge through the wall, and he goes, "Huh, I'm behind the wall. Interesting." And we're like, "Ah, why didn't we think of this earlier?"
Because the game makes you think that you can't.
Yeah, it's. The whole point of the game is like, yep, you have to go through exactly these points. You have to go between these points. Okay, what happens if I go behind where the point spawns?
I love that this fight coming up is considered a stage in the game. Um, the current world record on this stage on console is 1 minute and 23 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
I have a PC run going through verification for 1 minute and 16 seconds because of the Diamond Dust tech.
Watch out, that was very gross. What cross slash is that? Ultima's moves or Leviathan's?
Crosswell is Leviathan.
Gotcha.
Leviathan. Yep.
I was like, that's some damage going out from that thing.
That thing is a nuke. It is the DLC skills, except for Voice of God, are insanely powerful.
Mm-hmm. Which is why we do always separate, especially for runs on the leaderboard, we do separate whether you have those abilities or not, because obviously the DLC, because it is charged, we don't want people to sit there and think that they have to buy the DLC to run the games for certain categories, so we make sure that we do separate them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. As a good example, the ultimate icon has an ability called Proselytize, which hits twice as hard as Rising Flame, goes much further, does 3 times the stagger damage, and has a shorter cooldown.
Yep. Proselytize is Rising Flame on steroids, pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
Katie!
Is that a New Game Plus special?
Oh, if you watch any run I do, you are going to see Proselytize flying out everywhere.
Good parry.
Very nice.
So happy I got the fucking parry off. Sorry for saying. I've had a problem with this kitty for a while.
Well, luckily Limit Break has enough frames to pretty much give you an auto parry in most situations, right?
Mm-hmm. Now, do not savage. Thank you. Yeah, time loss on that stage is basically if the kitty decides to use savage, because it's basically semi-invulnerable, of course. I get a good kitten fight, but not the perfect kitten fight, because you want to get hit once.
How long does the savage take out of that fight?
About 10 seconds.
Okay.
Because the first two leaps it's invulnerable. After the second leap, then you can actually stagger it, because if it releases it before you stagger it, it's unstaggerable for the first 10 seconds. And it also is just semi-invulnerable for killing it at the end as well, which is fun.
We have Rama now. Sid went to take a nap. He actually went out for a pack of smokes. He'll be back later. Clive's adoptive daddy. He's just like, just give me one. I'll see you later.
Yeah.
Yep.
And now we have Lightning Rod, and we will never let go of Lightning Rod.
Yeah.
Yep.
Again, this is one if you casually look at it, you go, okay, I've unleashed it. Oh, it's just this this ball of energy that sits there. What is that supposed to be used for? And then all of a sudden you start attacking it, or the enemies attack it, and then you just see their will gauge go from full to 0 immediately, and oh, that's what that does.
Mm-hmm.
Lightning Rod is a built-in cheat code in this game for sure.
Mm-hmm.
If you feel like
that
you
dual
don't
frame
like
gets
it,
me every time.
go get Giga Flare and then shoot it into a Lightning Rod, and you will fall in love with Lightning Rod.
Mm-hmm. Yep. No joke, the safety strat for story endgame is any big boss you fight, you immediately cast Lightning Rod, you immediately go into Limit Break, you cast Giga Flare, it may be somewhat slow, but it is a safe way to get through fights very quickly.
Yeah,
I know there's discussion at some point to maybe not use Giga Flare because the amount of time it takes to use the ability, but it's just too strong, isn't it?
Oh no, so most of the times we don't want to use it in story. We use it only in certain situations where we have to rinse through a lot of HP. But a good example is if you look at world record runs for Ultima, for instance, the Ultima fights, Giga Flare is not used because Thunderstorm Rising Flame and Lightning Rod are that powerful that you really should just be mainly using those. I accidentally hit back. I have to equip it. Do not do that.
If we didn't have those pesky HP gates,
Right?
it would probably be among the best abilities to pull out all the time. Of course, we do have good old Barnaby Jones that you like to... He's got a beefy HP bar.
Mm-hmm.
Biggest one in the base game, even more than the final boss, but there's like multiple fights in the final boss that makes up for it.
Yep. See, we just bought Wages of Warcraft, which gives us about 20% more AP per fight, and this is going to really help our AP economy moving forward from this point in the game.
Mm-hmm.
What would make Martha leave the rest?
Yeah, I believe during the relay that was said that 15 or 20%, it seems minor, but it's just enough to allow them to keep Flames of Rebirth learned often, whereas they would have to reset it off to get different moves. You always have to go and change the drip in the game. It is a required part of the speedrun.
Yep. They gave us these special costumes in the DLC with the Buster Sword as well, and you got to change into it because it's just too neat.
Absolutely.
Plus, your post time skips, like, you really can't be wearing the same thing still, you know?
That thing has got to smell.
God.
I don't know how you wash pauldrons that are built into fabric. It's insanity.
Carefully.
What happened here?
Yeah, that's the correct answer.
We need to find the others.
Plus, this costume glows, so it's rule of cool. That's how those are the rules we have to follow in this game.
If I'm not going for world record or like PB attempts, I absolutely just constantly change it because yeah, the DLC equipment is just amazing. I just love showing it off.
Cold fight. That
Torgal gets a nice bit of blue in his fur. Jill has a really nice powder blue to go with the white outfit that she normally wears.
Wouldn't have the authority to act alone. The orders would have had
I guess every time Clive uses Limit Break, he gets very, very clean technically. There's not a single bacteria on him after that.
That's true, yeah.
Just burns it all off.
It's magic fire. It works fine.
Jill freezes them to death. Your unfortunate late brother, same deal.
Mm.
Torval's
Yes,
a doggy.
Joshua.
Poor Joshua.
Look. Up ahead.
You do take one forced bath in this game. It's about 6 hours in.
Yep. That's true.
There's only ever been one Order of Shields in Rosaria, and they fought to defend all her citizens.
seems a step too far, even for the Empire.
Again, those pesky hornets from the first time we were in Martha's Rest are still there.
Yep.
Denying us direct access to where we need to go, so we have to do that long sort of walk around because we don't want to go into fights, because, yeah, then we don't get sprint.
I can win. What mini bosses are here on the FF mode?
There might still be someone inside.
So it's only in the main dungeons that it changes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. The overworld is exactly the same. Unfortunately.
Jill, you missed. How did you miss?
You took him out of range. She's probably cursing you right now.
She had 3 attempts at it, though.
You're blocking her line of sight.
Since we did just recently do Phoenix Gate, I think that has 7 additional mini bosses in Final Fantasy. Something like that.
I
Yeah.
went through FF mode once when the game launched, and I have not played it since.
I love it. I cannot go back. We have a smattering of runners. We've got new game plus story, and of course action mode. Silver Chalice that everyone avoids because it is horrifying. That's just a... when you beat the game and you save your game, you get a Silver Chalice icon on your save file, which unlocks Final Fantasy mode, which is the game's hard mode. And the HP scaling in Final Fantasy mode is extremely sharp.
Mm-hmm.
So I talked about the beefiest boss, Barnabas. In this difficulty, story mode has like 25% less HP than action. I believe he has 350,000 health.
Mm-hmm. That sounds
And
about right.
in Final Fantasy, he's closing in on 1.5 million.
Are you gonna be able to handle this fight, Rainbow?
Oh
this
yeah,
is a
yeah.
scary one.
I've got this. You know,
This
good
guy's
old
really
friend
hard.
Mike Wazowski.
Yeah.
We're just gonna just see him.
Oh, where are you going? He wants to be friends with you, though.
No, I don't feel like having a hug at the moment.
He can see that, by the way.
He can see all.
There is a quick warp that happens there. So the Arimans, all those sort of flying death eyes, basically they have they teleport. They tend to teleport quite a lot when you fight them. There is a quick fight end there. Obviously, because it's a notorious mark, this is the way that the game introduces notorious marks and hunts in the game, saying like, hey, if you beat them, you get like special rewards, etc. We don't have to do it. The game doesn't force us to. We are free to leave it. But those Arimans like to fly around quite a lot or teleport around quite a bit. There's a quick escape there. If they go out of range from you, like the fight range, early, then you can just immediately go into Phoenix shifts. But if the Ariman's within your technical fight range, it will still try to you can't shift or you can't lunge because again, Clive will just target it, etc. So the quick fight escape basically is you want the Ariman to teleport twice, because what you want it to do is to teleport right next to you, which it loves to do to begin the fight. And then if you're within range, it goes, oh, you're too close to me, I need to teleport away again. And if it teleports away again, as you're leaving the fight arena, the game goes, oh, it's not here, you've left the fight arena, and the Ariman's not in your fight zone because it's teleporting, you can't target it. Fight's over.
Sorry, Clive just said something while sprinting there. He's a liar.
Looks like they went that way.
First and only side quest done to get the best chocobo.
Best girl.
I had never conceptualized the lifespan of a chocobo, but it's been, what, 15 years?
15.
18 years? Something like that?
Something like that, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because I think young Clive's 15 and you're 33 now.
He should still spawn. Yeah, fine. That's right, I can deal with that.
If you're asking, why are we saving this chocobo? Well, this is Ambrosia. She's gonna make us go real fast in the world.
So this is this is obviously very much an optional side quest. This is something that you don't necessarily need to do in the main game to be able to progress through. However, even though it's a 2-minute side quest, the amount of time that we're going to save traveling by having her is insane. In terms of just straight movement, if you try to move without Ambrosia, you are going to lose up to 25 minutes. We are going to do unspeakable things. They are squawks of happiness, not of frustration or anger or pain. Again, that's a cutscene fail. That's a false cutscene. Skip there.
I know, we do unspeakable things with the bird. Because she loves kicking.
She does love to kick.
Gonna twist a knee doing our tech.
This is going to be really, really interesting. We're going back to the hideaway, just so we can find some more information, basically. We've spent all this time trying to unlock Ambrosia, because we said it's going to be really, really good for movement. And then we're going to proceed to go to a new area and not use her straight away.
76 yards, so long as you don't enter a combat encounter, that gives you a slowdown.
Mm-hmm. Or walk and talk animation that also can lead to combat as well. Which is the unfortunate thing as we head over to Hawk's Cry Cliff, is that there are 2 enemy fights here as well as walk and talk animation. There's just easier ways. It's just quicker for us to not have to worry with Ambrosia, because there's a bit of time to actually get on and off Ambrosia as well. And we also have Ignition, and we also have Toggle lunge techniques as well. So using the combination of all of these is slightly faster, mainly because A, we're in this dialogue tree, B, we have this combat. Because the unfortunate thing is that we have a special way to get really, really fast speed with Ambrosia. However, we can't be talking in walk and talk animations while that's happening.
Ambrosia can't sprint when you're talking. That's how bad it is.
Yep, Ambrosia goes to a crawl, basically, in terms of speed when we're talking.
My first few runs of the game, I got so lost in this area for some reason. I don't know why. I just couldn't find, like, the second person to talk to.
I don't know.
Also,
You want
when
to
I first
explore the
started
entire
game-
village, and
Yeah.
not, and then that guy's at the very edge of the village. You're like, oh,
Mhm.
okay.
All right.
Alright, so
Ambrosia
first uses
time.
of Ambrosia is the hardest movement, as MPW has said.
And directly into the
So we have all of these ragged rocks here, basically, that we do not want to be running into. So what we're going to do here is called a Chocobo dash kick. If she wants to dash kick, there's the dash, there's the kick.
More and more of these echoes.
What do you think is waking them?
Would you like me to explain how that works?
And if you wouldn't mind, as I need to focus as I try, yeah, because
Yes.
this is very tight movement.
Absolutely. So think of Mario Kart. Ambrosia has a sprint button and a brake button. And if you are sprinting and you start turning and you start braking, Ambrosia will slide along the ground, she'll drift, and then launch into a big forward burst of movement. Very fast, but it only lasts about 4 or 5 seconds. However, if you spam attack, effectively the game is counting the number of frames you have for an Ambrosia drift, and it doesn't progress through her attack animation. So if you chain your attacks very well, it will massively extend the amount of time you're in that drift. It increases your forward momentum on your kicks. It also prevents your kicks from auto-targeting enemies, like lunge or anything would, or like your kicks would do if you were not in the drift. And then as an added bonus, if you are in combat, your kicks go much further in the drift state as well. And yeah, like they said, because of the tight turns in that beginning area, the hardest place in the game to use the Ambrosia tech is the first. The only
Yeah,
other one
so-
that's that nasty is like the last one.
Yep. So yeah, so Ambrosia can actually help you in combat if you choose to in the overworld by doing kicks. So similar to how lunges will auto-target when we do a lunge with Clive in combat, basically, and it auto-targets an enemy, Ambrosia wants to target enemies with her kicks when we're in combat. And she has a very long kick range. Like it's similar to a lunge, basically. Yeah, so as explained, basically, when we're doing the dash kick, because we're dashing, the game kind of goes, oh, we need to target an enemy, but you're still dashing. We will prioritize the dash over the kick. You'll still have the kick range, but the dash takes priority over you targeting an enemy. The problem, though, is that Ambrosia sometimes likes to drop the dash, so if she gets caught on a rock or... you have I think it's like there's a frame window and the first 2 kicks where she can drop her dash. You then start just kicking straight into an enemy.
That's what's been happening to me. I didn't know that there was a...
Yeah, there's a frame window in the first 2 kicks. Since we're in walk and talk animation, we can't dash. We're going to kick the spider over because you can see how big of a kick range Ambrosia has in combat when we have the ability just to like attack. So position that spider so we can, kick it over to the cutscene trigger.
It's surprising for all the cutscene delays that they actually let you skip some cutscenes while you're getting off Ambrosia.
Run like the wind.
Hugging over to the right here. So interesting thing about bringing that spider over, you'll notice that it ran away with a grey health bar, because it's out of its fight area. When it's out of its fight area, you can't actually do damage to it. It doesn't stumble or stagger or anything like that. As soon as it gets into close enough to its fight area, it will trigger the fight again. So if you actually just go directly to the location while the spider is trying to make its way back to its fight area, you can trigger a fight. And that fight zone area goes all the way to the gate, meaning that you are now stuck in a fight that you have to deal with before you can open that gate.
Oh, pushing them up the wall. That's a new one for me.
Yeah, it's either the corner or the wall. I didn't feel confident with the corner because there was a guy at the back there that was slowly falling out of ignition range, so I decided to go against the wall instead.
I love Tidal Swell. Just get rid of all those problems.
That's the nice part about ignition is that it keeps things within your range, regardless of like where they are on the floor or in the air.
Yeah, ignition is so good.
The one exception to that is if the enemy is higher than you and at the back of your ignition burst, they can fall out of it because the way that the ignition burst happens... Accidental wrong button there. The way that the ignition burst, the ignition trail happens is enemies get pushed into it, but the tail end of it, they actually get pushed out of ignition. So if you have an enemy that's higher than you in terms of height, and they're behind you, there's a 50% chance that they fall out of ignition. Because a couple of the hits will knock them backwards, and then they hit the tail end of ignition, which means that they get knocked out of ignition as a result.
On your command, my lord.
Your petty revolution ends here.
You can see, yep, drop 2 of them.
We swear.
Yeah.
That's right.
And even though they
Still
had 1
pretty good.
HP, they didn't get hit by the last hit, they're not allowed to die.
Yep.
More dragons.
The Imperials aren't taking
I'm just going to deal with these 2, I think. Dragon's still alive. Okay, interesting.
You saw an example there of the lightning rod who likes to take our targeting sometimes and likes to
Yeah.
eat abilities.
The lightning rod counts as an enemy for your lock-on. So there's nothing better than setting it up, getting a thunderstorm ready, locking on to the lightning rod, not the enemy. So the lightning rod takes all of the thunderstorm and the enemy takes like the residual damage only.
Or the fight ends and you're about to leave the area and you hit Phoenix shift and it's like, how about you hit the lightning rod? Like, no.
Sometimes even when the lightning rod is behind a door.
So interesting thing as well about the property of lightning rod that again the game doesn't really tell you about is that if the lightning rod is active when a cutscene for a fight triggers and you go into another fight, since the lightning rod was active, the game refunds you the lightning rod, it activates it and basically gives you a 100% cooldown on it and lets you use it again. Because the game thinks that the lightning rod has not been fully consumed, so therefore will let you use the ability again. Which is actually really important for a couple of fights that we did. So that fight there, that's what makes that Dragoon fight really easy to deal with, is we make sure that the lightning rod is available still. The safe strat that I normally do is I actually upgrade the lightning rod to level 2. So I don't just unlock it, I actually upgrade it as well, because that does increase the amount of time that the lightning rod stays active for. So that way I can deal with the dragon, I can deal with the worms, and so therefore when the fight's over, I can then make sure that lightning rod's available so I can go straight and use it on the Dragoon. Because the Dragoon's first attack is always going to be jump. And so that means we just position it exactly where he is, stand where he originally jumped from. He's going to land directly on top of the lightning rod for massive damage.
And if an enemy hits the lightning rod, it deals twice as much damage than if Clive hit it.
Mm-hmm.
So having an enemy, a guaranteed way to have an enemy run into that lightning rod, I believe it does like one hit does half the damage of a rising flame. The unupgraded rising flame. The upgraded rising flame is more powerful.
Mm-hmm.
So it and the lightning rod upgraded can take what, like almost 60 hits, like a full Giga Flare.
Yeah.
Yep.
Not much else to do here.
So yeah,
So
if the enemy isn't going to attack it, then we obviously attack it. But we
Yeah,
prefer
we-
if the enemy does do it.
We get late game, we have some enemy attacks that do a ton of hits, and you just put a lightning rod there, and they nuke themselves.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of phase 2 of fights go really quickly.
Yeah, because a lot of enemies have multi-hit or area of effect attacks that do multi-hit damage. And so if you position a lightning rod in a really nice location where it's the center of all of that damage that they normally would be doing, you just see their HP gauge it disappears, honestly.
Yeah, it
Like within
disintegrates
2
their will.
seconds.
There. Yeah, it's wild.
They go from like half HP to like on death's door already, and it's like,
To reclaim it.
It used to belong to Rosaria, didn't it?
Once, though it's been in the Ironblood's clutches for far too long.
As was I. For 13 years, this rock was my home. I know its secrets only too well.
I mean, Ignition and Lightning Rod. These runs in this game would be so much different without those two abilities.
oh, absolutely.
Also, a bizarre bit of kindness to resolve or refund the lightning rod, but if you mess up a Phoenix shift, no, you're not allowed to recover out of combat.
Yep.
They had to prioritize what they were going to give to the players.
Yeah. And also randomly take away. I didn't know about the jump canceling a lunge.
It's nothing to worry about.
Yeah, so Adult Clive has the ability to do that. Young Clive used to be able to do that, but then they took that out for some reason.
Yeah, there's a few places in the game where you can move fast enough to skip a little bit of dialogue, and they probably didn't pay Ben Star that much. He was relatively small at the time, but they did pay him, so.
Yeah.
And I'm glad they discovered him and gave him the role, because, oh boy. And now he's going to be in Final Fantasy Tactics, and he's in Expedition 33, and he's fantastic.
He's very good, yeah.
He said, Verso shows up and says 2 lines, and my wife is like, is that Ben Starr? I'm like, uh-oh. I used to think I had a nice, soothing voice, but now this guy's shown up in our lives.
It's because he's British. Don't let it fool you.
Yeah. With a gravelly British voice.
Just like old times.
Yeah, he had a bunch of TV stuff over on the BBC. I checked his page when I was like, where the heck did this guy come from?
Yeah. Oh.
Second Marlboro.
Half
This
stagger
guy acts a
glitch.
little bit different. Yeah.
That's all good. No, half stagger glitch is a really, really interesting one. So no matter what I do here is that he's not going to half stagger because he has to get that attack off first and foremost. Which is actually not a bad thing because that means I can just unleash a lot of damage to him. He's still going to have a HP gate that I'm worried about, which should be triggering now. He's going to do Acid Rain first. I'm just going to be very, very careful with how much damage I do here. So I'm actually going to back off a little bit because I want Wild Rage to come out first. Again, a situation there where at 1/4 HP, if he has not done Wild Rage, he cannot be killed. He hits that gate very, very hard. Oh, good miss.
Yeah, unlike the first Morbol fight, you can't skip Wild Rage on this one.
Yep.
Thankfully, he can die while staggered at least.
Yeah.
And now we see here with 3 icons of full loadout, the combat becomes a lot more interactive and interesting. It's unfortunate, it feels like a 20-hour tutorial in the base game, or in a casual run.
What? JRPGs never do that. What are you talking about?
I think the game director basically said that the entire initial playthrough is a tutorial for the combat, and then you come back for Final Fantasy for the combat.
Yeah, that
Pretty
feels
much.
about right. Yeah.
Because I mean, you get your last icon before the last stage.
Yep.
Is that cause for concern?
Of course, it has my favorite move in the game. So
Santazuken?
yeah, Zamtetskin is just it's so cool when you upgrade it. It reaches so far. It's unfortunate it takes so long to charge because that kind of hurts it, but.
Interesting thing to know about this level is that there's a split pathway there. You can go through the gate or you can go up the rocks here. We want to go up the rocks here because we do not want to go through the gate, and of course the Dragonet gets me. That's fine. This is pretty much a timed fight anyways because I'm waiting for Ignition to come back. If you go down the rocks through the gate, there is a wyvern there that you spawn a fight for, which, yeah, we don't really want to deal with. If you go up the rocks, you can just bypass it because you don't have to fight it and just get through the gate, because transition things like that you cannot go into if you're in combat.
Today I learned there's a split path there.
What? You didn't know that?
No.
Oh my god.
And in Final Fantasy mode, I bet I can skip that with a like a rift slip jump and actually skip the entire first combat encounter. I gotta try that out.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, there are a few interesting spots where when you have a full salvo of abilities that you can perform some skips that are impossible because you just don't have access to them normally. There's one in the first stage of the game, the Greatwood, the first like real stage, quote unquote. There's actually multiple ways to do it, using like ignition, using a ability from Odin. I invented a new way to do it because I decided to use ultimate icon for movement because I hate my hands apparently. The reason I quit running Care Norvin after I got the sub 10, even though there is time to save, is because the movement Dorius uses, who is an NG plus runner, it takes about 30 seconds to make it to that big gate. With the ultimate icon, you can do it in 28 seconds, and it is the most challenging 28 seconds of the entire game because it is so particular. Loading a save to get all of our cooldowns back.
So the game kind of knows that we're starting to get pretty overpowered in this game. So they're like, as a result of this, we're going to give you boss rushes now. That we're just going to have to deal with. Which is good because it just means that like there's not that much movement. We still have a couple of mob fights that also come in between a couple of boss fights, but the game very much at this point does escalate in terms of how you like the fights do escalate quite often now.
That last one is another one where in New Game Plus they're like, what if we just put another flan there? It turns out one of the worst duo mobs ever because they have so many moves and their AI feels a lot more random, whereas a lot of enemies feel like their AI is mostly position-based.
Good instance there of what's called a enemy parry. Enemies can parry, which is annoying when they do that. I was casting Thunderstorm as he was priming his overdrive. As he does that, the knockback of him casting or priming that basically cancelled my Thunderstorm. Not very enemies do that. Yeah, and then basically the game says you casted it. Yeah, you cast it. Therefore, you're on cooldown, but the enemy has parried it, so therefore you no longer get the ability, and now you're on cooldown.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so Kupka does that because that's mainly one of his main abilities is the Titan block. So he uses that quite regularly to be able to counter and parry. The only other major enemies that you have to worry about that can do that are the turtles in the game, because the turtles have very, very rough armor shells. If you hit the shell instead of their face, they will parry all attacks. Luckily in luckily in New Game Story we only have one turtle to deal with. If you do the completion, you have to deal with 3.
And what counts as their shell and their face is very fickle when you're using iconic abilities.
Yep. I just realized I didn't equip Flames of Rebirth. That's fine. I'll do the backup. It's a fairly safe backup.
Yeah. This being a big combat arena, Rainbow needs to go around and make sure all the enemies are spawned. Flames of Rebirth or Ignition, you just need to do that because there's like some hiding under the bridge. There's some at the end. There's some that come through out of the door.
Some that can come from that back corner sometimes.
Yeah, there's a lot of instances where you just have to like do a lot of walking to get everything to spawn. The reinforce mechanics in this game are a little weird. Some like that counted as a reinforcement, but you just had to walk to the door to trigger them. Another room in Final Fantasy mode where they're like, "What if we just put 2 of these?"
They're like, "You've got proselytized. You're fine, right?"
Oh yeah. Normally they do like one of the axe ones with one of the cannoneers, but for this one it's just 2 axe guys for some reason. Rocketeer. Oh my god.
Oh, that's slightly annoying.
You got him. No, except for that guy.
That hit comically high.
Yeah. It's like you had their bottom of their foot model as part of the ignition and it counted.
That's what he had a ponytail. Unfortunate for him.
Yeah.
This is actually another frustrating little arena where there's some enemies hiding behind, and it can be a little hard to get them to come out of there.
And the captain also has a block ability as well, so if you attack the captain while he has the block up, you can't actually do damage to him. He actually just ignores your attacks.
That's
rude. You have to break through the block.
We're nearly there. Just one last push.
I didn't get the parry that time, that's alright. Back up.
Oh, I see. They moved this guy in Final Fantasy mode earlier, and then they put an Iron Giant here.
Why not?
He's a cool enemy. I love that he always opens with like an easy to parry attack.
What spawns first? Wicked Wheel will spawn first.
Here to get your abilities back before our next fight.
Decently long boss fight coming up.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty
Two-phase
beefy. Yeah.
fight. Yeah.
Yeah, 2-phase, pretty beefy boy. Very, very hard parry coming up right here. Rainbow's going to press the attack button, and you get the it's going to parry.
This game starts you in limit break there, so you just swing for the win.
Yeah, that one always lines up, because the opener is guaranteed.
That was not a parry I wanted, but I will take it. Because now I can just wail on him to half health now.
Yeah, hit that HP bar.
Yep. Because normally you don't get him to this low of HP, which actually will be really good now, because then, yeah, it means I can get him into his, he has a DM move called 11th Hour that he must activate.
Killing him nice and fast when he uses the left after 11th hour is good, because he can activate it again, and then you're stuck watching it.
Yeah. He has a desperation move of 11th hour where he basically turns into a curl, it turns into a wyvern, and basically slams his fist down on you and then explodes a bunch of fire out.
Fans of the Final Fantasy V speedrun might recognize this guy. This is Liquid Flame, just a slightly beefier, updated version of it.
Good. Yeah, that's what I wanted. Actually, I'm going to do Scarlet Cyclone here for a little bit more damage. There we go. Oh no, he's going to hit me. Ow. So the reason why we do that is that we want to get Limit Break back. Taking damage is the easiest way to... is actually one of the quickest ways to get Limit Break back. Like that. I'm gonna have to do the backup strat because I got the outside edge. Yeah, he's gonna activate it. Yep, that's unfortunate. That's alright. I'm just gonna stay here just so he hits all of it. Because his...
Yep, good backup strat, trying to draw those attacks into the lightning rod to maximize your damage.
Yep.
Yeah, that is also surprisingly tight to get. I struggle killing it before it gets to proc Flagrant Wyvern and stuff.
Yeah.
After the 11th hour.
Yeah, I accidentally had to activate Limit Break because just of the positioning of the lightning rod, I was too close to it, so therefore I couldn't get out in time before. And just also where his position was meant that I was going to get hit by that explosion. After that, what I normally do in order to secure it is Thunderstorm Lunge. You go to Ignition because Ignition will finish just before his half stagger. You Limit Break to bring out his half stagger animation into a Rising Flame Scarlet Cyclone because they're the two quickest attacks to get out, which means that you should do enough damage being in a Limit Break with a Rising Flame and a Scarlet Cyclone to kill him before he activates that last one. But because I got hit, I had to activate Limit Break because I didn't want to stand around being knocked out for a bit. Because some enemies will have those sort of animations where they hit you with it. Clive takes about 10 seconds as he falls to the ground in pain. But luckily, Limit Break cancels that animation out.
Yeah, you can use Limit Break in this game no matter what's happening effectively. So if you get hit, you can just Limit Break to immediately recover. That is actually usable for some auto parries. Where you take like they're going to do a 2-hit combo, you take the first hit, Limit Break immediately, and then you just get a free parry. And then, of course, recovering from attacks, or, you know, if you're like me and you get hit by Event Horizon, you pop out the Limit Break to save yourself.
So one instance there of us warping back, I said this earlier, this is one of the reasons. This hideaway, for instance, is a massive map that you run around in. And all the quest markers are in, like, opposite ends of the map half the time. So in order for us to go through, especially because there's dialogue that happens as well, which means when walk and talk dialogue, we just want to basically warp back to closer locations. Oh, alright, it's time for Rosalith. 3 things. One, Kupka. Kupka's it's a good fight, casually. Speedrun wise, it's just painful. There's a curl fight here as well, which just does not love to sit still. And you can, well, not technically soft lock, but you could waste 3 minutes because you can clip an enemy out of bounds here.
This isn't an invasion. It's a massive...
Not to curse your run, but I really hope I get to see that because I've never seen it.
Yeah, I didn't even know that was possible.
Hopefully it doesn't happen. If it does, obviously I'll, if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, I'll show where basically it is.
It's because the reason that there are very few skips, and by few skips I mean like you have the tutorial skip and you have a skip later on pre-Isla, which is the village that we go to. And that's about it for this game. It's very tightly coded, and the environment's very difficult to try to break through. Glitch hunters in the community have tried really hard, but they've discovered that the invisible walls around all these areas go all the way up to the skybox, and there's like no way to get around them or through them.
And even when we found some, they made them bigger.
Yep. So this is the fight here. There's going to be a mage user that jumps down from those boxes up there. That's him there. Okay, good. Sometimes he can cast Protect whilst he's on top of the box. If you go and attack him with Scarlet Cyclone where he's on the box as he's casting Protect, the force of Scarlet Cyclone pushes him back out of bounds.
Oh, interesting.
The only way you can deal with that is by doing charged magic attacks. You cannot do anything else because you obviously yourself cannot go out of bounds. Interestingly enough, no ability hits enemies out of bounds. So Thunderstorm, for instance, doesn't work.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Would flames work?
Nope.
Oh, wow.
Flames of Rebirth doesn't work either. No ability hits them. The only thing that can hit them is, for some reason, charged magic. Charged magic is allowed to hit them for some reason. Speaking of flames, get that ready.
Clive can't go out of bounds, but his magic can.
Yep, pretty much. Yeah, so Clive and his abilities can't go out of bounds, but magic can.
I'm only quiet because I'm actually scheming around. I wonder a few things I could test.
We're thinking like we've technically gone out of bounds there ourselves. It's very difficult to do so because the hitbox for that area itself is one of the very few ones that don't rise into the sky all the way. Because enemies spawn in from there. It's kind of like a one-way. You just don't get enough height to get over the box in like new games, so we can't do it that way. But I believe with using Shiva's abilities, you should be able to. I think someone has gone out of bounds there, but there's literally no floor outside of a certain area.
Well,
Fall into the world.
I'm thinking of Voice of God, which allows you to float over anything for a very long time. So, you know, DLC ability might actually turn out to be useful.
Good job, Toggle. Toggle dealt with that guy, so I just had to deal with him. Alright, here comes Curl.
It's gonna behave.
It is so far. It is. Thank you. Good kill.
There we go.
Yeah. Curls love to... These kinds of enemies just love jumping around all over the place. As you can see, they like doing lunge attacks and things of that nature, which makes it very, very difficult because you're in the middle of doing an ability and then all of a sudden it decides, no, I just want to jump over here for now. It also has this kind of like the purple bar thing as well that we need to deal with, which is just, yeah. It also has a very, very powerful desperation move that it does at the end of the fight as well, which we need to be very careful for because even though we're playing story mode being sort of like technically beginner mode, if you want to think of it that way, you can still die very easily in this game. Here it is. There's Wild Charge. It is invulnerable. This is similar to Savage for the Republican War Panther, where the first instances of it is basically invulnerable. It just decided not to hit the Lightning Rod at all throughout all of Wild Charge. That's fine. We got out of there.
You got through it.
Doesn't even take recoil damage in this game. Wild Charge is supposed to hurt you.
Mm-hmm.
My wife loves Pokemon.
I
like
that
it
girl
too.
can really jump all over that arena and just flummox you.
Yep. And it's just one of those situations like you're about to do a Scarlet Cyclone to get it into, stagger range, and then all of a sudden it just leaps as you do Scarlet Cyclone, so therefore you've wasted an ability, did no damage, you have nothing left to do, and you're staring at the other side of the map going, this is my life now. upgrading Wicked Wheel and Thunderstorm here. Two very, very big abilities that we are going to be using pretty much for the rest of the run as well. So we want to make sure that we're just maximizing the amount of damage that we can do. So a lot of the first half of the run is getting ability points for us to unlock abilities. And then the second half of the run is maximizing the damage, like upgrading them so we can do as much damage as we can. I have never seen that happen. He parried my my limit break animation?
Yeah, and like knocked you back in the process? That was
A few
interesting.
interesting interactions in this game that could occur, I guess.
Waiting for 2 people to spawn, that's the last one.
That execution
Lightning Rod's
attack
still
also
active.
hurts a lot.
Oh, sure
yeah.
does. Here come our favorite assassins. We got a pair of them this time.
We have 2 of them. We have Lightning Rod available because Lightning Rod was still there when the cutscene triggered. We are going to hope that they want to be brothers and stay together. Nope. I am going to target this one because he's going to he's going to do that. They're not doing Poison Mist either, which is extremely rude.
Yeah, normally they pop that out as like the second attack.
Yeah, they really like doing poison mists. But they are just bouncing all over the place on you.
That's right. We'll Thunderstorm this one because he's going to go down. I'm going to go over here, put the Lightning Rod. Lightning Rod just expired. Of course it did.
Game's like, you want a poison mist? Here you go.
Thank you for that. Enjoy the parry.
That's like, you can see the RNG that's built into the speedrun, especially with some of these assassin enemies, because they really will just bounce all over the place on you. Not use abilities you expect them to. They dance their own tune, basically.
Yeah, a lot of the game is just dealing with... we have plans. Like, we have best case scenario plans, which is we expect them to do this. So therefore, we're aiming for this to go through. So, like, that's why I lunged forward with the Lightning Rod immediately. Because typically when you lunge towards the first one on the left, he's going to teleport away and then cast Poison Mist. And so set that up. Poison Mist against the Lightning Rod rinses through their will gauge. They get staggered almost immediately. Yeah, I was too late on the shift. I knew that straight away.
This
Yep.
is such... Of all the individual levels you can do,
saw
this
that.
is one of the nastiest ones. You put that rod away.
No.
No. Use that Blind Justice. Blind Justice tech, let's go.
Yeah, so I'm going to discharge it.
Yeah.
There's actually a reason for why I did that, surprisingly enough. This is a somewhat of a rare backup strat. There we go, that's the parry I was looking for. So, Kupka parried me, I'm going to parry him. He teleports here. I'm going to use Flames of Rebirth now, whilst the Lightning Rod's active, because it's going to do so much more damage. But also, because of the amount of hits that it does, means that my multiplier comes up to 1.5 times immediately. I'm already doing this. I'm not going to hit him as he recovers from the stagger animation. Kupka has, because he has Titan Block, basically, if you hit him when he comes out of stagger, he is going to try and counter you. Which delays activating the cutscenes. But yeah, the reason why I actually did put out the Blind Judgment as a backup strategy is because I activate it while he's near Lightning Rod when he's half staggered to do double damage.
I feel like in any other game, the main character would be like, no, 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 we don't want to kill this guy. He can be good. We just need to show him the way. And Clive's like, yo, you're dead. Like, I'm killing you. I don't care. Does your face like the floor?
Kupka did destroy their first hideaway.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. A total of, I believe it was 30 people died because of him. and was mainly the reason
yeah.
why, one of the reasons why also, Clive is in the state that he is in is because Kupka's been constantly harassing him and hounding him. Yeah, so it's I think Clive has hit his breaking point with him.
And like we
Kupka's
said
been
earlier,
chasing him for 5
you know,
years because he's big mad about him killing Garuda.
even though he didn't, I'm pretty sure it was, so Kupka's under the impression that Clive and his crew created a present of Benedicta's head dismembered.
Yep.
Not actually true, but of course, you know, we've got our bad guy behind the scene pulling all the strings.
In a Final Fantasy game? What?
Yeah, because it doesn't come up in the speed run, but Sid and
Harry.
Benedicta they were a couple at one point, and so even though we saw Clive, you know, really hurting her, he stops you. And then I think it's Barnabas that actually does it.
Yep.
Even though there's a lot of cutscenes showing that Barnabas is in a relationship with her too.
So you see here that Staggerbar is gone, but he was in the middle of that torment animation, so he's actually can't get staggered until that finishes.
I'm going to play this somewhat safe as I always do. He is going to counter if I did that straight away. So even on half stagger, he does have like counters as well, which is annoying to deal with. So this is also where like I didn't do enough damage during Torment. That's right. Alright, Rosalith is done. Okay. I can get out of this area.
Die in a stagger.
Yeah, that's one of those fights where if you try to bring a single target in, like Rising Flames, he will block Rising Flames and you will just get sad because of it.
Basically, the big thing with that fight is if he's coming out of stagger, either half stagger or full stagger, just don't attack him because he just automatically sets up a block or a counter. And if you use an ability, you just lose that ability straight away. So it's better to delay it a little bit. May look a bit silly just waiting around for a while, but it just prevents you losing an ability.
Can I do my periodic thing where I hop in and say some words?
Absolutely, we're gonna hide away for a while.
No, I remember. So very nicely done. Rosalith is like can be a really annoying section. So well done. Everybody watching this fantastic showcase of Final Fantasy 16. I just want to remind you all that we have our upcoming Fall Fest Marathon submissions for runners and hosts are closing tomorrow. In about 26 hours, so get those runs in, get those host applications in, as we gather together as we do every fall. Usually it's in November, but this year we're moving it up to October to raise money for Trans Lifeline for the 6th time. So we hope to see you there. And then I also just want to remind everybody that if you would like to be one of these community showcases like Rain is doing tonight, consider submitting your run or showcase idea. You can use the command !showcase in the chat. That will take you to our form, which you can fill out, and we'll let you know if you want to do one of these showcases. We're aiming to do 2 per month right now during times when we don't have like a marathon or something like that. So you can submit runs for this too if you want to do one of these for us. So.
Love to see more 16 runners.
So we just
It's hard.
met
It's
Sid's
a grueling
daughter.
speed run because the amount of time it takes for a run, which we totally understand.
Or you could do what I do and you could run the DLC. Although I do want to run New Game again at some point too. But you can run the DLC and it's like an hour for each DLC. So
Or individual
If you
levels
tr-
like Aiken does.
yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Or if you're truly insane like I am, you can go for completionist categories.
No, we're trying to bring people in, Ray.
Yeah, we're trying to go the
People
other
in.
way. Yeah. New Game Plus is also surprisingly fun and has some cool tech to it as well. So you can do a New Game Plus run and it's maybe like 5.5 hours, I want to say, 6 hours, something in that
Yep.
range. So
Yeah.
New
I
Game
think
Plus
the current
story is
record-
really fun.
The current record for New Game Plus is 5:59, although Dorius is firmly under the impression that 5:30 is possible.
Oh yeah.
And we're both under the impression I can knock a whole hour off Gold Chalice, so yay me, I've got a lot of work to do.
I believe in you.
I don't.
Believe in me that believes in you.
I would absolutely recommend something like a New Game Plus story if you're wanting to get into this game because A, you get all of the abilities, so you can always like test new strategies or strategies out, test all the abilities, see what you're comfortable with. This is a game that is really much not optimized at the moment because so many different abilities have so many different uses in the game that we're still, it's not like we argue, it's just everyone has actually their own preference in terms of what they're comfortable with and doing. Like we talked about, like Angel last week showing off in the FF relay using Titan's block, which is something that I'm just not comfortable in doing, for instance, in the run. So you can always build up your own strategies as well with how many different abilities the game has. I got turned around.
Angel
Dragon's
did
up
tell
here.
me they actually made a mistake with that. They only intended to do one of the counter follow-ups, but the buffer window is so insanely large that they got all three.
Yep.
That's funny.
And then, of course, you know, beyond abilities, you have the ability to parry in this game, and there's a lot of it. Basically, anything that's not a magic attack can be parried. So you have a lot of room to choose weird things to, you know, speed up fights where your skill set lies. I'm
It's
the
very
weirdo
much a
throwing
risk
out-
versus
yeah.
reward. Yeah, it's a very
Yeah.
much a risk versus reward kind of like game and system because you can, if you really wanted to, load up on all ultimate abilities, which means that if you use all your abilities and like don't get the damage that you want, you're on like 2-minute cooldowns for everything. But if you parry, then the cooldowns are like 30-40 seconds, so therefore you can still do a lot of good damage, which is why something like Judgment Bolt by Ramuh is a legitimate strategy that you could use because it has a long cooldown. I'm going to say it's 100 seconds.
It's 90?
90 or 100 seconds.
Maybe 90. I don't know.
But if you get a parry, that becomes the same time that a Rising Flame pretty much comes back available. And that does 4 times the amount of damage of a Rising Flame. So you can absolutely build different abilities or strategies if you are confident that you can do parries. If not, you can go safer routes where you use slightly less damaging abilities that have shorter cooldowns, so therefore you don't have to rely too much on parries, but rather it's more just an ability flow that you have and you build. You just make sure that everything comes back up when the ability cooldown finishes, that ability comes back up, then the next ability, then the next ability, and you go into like a rhythm that way.
Yeah, and you've got your counter attacks as well. You know, I'm sure there are plenty of spaces you could slot in a heat wave that we just don't currently do, and possibly do more than you might accept.
Rook's Gambit has always been something that I've been thinking of testing, of keeping as well, because I think like the amount of will damage that you can do and the amount of HP damage that a good leveled up Rook's Gambit can do would be a really interesting strategy, especially on something like Kupka, for instance. I think like having Rook's Gambit there might be beneficial. So yeah, we're still like a lot of people are still experimenting on this constantly.
And you've got so many categories that give you so many different options.
Mm-hmm.
What on earth is Uncle Byron doing here? Only one way to find out.
The Litlands
I know one of the big complaints when people are playing casual is like, oh, the combat's too easy, it's too simple, it's not in depth enough. And it's like, yeah, on a casual playthrough, you could see that, but then you really start digging into this combat system and the amount of combos that you can do with all these abilities, and it actually gets deep real quick.
I still have something in the works in regards to that, because I remember the meme that went around on Final Fantasy 16 that was like, oh, you just press square to win.
Oh, I remember that one. That's right.
So I am working out how far can you beat Final Fantasy 16 by only pressing square. Immediately FF mode is off the table, because one of the very first fights in the Great Woods, there are two flying creatures which, unless you Phoenix shift, you are not hitting, and they have cure. So that's a war of attrition. Hoping that Torgal will do enough damage and that they don't heal themselves quick enough for Torgal to kill them. But yeah. You can get, and I think that's what I like about this game as well, is that for casually you can just hit square and win. Like, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But also, like, the game does give you so many different tools that you can use if you want to take the time to learn them. Alright, I'm gonna go for a risky strat. May as well try and show off everything I can.
Yeah.
Got it.
Well, you're gonna kick this.
So again, similar to the spider, we want to grab this Helldiver over. Are we gonna get the Chocobo too? Nope, I did not want to get the Chocobo. Sorry, Chocobo. He got in the way. No.
Chocobo violence.
It's just a desert candlestick.
They're still spawned. Okay. Yeah, so what was supposed to happen there is that the Helldiver there, obviously similar to what we did with the spider in Rosaria's area, is that we can use the Helldiver there to basically to get as much kick range as we can, because we're in walk and talk animation. Unfortunately, the other Chocobo decided to walk in the direct line of fire, which unfortunately sparked another combat, which I really didn't want, but that's fine. Because otherwise, you're just like walking like this. Like, you really can't do much, except for just attacking, because attacking when you're in walk and talk is the best way of doing it. So, as a result, we try and drag enemies where we can that we know we can kick. The Chocobos being a bit too large of a creature for us to effectively do that. My favorite setup for this now.
Nice. Walls are your friend with ignition.
Walls and corners.
Yep.
You just want to drag enemies into walls or into corners so that way they can't go anywhere. And they're stuck taking the full ignition damage. And the good thing with ignition, even though it does have a bit of a burst at the end that does send enemies somewhat out, if they're trapped in corners or against a wall, they don't fly that far away, which means that you can normally grab them with a Wicked Wheel. Worst case scenario, Scarlet Cyclone there also does the damage. Interesting that we're doing here is that we need to talk to the two townspeople. We talk to this person first because this person activates a conversation with our Uncle Byron. That immediately stops when we have a conversation with this person. If you do it inversely, the conversation lasts another 10 seconds, which means that you're in walk and talk animation for 10 seconds.
Sounds like we have our man. Perhaps. Let's go and find out exactly what this photo knows.
You can see in this game, it's got the balance of, you got these really combat heavy stages, and then it kind of goes into this wind down, give you a break kind of mode where you're rolling around a town or rolling around the hideaway. Kind of keeps things balanced a little bit for you. So it's not just battle.
Very good. Very good wind up.
That was a very good wind up.
Alright, so now we're just going to ignition all the people together. As you can see, the explosion burst is going to happen. Didn't get full height. That's fine. We can deal with this. Oh, yeah, Scarlet Cyclone here will kill. Just need to grab both of them. There we go. So yeah, interesting thing about Titan's abilities. We have Wind Up. So as you can see with all of Titan's abilities, there's a charge meter. You can do a basic attack just by pressing it. It does very little damage. It is actually the worst abilities if you don't charge them up. Technically need a warp, it's quicker. You have the outer areas, which means it does standard kind of damage. It's similar to like doing a Rising Flame. Like a Wind Up will do the same damage as a Rising Flame if you hit the outer areas. If you go into the red area, that's where the maximum damage is. And it, Wind Up especially, hits like a truck. It is the strongest single ability. And the good thing is because you are launching yourself at enemies, you can drag multiple enemies with it. So it's not just a single good against a single enemy. It is really, really strong for like hitting multiple enemies.
It's got the kind of same properties as Rising Flames. If you're able to get more than one enemy in it, it can do some real damage.
But even still, just even as a solo like attack against a single enemy, if you get a full charge up with it with something like a lightning rod in there, or you're at 1.5 times multiplier on a stagger with a lightning rod, and you have Wind Up there, you will just see the HP bar just diminish so quickly. The other one that we've got currently equipped at the moment is called Upheaval, which is where we sort of launch ourselves in the air and slam a gigantic fist down. Interesting property about that, which again the game does not tell you. You do not have to charge it if you're in the air. The game will determine based upon Clive's height how much damage it will do. So if you do a standard leap in the air and then use Upheaval, it will do standard damage. It will do like the outer bar area if you normally charge it up. Interesting thing is that the full height of a Wicked Wheel gives you enough height in the air that if you unleash Upheaval, it's the same as doing a fully charged Upheaval attack. So a good combination to use is Wicked Wheel into Upheaval, because that way not only are you knocking enemies into the air and doing a lot of damage that way, but if you immediately transition into Upheaval, you have a fully charged Upheaval attack that just instantly activates, doing a lot of damage.
There's many combos in this game that you just kind of play around with the system to figure them out, because the tooltips don't really clue you into what these moves can really do all the way.
And the tooltips lie.
And they lie.
So my favorite one is that they tried to explain the Scarlet Cyclone cooldown, because they do state that if you are hit when you activate Scarlet Cyclone, they say it reduces the cooldown by 33%, which is incorrect. It's reduced to 33%. And they lie about the damage and cooldown times on a lot of the abilities. The abilities do not have the same cooldown times that they say that they do.
That was translation error.
So here's Upheaval. Good thing about Upheaval as well, as you can see, is it also brings enemies in. Alright, so we have the guards there. Okay, no, this is actually a really good position. I'm just going to do this. Activate Limit Break. That should deal with that. I'm going to back up. Yeah, okay. He did spawn in. That's fine. We're just going to do a bit of a lunge tactic here. Then I'm going to ignition him over. Oh, the two birds really just want to hang out together today. Nice.
Byron and Torgal doing some damage, some back-to-back there. That was pretty epic, actually.
Yeah, Torgal did a lot of heavy lifting in that fight.
Yeah, Torgal did some damage to that Chocobo, dang.
Yeah. Yeah, the allies can do a lot of damage, which is good. The problem is that their attack sequences are all RNG. Like, there's no way to really properly get them to attack. We can command Torgal to do attacks on enemies we're focusing on, but his normal attacks, like his lunge attack, for instance, does a lot of damage. Can knock enemies in the air, leaving them vulnerable, etc. It's just when he decides to use it is just completely RNG.
Mm-hmm.
My carpets have
Take a sniff, good sir.
kneaded to a silken softness, like eating a cloud with a
Imagine if we could have implemented FF12's gambit system for our party.
Oh god, that would be so good.
Oh my god. Because that's the other complaint. It's like, you can't control the party in FF16. It's like, yeah, it's an RPG on the most basic of levels. It's really a character action game. That's what this game really is. And, you know, we acknowledge that fact.
Yeah. Like, it's definitely a game that Square Enix has actively tried to not let us speedrun. Because they want you to fully experience the story and the environment. That's basically the big thing. That's why, like, the side quests, I always recommend doing the side quests, because there's a lot of good story just in the main game by itself. But one of the big things I will always shout out about this game is the side quests, which is why I love doing the completion run for this game. Not only because it's a lot of fun dealing with a whole bunch of different bosses and enemies and things you normally wouldn't have to deal with, but the side quest itself, like the cutscenes and just what you learn about the world itself, because it's really interesting. It's one of the first games I've seen, especially an RPG game from like Square, where they basically show you what the world is going through as you're doing this. Because, you know, from a story perspective, if you don't know what it is that we're exactly doing here, we're destroying all these crystals that basically are giving people the ability to live their lives in a comfortable means. But not everyone has that comfort. So we're destroying all these crystals, and in verse, the world itself is slowly turning to ash and dust, and all the life is being drained from it. And all the side quests basically is you get to see in real time what is happening. Like, how people are dealing with it, how people are coping with it, how the world is evolving as a result of you going through everything that you're going through to help try and save it.
Yeah, the side quests really fleshed out what's happening on the micro level in Valisthea while you're going through the game, while you're kind of experiencing the big macro story of these kingdoms that are basically vying for land because the Blight is taking over the continent, which is reducing their ability to, you know, produce food for their people and have farms and have livable spaces, because the Blight is just, it's an unlivable space.
And you also get to see like how the social economics of a place change when things like that happen. So it's not just that everything is still the same, it is that everything changes. It's not just oh, we just don't have food, so therefore people are starving. You actually get to see like how do political systems change, how do social economic systems change as well.
Yep, and they did set out to make a very mature Game of Thrones-esque game, and they storyline, and they did accomplish that, I would say.
I mean, the amount of times I cried in the game just because of the side stories alone. Oh.
Yeah. People are like, oh, the main story of FF16 is not that great. I'm like, have you played the side stories? I think they might be better than the actual game story. Like, I'm not going to lie here.
Alright, so I'm just going to do a quick... Also popping a strength tonic here as well before I do this. This is just to make sure that all the enemies die. The problem is that Flames of Rebirth is now getting to a point where we're not necessarily starting to become underleveled, but because there's literally like 20 side quests we have not touched now, we're starting to get to the point where the game is going to start getting more difficult, where even Flames of Rebirth that used to completely one-shot enemies is now struggling.
Mm-hmm. And you kind of seen that in Dalamil, because like Ignition is not killing enemies right away anymore. You've got to go into Wicked Wheel as well, and sometimes those two together aren't enough, and that's what you got to use Upheaval.
Yeah, so we went through like at the start of the game where a single ability would kill a group of enemies. We're getting to the point now where 2, sometimes 3 abilities are going to be required. Yeah, okay, this is what I was talking about with Ignition. That orc was in the back end of Ignition, so therefore the final burst knocked him away and didn't kill him.
Yeah, going up the stairs with Ignition can also be pretty tricky, though, because it's changing their altitude on you, which can throw them out just like that. Alright, Orcish Warlord. These guys can be very difficult because they like to teleport around. like the assassins, but they also have big Giga Beam of Death.
They do indeed. The other thing as well to note is when it gets fully staggered, you'll notice that it fell forward and completely out of the way of the lightning rod that was already in place in front of it. So a big thing is that you always just need to make sure that you're counting for how the enemies stagger as well. So we talked about that they like to stagger. When they stagger, they are in a set position in the map, which we do account for, but you also got to figure out what their stagger animation is going to do as well. So for all the Orcish warlords, and all warlords in general, when they stagger, they walk 2 or 3 steps forward and then fall down, which means that you don't want to position your lightning rod and then attack. You kind of want to attack first, reposition your lightning rod as they fall down, and then finish your attack.
Yeah, that's the nice part about Lightning Rod is the game developers definitely thought about that one ahead of time. Like, what if these enemies move off the Lightning Rod? And I don't remember if the tooltip tells you that you can move it or not. But it's a very useful ability that we were able to. And, it's just a pure example right here of just the enemy killing themselves, basically.
So, but very, very specific position there of the lightning rod there, so that the spirits within, nice callback reference, just takes most of the damage there. But also, we've got a Scarlet Cyclone hit there that we do. I'm just dodging out of the way of that, getting the Scarlet Cyclone there. Rising Flame should...
Good half
I'll staggered out of it. Yeah, that's right.
There we go.
I need to do a quick check of my abilities. I think my Rising Flame's underpowered, which means that I think I've got the wrong setup. I might just quickly check this. Yep, that's the problem. Yeah.
So what you see on main screen now is those 3 accessories, the War of...
Wages of Warcraft?
Yeah.
Yep.
Wages of Warcraft, the Ignition accessory, and the Badge of Might. Those are the 3 that we basically run until the end of the game.
Pretty much, yeah. I had Scarlet Cyclone equipped, but I was wondering why I was under-leveled or under-damaging quite a lot of enemies. Like, don't get me wrong, the Scarlet Cyclone accessory is really good, and Torgal kind of half messed that one up a little bit. He does tend to do that. This is one of, like, this is Torgal's worst fight, unfortunately. I love him, but he does not make that fight easy because he just constantly loves to interrupt. Because there is 12 enemies and you want to spawn them all in. Torgal is doing his best because he wants to help out and attack the enemies. It just unfortunately leads to the situation where, as a result, he keeps knocking the enemies out of the way. Since I don't have, as you can see now, since I didn't have Wicked Wheel available because I had to use it to clean up the other enemies, I was in a situation where Scarlet Cyclone just won't do just enough damage there. Bravery is not good on that enemy. Bravery is terrible because Bravery is similar to Warcry, where the enemies do not get stumbled. They can't be wombo comboed pretty much, so they won't get brought in by Ignition, they won't get brought up by Wicked Wheel. Good thing though is that they don't get knocked back by Scarlet Cyclone, but it's still just annoying to deal with. Yeah, I was hoping you didn't teleport, thank you. Wicked Wheel should be ready now. Good.
Good Lich.
Yeah, I didn't get a teleporting Lich this time. Yay. Thank you, Torgal.
God, this hallway, for some reason, I'll always go to the other end and be like, where's the door?
Oh, the
Every
amount of times I
time.
did that when I first ran this game. Oh, I used to get so lost in this area because there's so many doors, and you're like, where's the why is this door not opening? Why do I not get the prompt to open this door? Like you'd assume there's a door there. It's this door.
Yeah. Yeah, in the island as well, when you're going around those hallways, those dark hallways, I'm like, I thought this was the door. It's not the right opening. Where am I?
Just what I needed.
I think
We
it's
are going
rude
to.
that
Yep.
you can see this from the balcony, but like you can't jump down. It's like I jumped like down 3 stories constantly in this game, but this one time you won't let me.
Yep. Torgal's gonna deal with him.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Good boy. Really, really good. Because Flames of Rebirth is just gonna kill these now. I'm gonna proc the limit break just so that when the fight's over, I can just immediately just activate the door. Alright. I have pace notes for the run.
You sure
the
do.
run is very, very long. So I do have pace notes that I keep an eye on. By the way, I have not been looking at them that much this run. I've just been enjoying showcasing it, which is actually why I'm like a few minutes behind my PB. But
Oh, you're doing great.
so my notes for Titan literally just says do your best, smiley face.
And honestly, that's all we can ask for. Just do your best.
I am going to be petting Torgal sometime during this run. I'm not going to say when.
I feel like it should be a requirement. You gotta pet Torgo at least once.
Oh, as part of the completionist category, I absolutely always pet Torgal, and because there is one particular side quest, which is where you go back to like your hometown area, and you go to a specific island where basically you and Torgal used to play all the time.
Mm-hmm.
That's always where I go and pet Torgal. Like that is just an absolute requirement because Torgal is the history behind that side quest is Torgal is upset because he actually kind of misses it, and so he's like, I want to go back to that area where we used to play all the time. And so you're like, okay, cool, no problem, we'll go there. And so it's like, yeah, you have to pet Torgal when you're in that area.
Absolutely. So we talk about that, like the world building and just the individual character stories. Like they even give Torgal an individual character story.
Almost got half stagger skip. Ah, that's unfortunate. That's all good. We're just going to do as much damage as we can now. So you can stagger skip this. This is very, very a tight window. Now I'm not going to do any more damage because the cutscene triggers. He has a HP gate coming up, and we can do what's called a dumb stagger. This is the first instance of a dumb stagger that exists in the game. We talk about like you cannot kill enemies whilst they're in stagger mode. I affectionately have been calling it dumb staggering, which is basically enemies in stagger, you can't kill them, they're at HP pretty much, and you waste 20 to 25 seconds and you silently cry inside. This is the first instance where this is possible, because this is actually a very, very tight window. Yeah, that was one of the many side quests that made me cry. Was that one with Torgal.
And so through Clive's journey as learning to become Ifrit and control his powers better, he kind of learns with each fight. So he's always picking up a new ability with each fight that he does. And we just saw that here with Brimstone.
The game is trying to show you, okay, this is a really, really good defensive thing. You can use it for defense. He's going to chuck a giant stone at you. You know, you should be using Brimstone to counter this, right? So that way you don't take massive damage. Nope.
Just dodge it.
Way too early on that. Yeah, that's right. That's actually a good stagger protection, honestly. Brimstone is a really, really good ability, mainly because of what the amount of damage it can do. It's mainly a HP damage compared to a will damage. Doing this, dodging. Alright.
Go.
That's unfortunate.
Oh, cut your Brimstone animation. Oh, because he's... Yeah.
So that's what we call a dumb stagger. There is literally no damage I can do against him, but he's staggered. And he can't die in stagger. Yeah, it's because I missed the first brimstone. Because I activated it way too early. I would try to go risky strat. So risky strat is he obviously leaps into the arena, and you can do a full brimstone damage to him as he lands in the arena. Safety strat is that he always charges at you, so if you're not comfortable with him leaping into the arena, you can just back up, because as he charges, it's a much easier window. Because you can see him getting ready to charge, and as soon as he leaps off, that's when you charge your brimstone to get maximum damage on it. That's right. Again, just trying to showcase as much of the game as possible, so I get to showcase the good and the bad as well.
That's right. And that loses, what, 15, 20 seconds for that?
It's 30. All staggers for icon bosses are 30 seconds.
So 15 seconds hurt. Gotcha. All right. Doing great. Doing good. First try. No. But like when you're really trying to optimize this game, the icon fights can be one of the toughest points because of the length of them and how many different stages there are to them, that it can be a real grueling process to learn these fights, to perfectly optimize them, to fit them into your speed run, to try to hit those lower times.
Yeah, because the game is generous with saves. You can get up to 100 manual saves. Plus, the game is also really good with auto saves. So you get 10 auto saves as well on top of your 100 manual saves. So if you really want to play through areas, you can literally just load last auto save. And, mate, that fight didn't go well. Let's load the last auto save before the current one that just came through. Or you can manually save normally after most fights. The problem with these kinds of icon fights, as discussed, is that they are 20 to 25 minutes long and there is no saving ability. So in order to practice the fights, you just have to sit through a 20 to 25 minute fight.
Yeah, unfortunately, it does not save between the phases.
Nope. The game is really, really good, so if you're learning something like action or FF mode where, like silver or gold chalice runs, where death very much is much more likely. The game's really good with handling this as well, though. The game loads you back to what's called the last checkpoint in the boss fight. So normally it's the last boss's HP gate that they had, whether it is to activate a certain ability, a cutscene, whatever it is. And the game sits there and goes, you did your best, by the way, here's a restock of your potions. Enjoy. You don't get your strength tonics back, which we use quite often in the run. Strength tonics increase damage by 10% for 60 seconds. So we do use those quite liberally in the run, because obviously just that little bit of extra damage, like that extra 10% for a minute, and especially those fights, because we say that those tonics, for instance, always last even if you're in a cutscene. They're very, very powerful for that. Those unfortunately do not restock, so a good way of learning the game is by failing, surprisingly enough, because it's good to know in certain situations how do you deal with a fight when you don't have strength tonics available. Like, you may have died, you don't have the strength tonics available anymore, how do you now deal with this fight? Because it helps you learn to route on the fly, where it's, okay, I'm not going to get the damage output from this, let's call it that I missed this ability, how do I now deal with this fight, because I don't have this damage output that I'm expecting. Also, just realized he still has not upgraded charge magic, so this is going to be a slightly slower than normal fight.
Oh no! Oh god!
It's fine. It's only going to lose 5 seconds in this phase of the fight.
Yeah.
Because it's only 5 charge magic shots that really I'm not going to... Actually, not even that. It's only going to be... It's only 2 charge magic shots I'm not going to be able to get out in time as a result. But the only one that matters is the final phase, because you're never going to one-shot them with a charge magic on the final phase anyways. This should still technically be fine. So it's only going to lose like 2 or 3 seconds.
Yeah, like we were talking about earlier, this is the real example of how important magic can be for these fights. Because Titan has all these animations where you're waiting for his arms to come down and his hands to come down. But while you're waiting for those to come down, you can actually keep shooting him with magic, and that does cut the time down on this phase of the fight pretty significantly.
Also changing positioning, I normally prefer punching from the left side, not the right side, but because I'm not getting charged magic shots out where I want. There you go. This should still kill there, yep. So yeah, first phase it won't make a difference. Second phase I might need to do an extra attack. Third phase will require 2 extra attacks and that's it.
Oh, that's interesting. I thought that was his arm positioning was set per phase of this.
No, it's where you're positioned.
Oh.
That's how you also have a particular attack pattern that gets spawned based upon your positioning on this and the next part as well. If you are too far back like this, what will happen? You can see the punch goes to the right now. If you're on the left side, if you're on the front part of the stage, he attacks the left side.
I guess I'm just always in the same position, so I just thought he was getting a specific
everyone,
way.
it's how I learned is because I was accidentally out of position one time because I was just like in a frustrated run and I was out of position and all of a sudden I had a different attack pattern as well. I'm like, oh, okay, so he does change his attacks as well.
Oh, interesting.
He will still die to 3 and I'll get 3 off here.
Nice.
Just will take longer for the last one, which is actually better, surprisingly enough. Because the annoying thing is when that hand slams down, there's actually a rocky ledge there as well. So if you try and go for regular attacks, you're going to miss all of them. Which is why doing a charge magic there is always more optimal.
Mm-hmm.
Shockwave, dodge into that.
I was to say this might be like one of the top 3 epic tracks on this OST.
Oh, yeah.
Is this fight? I like to call it the
was
Sonic
also...
butt rock music. It's just like that first part when you're like skidding down the ridge there. It's so much Sonic influence on that part.
It's also just like such a like different song as well compared to all the other ones. Like the rest are like sort of let's say Latin sort of speech and very orchestral, and then this one's techno. Not complaining. I'm just it's my favorite track.
The same way. Typhon was also it's much more modern comparatively. Sokken's this is just an incredible soundtrack. Because there are just so many different genres of music that like come into it. I almost wonder if that's where the composer for Expedition 33 got the same idea.
That's also another good game. I'm wanting to learn to speedrun that one too.
Our friend from last week, Mr. Pete Swanson, is quite the runner. He's actually running right now.
He's an amazing runner of it.
I know they're shooting for south of 2.5, I think, at this point.
Yeah, Pete Swanson, who I faced in Final Fantasy Relay 9 along with Angel for 16. He's an amazing runner of this game, and an amazing runner of most RPG games as well.
Yeah, if you've not seen the Final Fantasy Relay, or if it's something you're interested in, the VODs are available online. You can see us running, you can see Rainbow running 16, you can see Pete Swanson's FF9 run, where they made up a lot of time. It's just an incredible event, really, that really brings the community together.
MBW with an amazing 10 run.
Yeah. I mean, this past really was
thank you
just
as well
wild.
for amazing commentary with you and
thank you
as well.
And it's really global, international, because we have runners from all over the world, and I mean our third runner was Shiraishi from Japan, and he did absolutely incredible.
Oh yeah, new PB as well. Angel broke the PC world record. Shiraishi set a 3-minute PB.
Nice. Yeah. people were really popping off for the relay. I think we had what 4 world records, like 10 to 15 PBs. Like people went hard.
Yeah.
The community really showed up this year.
So interesting thing about this one, so this is an auto-scroller, but you can end the fight quickly by obviously defeating that arm, except that the game lies to you. Also, actually quickly, Clive lies here.
What are you talking about? This is the end of the fight, right?
He says this game is over. We still got
Yeah.
at least another 3.5 hours to go. Like, what?
No, just this game against Titan, because he just beat right? You just put the big
Yeah,
killer
exactly.
throw. It's done.
He's still lying. He lies on both fronts.
Yeah. Well, you just did 1.8 million damage. He's dead, right? Titan's totally dead. We're just falling to the finish. JK.
And we fall forever.
Phase 4.
This, by the way, is one of the hardest things to learn how to do. Is fight this way, because this is a 3-dimensional fight in a 2-dimensional plane.
Yeah, it's very frustrating, this fight. Because you think you're hitting him, and then you realize you're not, and it just gets very annoying. Then he flies off.
I'm going to do... I missed? Yeah, I'm going to go for the stagger. I was going to go for a stagger skip there, but yeah, just the brimstone just didn't hit him, even though he hit me to proc the brimstone, but the brimstone didn't hit him.
Do you have to let go of the brimstone before it hits, or if you
No,
just
no.
get hit
So
while
as soon as an enemy hits you, brimstone activates.
Oh. I thought it was
Which is why I was a bit confused as to how he managed to hit me to activate brimstone, but apparently it missed him.
His big arm hit you, and then he pulled his arm back, and then he was too far away from brimstone at that point.
Yeah.
But that just showcases the frustration of this particular part of this fight, where like you think you're right next to Titan, then you're not, and it's just like you just lose time here sometimes because of that.
So intentionally delayed there. That was an intentional delay because that overhand swing does actually miss if you target brimstone when he does that.
Mm-hmm.
Doing a whole bunch of charge magic as he's there. He's half staggered. Good. Waiting for brimstone to come back to proc, so because that's going to end the fight. But I need to be very careful with my damage now. That should activate. He should stay there. There we go. Good.
Nice.
No dumb stagger. Yeah, because you can also dumb stagger on that one as well. By the way, the notes for this, you do want to fail that quick time event, by the way. No matter what game you run, I mean, as long as you have enough health, as long as you have more than a quarter of your health left, you want to fail that quick time event, because if you don't, that is a 30-second time loss.
Because you end up in this position regardless.
Mm-hmm. You attack him, he shrugs it off, he launches an attack that you are now then forced to dodge, he then grabs you and then drags you down the wall.
Yep.
Whereas if you fail it first of all, he just grabs you and drags you down the wall and activates the last part of the fight.
Luckily, health is not really an issue with Ifrit, at least in the non-DLCs. Due to the fact that, you know, you get 6 of these Firelight, quote-unquote, potions. And they act like high potions, so they actually fill 40% of your health. So you're really never in danger as Ifrit, especially in story mode. Epic Clash, Epic Clash.
Yeah, the game does a really, really good job of showcasing like how fun these sort of fights are with the QTE events, and then they apparently chose death when it came to the Rising Tide icon fight. Like, even casually, because I played it on story, even casually in the story, I'm going, oh no.
Oh no. They're like, oh, everyone thought this game was too easy, huh? Guess what? We'll show you.
So every time that we finish an icon fight, you'll notice that Clive is either having an existential crisis or holding his head because he has a really bad migraine. The reason why is because he's absorbing all of everyone's powers. This is why we get all these abilities. And that takes a mental strain.
Yeah, that's why I always make the joke that this is actually also a Mega Man game. Because you're absorbing the abilities. You're just like Mega Man, you know?
I can't believe I didn't think of... Oh. I'm never looking at this game the same again.
You're welcome. Yeah, I mean, you got charged magic. You're just shooting a Buster Beam out, you know? Like...
Damn it, we are, because that's what we use for all the intro, and then we use everyone's abilities for the main bosses. Oh.
Yeah, the only thing that's missing is like the weaknesses for abilities.
Oh.
Yeah, this is the proper Mega Man game that they never got, since Mega Man 11 was the last one, I'm pretty sure.
Oh yeah, Leviathan does have an insta-death phase. And that caught me so many times on FF mode. Game really was like, you have to play perfect. Oh, you missed 2 attacks. Nope, well, sorry. Try again next time.
God, that Omega fight too was also very challenging on Echoes of the Fallen.
Oh, I love that fight. That's one of my favorite fights of all time now.
I need to go back. I've only gone through that DLC once, but like... That's such a good fight, because like phase 3 happens, like all the abilities come out. You're like, oh lordy.
Oh, it's also like the time pressure, because you just see the platform shrink. Like your movable area is shrinking as this fight is going on. It's like,
yeah.
Don't like this.
Well, while we're running around the hideaway, Blaze, do you have anything you want to come in with? If he's there. He might not be there right now.
Yeah, we're in a very much a lull period for the next like couple of minutes.
It's, once again, that you go from big epic battle to running errands, basically.
I'm here,
That kinda
sorry.
makes
Give me
sense.
1 moment.
Yeah, of course.
All good. Just as you get yourself ready, yeah. So for like a story perspective, the reason why we're doing this is that Mid, being Sid's daughter, is building a ship, and the reason why is because we know that the last crystal that we have to destroy is over in the Kingdom of Elude, basically, which is slightly like detached from the rest of the world. And we need to make our way over there, so we need a ship to be able to do that. So, like, now that we're realizing that we're this close to, like, destroying all the crystals, we need to find a way over there. So we're doing a bit of a lull period to build a ship, basically.
And Mid is Sid's daughter, so she's, like, super smart. She designs this ship. You have to go and get all these wild, exotic materials from around the continent in order to accomplish this feat.
Canonically, we bring Otto because he's quicker to bring.
Mm-hmm.
Gav is much better in terms of the cutscenes.
Yeah. Story-wise, you want Gav and Jill. Speedrun-wise, you want Otto and Tarja.
Yep, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So this is where the extent of Ambrosia movement comes into play. This is what we call the outer stretch of Ambrosia's movement. So not only is this kind of the outer stretch, but what I'm about to do with Ambrosia movement in terms of collecting things is what we call the outer stretch of us using Ambrosia being slightly faster by about half a second. So we take Ambrosia, talk to Otto. We're going to grab Ambrosia. It's 133 yards away, but that's a kind of a deception. The actual first one we're picking up is actually a lot closer than that. It's around 80 yards. It's there. So it is technically quicker to bring Ambrosia in because it's over the 78 yard mark, basically, that we're looking for.
It saves you what, 2 seconds? 1 second?
That saves this one saves 0.2 of a second.
Ooh.
and then the next one saves 0.3 of a second.
Wow. Such time
I'm
save.
very proud. But the thing is that there's also a positioning that we have to do here as well. So you'll notice I will walk forward as I'm calling Ambrosia. The reason why is that if you ask for Ambrosia as you have picked that up, Ambrosia will stay on the ledge above you and not drop down. And you can't climb up that ledge. There's no way for you to jump up that ledge. You want Ambrosia to come meet you down there, so you walk forward as you call her. And then you do that, and that does save a total of 0.3 seconds. For a combined of 0.5 seconds for that entire thing. It is the most useless time save I think I have ever found in this game.
Listen, if this was a OG Super Mario run, that would be like world record pace right there. 0.5 seconds might count somewhere down the line.
Oh, by the way, also to prove how important doing Return to Quest Owner is, if you accidentally dismiss this Return to Quest Owner, you lose a minute and 10 seconds.
Yeah, because you got to load back in, go to the world map, come to the hideaway, run over to Blackthorn.
And also, that one's a mid. That one is actually a killer. That one's a killer one to miss because Blackthorn is in the worst position to get to mid. Blackthorn is literally in the opposite end of the map to mid, and you will spend 40 seconds trying to get to her.
Mm-hmm. It's as bad as when you're in Clive's quarters and you need to go talk to Otto.
Mm-hmm.
Good day to you.
And the game won't let you quick travel.
Yep.
And y'all said earlier they weren't showing any love to speedrunners in this game.
Fair.
That I think I'm sure you mentioned this earlier, but that feature was not in this game when it first came out.
No, it was not.
It was a 1.3.
Yeah, they added that later.
0.6. Yeah, 1.3.6 update, I believe.
I think it was their makeup for making us watch that cutscene in the beginning of the game every time.
It's a good trade. That's a good trade. I'll take that trade.
My biggest one. Oh, yes, go ahead. Yep.
Oh no, you're good. Go ahead.
I was going to say the biggest one that upset me is that we used to. So back in the very very early part of the game is that before we go into the first fight when we're as Phoenix fighting Ifrit, you used to be able to skip the cutscene after like all the events have happened, and you're fine. And then they added back in the cutscene where Phoenix fights Ifrit at the start of the game.
Mm-hmm.
It was originally removed. They added the intro back in. Okay, that's fine. Cool. No problem. I can deal with that. And then the 1.4 release, they added that cutscene back in. And it's another 40-second time loss. I'm like, why would you do that to us?
Cinema.
Fair. I can't argue with that now. God.
So we take down this Araman. What do you got for us, Blaze?
I just want to make sure that I've died to this thing before. Are you good, Rain?
Oh yeah, this is very straightforward.
Okay, it's just me then. All right, yeah, no, I just want to say again, we're really enjoying this run. Thank you so much for doing this for us. I want to remind everybody of a couple things. I'm going to go in reverse order this time. You can check out our official merch store with Timberwolf Trading, which is now open year-round for an assortment of t-shirts, stickers, and our popular Team Fastest First hockey jersey, with a portion of each sale going to the team to help with our operational costs. You can use the command !merch in chat now for a link to the store. I want to specifically call out the stickers because they're really cool and they're really nice. I brought some of them to the recent GDQ event. I have some of them on my laptop. You can also get some of our Pride checkborks as stickers as well. So there's just a lot of really cool stickers that you can get. And then on top of that, I just want to remind everybody that we are getting submissions and volunteer applications, artist applications for our upcoming Fall Fest event, which is going to be October 9th through the 12th. If you want to be a runner or a host, your submissions are due first. You need to be submitted by midnight Eastern Time US tomorrow, which is about 25 hours from now. So you got about a whole day left. By the time this run is over, you'll have less than a day left to get those submissions in to help us out for Fall Fest. We would love to have you as we're raising money for Trans Lifeline once again. So that's it for me. Just enjoying this run with everybody else. I apologize when you asked me to hop in. I was across the room and I was listening on the stream delay, which by the time I got over here and unmuted my microphone, it was probably like 20 seconds later than when you actually asked. So I'm sorry about that.
Nah, it's all good. It's a very, very long run. But again, thank you so much for letting me showcase this run. It's such a fun run. As much
absolutely.
As the game, like
Yeah.
the game doesn't love me, as you can probably see with some of the stuff that happens. But I love this game and I love this run.
I have the same relationship with this game for sure.
I hope everyone's enjoying it as well. So I get to showcase pretty much, like I said, like I'm showcasing both the good and the bad of this game. Unfortunately,
I think the thing
something
like
that everyone had to deal with.
I think the thing that I'm just like constantly reminded of, and I know like at the very, very beginning of the run, Stetson and Akin were like, "Oh wow, I've never heard you speak before," and I have. Like, you are so unbelievably knowledgeable about this game, and you love kind of geeking out about it, and I just love that. I think that it is. I mean, it's informative, it's educational, and it's also just like extremely entertaining. So thank you for doing this for us.
Ah, thank you again. Thank you so much for letting me showcase this. Yeah, I fell in love with the game as soon as it was released, and I started speedrunning it. And I've kind of dabbled in speedruns before. I did, Kingdom Hearts. Yeah, that's fun. But yeah, also that kind of a game for me. But yeah, as soon as I went to 16 and just seeing the amazing work that people like Crystal, MT Banger, all of them that they did into this run, I really got into it, and I was like, oh, this is actually just really, really fun. It's a long speed run, yeah, but I also enjoy, like, as I said, doing completion runs. The way that this game captivated me when I first started playing it, I was like, yeah, I have to speedrun on this, and not gonna lie, it's becoming an addiction at the moment. I have to at least once a month speedrun this game.
That's how you know you love it. Yeah, Rain, your knowledge of this game is incredible. Like, I know the game, but I don't know the game. You know the game.
It's like a testament to how good this game is too. And we were talking about this recently, but I probably haven't really run this game in about 6 months or so, because I was cramming. I think we were all kind of cramming. Well, you weren't, because you were fine, but me and the Sid were cramming because we wanted to get that submission in for RPG Limit Break, which would have been like December, January. And so I don't think I've really touched the game since then, but like, just I kind of had Final Fantasy X summer because I was getting ready to do the relay, and it's like, I really love Final Fantasy X. That is like my comfort game. I could run that game like anytime. I've been running it for like 5 years now, 4 years now. Like, I was, as I kind of was getting to my point where I was hitting the wall a little bit with FF10 and feeling like I was a little too grindy with it, it's like, man, I just really want to get back to 16. Like, I miss the music, I miss the gameplay, like, the combat is so fun. Just all of that stuff about this game I just love, and I do need to get back to it now that the relay's over, so.
It's such a good game. I think also one of the lucky things that I have is that I have put a lot of hours into this. Yeah, I will be one of the first ones to admit that, yeah, I'm not I mean, we've got people like Yeeta and Angel, for instance, who are absolute guns. Shiraishi just proved again how good of a gun they are, and they've only picked that up, I believe, in the last 8 months, etc. I have been doing it for like a while, but yeah, maybe not the best runner, but like, I just love this game so much. But also, I suppose, like, I've also had the benefit of being, and I think if anyone who knows who Kios is, I think that there is something to do with Final Fantasy games and Catboys. They just love to test their mettle in just everything. Like, the amount of times that I've had things happen, I shared it to the 16 Discord, and everyone's going, I've never seen that. How'd that happen? It's like, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. I think certain skills are more transferable than others, and you definitely notice a trend with the people that have come in and picked it up pretty quickly, that they are more I would say generally speaking, they're more accustomed to like the action RPG mechanics and things like that. I am not at all, but you know, I've always sort of had the mindset that, you know, you just have to put the time in and you're going to get better and you're going to keep getting better. And as I mean, I'm not anywhere near where you're at, Rainbow, but you know, I did that grind for the RPG Limit Break and I was getting 4 to 5 minute PBs every run just because
That's awesome.
that's what it takes.
Yeah.
I mean, and I have no doubt that like when I come back to it, sometimes like things actually coalesce while you're not playing it, and when you come back to it fresh, like you're ready to go too. So I suspect that you know it'll take a little time to shake the rust off, but I'm very like confident that I'll be able to at least pick up right where I left off and hopefully keep getting better without you know too much trouble. Because like even with FF10, a game I've been running for 4 years, I just PB'd in the relay, and that was just because you know. I took breaks. I studied up when I had to. I tried to get better over time, and it really does just take time in a lot of ways. So,
Yeah, and especially with this kind of game, I think in action RPGs in general, it's learning how to deal on the fly, and you know, slight movement adjustments, slight, you know, tactics adjustments. All of a sudden, it's like, oh, actually, if I did this ability instead of this ability, then all of a sudden, like, yeah, I'm getting the damage ranges I want, etc. It's minor, and this is the good thing about the game. It's minor adjustments that save you 5 minutes. As soon as you make one minor adjustment, you see the 5-minute time save, and then you go, oh, what if I make another minor adjustment? Like, where else can I get this time save from? Yeah.
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 And they're all making for the crystalline dominion.
It really just comes down to repetition, especially for character action games like this. Absolutely. It's like, how does your fights work? Where are the mobs coming in every time? How does this boss work? And it's just repetition for games like this.
This is where we're supposed
Yeah, and really like what helped me was kind of just picking 1 or 2 things at a time to focus on. And when I was you know grinding for the RPG Limit Break submission, it was like the Garuda abilities and Ambrosia, and like just focusing on those 2 things and really practicing the sections where those were used a lot. That was where a lot of my time save was coming from. So.
He must be around here somewhere.
Because you can't do it all at once. Like you can't just, especially with a run this long, like you have to practice segments and you know you have to practice individual fights or maps or whatever it is. That is very antithetical to how I want to speedrun, but I kind of forced myself to do it just because. I mean, sometimes it's like fun just to be like, I'll just try a run and maybe I'll PB this time, and then like 8 hours later you didn't PB, and maybe you learned something, maybe you didn't, but you know the way you get better is really just you know practicing like and I still couldn't break it down into like I'm gonna grind this one boss fight for like 4 hours, but I got it down to where I was like I'm gonna practice this 45 minutes of the run 3 times tonight, and that worked for my brain pretty well. So
Yeah, and the nice thing about 16 is that it gives you that ability to do that level of training because of the way it presents that. Because like you can do individual levels, you can go into the Eretta Stone and do training against very specific monsters or bosses, just learn the move. So the game's very friendly in that regards in trying to learn it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So if you know that there's certain segments that you're struggling in, you can just immediately like again the game's very generous with saves, so you can just repeat, rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat over and over and over again for certain fights that you're not comfortable with. One of the big things I've kind of also used to help me as well though is surprisingly enough it is as difficult as it is to do a full run, because you also have to sort of learn. Like, the one, I suppose, minor setback with doing level or individual segments is that whenever you reload, your abilities come back. Because the game does have that ability. Sometimes you need to go and just admit, okay, I don't have these abilities available because I messed up somewhere. So, good thing that the game can do, and this is what I always would recommend for people training on this game as well, is go to a load point, go to a fight, waste all of your abilities that you normally wouldn't waste, and then go to the next fight that you're training on and go, what do I do here? Now, because, yeah, the game, I messed up. The game, if I reload the fight, I get all my abilities back. what happens if I don't want to reload or I don't have this ability available? How do I now deal with this fight? And the game is really good with that. That's how good the auto loads are as well.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, the game really challenges your improvisation. Like, I was doing a run once, and I forgot the menu before Sleipnir, so I actually went into that fight with Titan abilities instead of Bahamut. And so I was like, okay, how do we do this? Let me
Yeah.
tell you, Titanic block, very helpful in that fight.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, it would be. Especially against Sleipnir, because he actually has a really big window for his attack frames.
Mm-hmm. And stuff like that, but in the combat system, like I'd say character action games, but character action games, they don't always have this level of combat or abilities available to them. Like DMC or Bayonetta, like you have abilities that you get, but you're still kind of using the same ones throughout the entire run. I mean, this game really gives you a lot of things to experiment with, and we're still figuring out combos that are working for us, that are moving faster and faster as the community learns through them.
Mm-hmm. In one of the last scenarios where Ambrosia's actually technically quicker than running by about half a second. Game says it's 144 yards away, but the cutscene triggers is at 79 yards.
Oh, jeez.
So it just gets in there. Popping a strength tonic there as well, which seems counterintuitive because I'm just dealing with those enemies, but the main reason why is because I want Ignition to kill them, so I have my full range of abilities for the next fight. We'll also go a detour over here because there is a really powerful weapon here. Okay, yep, we had the Clive trying to walk up a cliff animation. Good, thank you, Clive.
Yeah, Clive will like to jump ever so slightly when you're trying to interact with things. In a casual playthrough, you will jump in front of Torgal, constantly trying to pet him.
Why did he kick the rock trying to open the chest? I've never seen that.
So that happens is because the jump animation is the same as the open chest animation, and unfortunately, as I was trying to jump, the trigger for the chest popped up, which means that the game prioritizes opening the chest than jumping up the cliff. So you have Clive trying to saunt up a cliff face, and then kicks a rock, and you get a sword.
Soldiers.
Yeah, we don't get the Coral Sword in the Caves of Oriflamme, but we do get the Ancient Sword here.
I forgot to equip it. Yeah, we can deal with this.
What's a 15-point difference between the two swords?
Yeah, 17. 252 for this one.
Gotcha.
But surprisingly enough, it's not for this fight that I'm actually worried about having it. Oh, that's timing issue.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, wind up in the middle of the stagger. Yeah, that's alright. Only cost a couple of seconds. Just didn't get full damage. That's alright.
What we really need Square to do is come back like, can we please have the option to turn off all cinematic animations, please?
Have the 15 sort of one where we can just turn off like all those kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Please.
I want the thing they put into Rebirth where you get like 4 times speed during the little like dialogue sections or whatever. That would be amazing. I would take that.
Would be. Yeah, surprisingly enough, we did pick up the Ancient Sword, which is 252. We currently have one that's equipped that's 240, so it is 12 damage, I believe. Oh, no, it's 238, so it's, 17 damage more. That fight that we have there, we don't necessarily need the sword for that fight, so it's all good that I have not got it equipped, but it just means another menu now, as I unfortunately have to equip it here. There it is.
Let's get this back to Goods.
And then it's on to the Dominion.
Out of my sight, wretch.
I just want to say that menu was top notch.
when you accidentally fail a menu and you have to go back and do it, you kind of learn how to do menus fast. And...
Yeah. Oh god, especially moving AP around, you're like, oh no, what did I miss something when I go back and like check all your stuff?
Big thing as well as I always recommend is that the so this I know Yuta and Angel do this. Actually, so does Shiraishi do this really, really well. Is because obviously if you use a controller, you can use the thumbstick and you'll bring up a cursor. The cursor will always spawn in the middle of the screen. So if you use your control, if you use the D-pad, for instance, it will always start left to right. But if you have a cursor on screen and then use a D-pad, it will default to the next area closest to your cursor. So you would nudge the controller first, bring it to the center of the screen, and then hit left, and say, for instance, that would be your third, that would be your armor slot, your third slot, or your third accessory slot. So you can get there quickly by doing that. It saves a couple of seconds if you can do that. I don't have the ability to do that, so I just use my D-pad. But yeah, like there's miniature time saves in menuing, being able to do that as well.
Yeah.
I will say, if there is one thing that would get me to run PC, it would be like better menuing, because like the PS5 menuing is just not, it's not quite there. And you get so many more options on PC for menuing.
I'm gonna say hi to these 4 guards, whistle at them again, whistle at them a third time, and then do Flames of Rebirth, because they're all within range. That one will still survive, but Torgal will take care of that one. Oh, that was in the wrong position, that's right, he will... Yeah, all good.
Oh, and that was an example of the lightning rod eating your targeting there.
Mm-hmm. Good thing is that we have a couple of abilities that can deal with things like the jumps from the Dragoons, for instance. And that's actually not a bad backup having that parry, because that means I don't need to reload now.
Yeah, that saves your abilities. That's fantastic.
Yep.
Yeah, because usually you'd reload after the crabs, right?
Yep. I'm gonna have after this I'll be fine, because Ignition will come back, Flames of Rebirth will now definitely come back, because it's already on 66%, so...
Random level 22 crabs, also hello.
Yep. Hey.
Hey.
Welcome back.
Doug
I love those
needed,
I love those crabs.
So this is a cutscene that is not a cutscene. We can't skip this.
This one always gets me.
Let's go.
This is like the later you get in the game, the more unskippable cutscenes you find.
Just makes no sense, because there is a smash cut, and then all of a sudden we're gonna go over to this. I'm gonna pull the lever, and then I can skip the cutscene, which makes no sense.
Shocked that this was a skipped cutscene and not just like an animation in game.
Like every other lever in the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just makes no sense that certain levers are just like, oh, you can skip. It's a cutscene skip. Like, why?
It's like you didn't want to animate Clive jumping up a thing Assassin's Creed style? Like, what?
I don't want to call out the devs, but I do feel like there was, as you get deeper into this game and closer to the game, it feels like there's a lot more just like, let's just get this part done, or let's just, let's just get them through this scene. Like, there's so many opportunities for like cinematic evasions and strikes and stuff like that, and if they make that such an important part of the game early on, and then it's just like they totally forget about it for like the last half of the game, it feels like, outside of the icon battles.
And I mean, even the final icon battle doesn't have a single one?
Yeah. They're very minimal.
And, I mean, hell, the entire final fight just has mashing.
Yeah. After you get past the first icon part, yeah.
I do feel like right around Reverie, you can feel the point where the CEO came in and was like, you guys are spending too much money.
You need to wrap this up. We don't have the budget for any more cinematic anything. Just get this the game done.
And they're like, "Oh, we sold a bunch. Here's 2 DLCs and more icon abilities."
I mean, the Leviathan fight is definitely worth it.
Yeah, we were talking about that a little bit while you were out, or they were, and I was in chat still at that point. But yeah, that fight is very different.
An actual challenging icon fight that you can legitimately die in.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
15 times casually for me.
That's about what it was for me too. Yeah.
Yeah, same. Yep.
That press the attack, like I just always so close, but just couldn't quite do it.
Yeah.
And then realized I just needed to do like something other than just spam the basic combo.
If you don't remember that the oh god, like the magic burst is a thing, like I'm pretty sure you actually just like can't clear that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because that was the thing. I was like that was the thing for me when I was playing casual. I'm like, oh, I'm doing like I'm not missing any attacks. Like what am I doing wrong? Oh, magic bursts. Okay. Like I literally went back to the older icon battles and I was like looking at the tutorials. Or I think there's a couple points where you get to look at the moveset or whatever, and I was just like, what's the thing that I'm missing? I don't get it. Oh, there it is. Yeah.
Yeah, the game touches on it very briefly, but like the icon battles, there are a lot of combos that E3 can do that you have to either discover or go into the tooltips and figure out because the game will just not organically let you know about them.
Yeah. And while I do understand why, it is strange that you have an Ifrit Risen fight and then a regular Ifrit fight again before another Ifrit Risen.
For the plot.
So the plot.
Howdy, White Dragon. Let's be nice today, shall we?
Deceptively,
You're a dragon. You're not going to be nice
yeah.
today.
Deceptively awful boss.
Yeah. It's like, even casually, this boss can be quite the challenge.
Yeah, they start introducing a little bit of Toho in this fight.
It's a good way to put that, actually.
Not wrong.
They're like, how are your dodging skills? Let's figure out.
Oof. Also hits like a truck.
Yeah.
Taking the intentional stagger here, even though it's slightly slower, because we're at a HP gate here, but it just makes this next phase so much easier to deal with.
I think it has something in store for us.
Get ready to move. Nice try.
Purposely going through the laser beams so I can get those shots off. But also set that up. He's going to launch an attack there. I need to target the head as this happens. Now I need to untarget locking at the head. Come on. Yeah, that's right. He's going Dragon Stance, which is fine. I'm okay with that now, actually. Because I'm going to use the
Interesting
strength
when
from
he
here now.
he went for that hit against you. He actually didn't trigger the lightning rod, but his model went through it.
Yeah, yeah. It's because of the attack he did.
Weird
yeah.
hitboxes.
Yeah.
Gonna charge ignition. Start lightning rod. Didn't get the endo. That's right. He's literally 2 hits away.
Oh my gosh.
Yep.
White Dragon, go down. There, thank you.
Very nice. No major incidents.
Nah, you can die in that fight, and when I first started speedrunning this game, I died in that fight pretty much consistently. Yeah, like, We don't, because we don't upgrade armor at all. So it's like we might be on story, but we literally are taking the base armor from when we change clothes back in Eastpool all the way through this game. We are not interested at all in upgrading armor. We're just dealing more damage, and that's all we're considered about. So, which means that pretty much everything at this point onwards does hurt us for quite a bit.
So on that point, not to be contrarian, I actually do one armor upgrade before the Odin fights because I don't know, I'm standing right there anyway, and Blackthorn's right there, and I have the stuff to do the upgrades.
Fair.
But I don't know if it's actually saving me any, like, you know, like if it's like, you know, if my survival percentage is going from like 90, you know, 95 to 92 or something like that, you know. I guess it would go the other direction, but yeah. But I did work that into my route at one point just because I was like, I think what you're kind of getting at, and like the White Dragon fight's a really good example, but like there are definitely fights that will punish you if you make a mistake, and that is one of them, and the Odin fights are definitely them as well. So,
Orcish Warlord and Waloed.
Yeah.
Resistance.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you hit the Crystalline Dominion in the speedrun, that's when you really start feeling that you're a little underpowered.
I don't think I've had a lich, aside from the one in Kupka's area that has not teleported first thing today. That is just terrible luck.
Yeah, the enemies start to beef up here too, and you start getting a lot more mini bosses. And it's like, even if you can kill a mini boss in, like, you know, a full salvo of attacks, well, guess what? You've got multiple waves of regular enemies too.
Good boy, Toggle.
This is another one of those areas that I just find like extremely hard to navigate also. Because it's very dark, and a lot of the progression is like up walls and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And we can't summon Ambrosia, unfortunately. We can't have... not that we would anyways, because it's not going to be useful, but...
I did see Rainbow briefly turn left there before turning right. Definitely a weird area.
Yep.
Yeah, you can run these areas a bunch of times, and you'll still get lost in them every once in a while.
That's what Tortle's
It's just
there
that
for,
they
if you
all
need
look
them.
so the same,
That's
so
right.
you just assume you're at one point in the game, and it's like, actually, no, hang on, what was the last boss I fought? Oh, actually, no, therefore it has to be right now, doesn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
And you have to be
another
close
really
to the
good
wall climbs.
Yeah. And like another really good optimization, I'm sure you did this intentionally there, but like you just ignitioned right to the exit from that arena. You know, for that fight. And like that is something you really have to learn through experience as well, is, you know, not just like how to run the fights and what abilities to use, but like where do I want to end up after I'm done killing everything? Like what's the optimal positioning so I can get out of this room and get onto the next spot? So
Yep, absolutely. The other thing as well that this is a very minor optimization, is before the cutscene skip there, you notice that I actually attacked on the ground and then lunged in. The main reason why is that Bahamut actually launches a blast constantly that knocks you back. If you're attacking when he does that, you don't take any damage. Yep, Flames of Rebirth for Undertaker. Yep, good. Just making sure I have the right setup.
Oh, New Game Plus loves to spam these guys too.
I like how the Undertaker goes from like
later.
a major boss to a mini boss later in the game.
Yep. I mean, the little assassin guy has to be the biggest or the quickest turnaround in a Final Fantasy from major story boss to literally 3 fights later, mini boss appearing multiple times.
Yeah, that's true.
He's a big threat to you until we have to bring in 2 of them as a mini-boss to help.
Yeah, right. He's too strong. We can't do it alone.
Rising Flames here, because we're heading to Necrophobe. Alright. I have a very, very tight window on this one.
How are they still standing?
Yeah, what Rain's going to try to do is try to nail that parry right as Necrophobe charges in for his first attack.
This is a very fun fight in a speed run.
I agree. I love this fight.
Good job.
Very nice.
I remember hating this fight casually in like action and FF mode.
Yeah, he hits really hard. And it feels like you should be able to parry a lot more than you actually can.
Yeah.
He also really loves running away.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm going to launch Thunderstorm here as a backup. Yep, Elemental this and it's good. That's what I wanted. Okay.
Nice free here on the stagger bar, too.
How those parries are so clean.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Burning Blade can be a real boon for you and for pairing in this game.
Missed that stagger. It's alright. Rising Flame should... There we go. Dome stagger. He's gonna have to... He has to do his charge move. Yeah.
I don't want to know what that is. We have to end this right now.
It's alright. Very easy to deal with though, with the range of what I had available.
Yeah, thankfully that's a charge meter that burns down pretty fast.
Mm-hmm. See, this will kill from here. Ah, he teleported. Of course he did.
Of course.
It was just a magic attack. That's all I wanted to try and do at the end.
Plink.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the interesting thing with Ignition, Ignition can't kill unless the final hit of Ignition hits. And so one of the plans that you do normally with Ignition is that you cancel it and you then attack so you can get the final kill in, because you don't want to wait for the last 3 seconds of Ignition to happen.
Mm-hmm.
That's where hubris gets you, because all of a sudden you try and go like, oh, I can save 3 seconds. I just cancel Ignition and attack him, and then yeah, that happens.
Then he throws 4 spells at your face.
All right, y'all are having a lot of fun. I'm going to mute again. Enjoy your 20-minute Bahamut fight.
Thanks, Blaze. Appreciate it.
And we're going to start off the Bahamut fight the best way that you do for any icon fights, which is we're just going to be bad at the game. Game wants us to hit square to attack. We're just, no. So I'm going to dodge. Immediately get chomped up.
Saves so much time, though.
Oh, yeah. The failing both of these cutscenes save 40 seconds.
I have to accept
It's
that I need to fail some of these
incredible.
Q2Es more often.
And it's going to ask us to dodge. I'm going to attack and just eat it.
It does barely any damage. Bahamut, you so weak.
What did they do to my boy? I remember when he used to be the king of dragons.
Yeah, what did FF16 do to him? They made him a wimp.
Mm-hmm.
He used to be a powerhouse.
used to be Mega Flare was like a nuke, and now they're like, no, you've got to go through like the whole Greek alphabet before you get to a good one.
Mega Flare is just this carpet bomb version, and it's like, well, actually, that's not the real one.
So much better when you use it too.
Like, have you met my friend Giga Flare?
First the heart, then the heart.
Dodging to get the brimstone out there. Just a safer strat. You can technically rush in and get the brimstone without having to lunge, but game has just been it's just one of those days for this game that I'm just not trusting it.
Now, would that one be like the Titan where you can hit him when he jumps in?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
And now we learn a really, really good move.
How much will it have? 1/3 will, so yeah, will spit flare. If the will's about a quarter or so, you don't want to spit flare here, because it is slower, because it's similar to Giga Flare, where it just takes a lot of time to do the damage out. But because the will's at a quarter, about a third, I am going to do it. That way I can just get into stagger immediately, so I can trigger the cutscene at the end of the stagger.
Yeah. Akin, I thought you told me that Joshua was dead. What is this?
I mean, it's almost like he knows Flames of Rebirth.
Listen, I've been watching Flames of Rebirth kill this entire time, not bring anyone the back.
Yeah, that's fair. But he did just use it on Rainbow to heal him, so I don't know.
That's true. So I have to be a flame icon for it to be healthy for me?
Yeah. Elemental absorption only exists when it's necessary for the plot.
Yes, of course.
It's a plot armor.
Only the flame icons can pull off that one.
As much as I can. This is always going to trigger. And now, who enjoys a 5-minute auto-scroller?
Let's play some Panzer Dragoon for a bit.
Yeah, play a little shmup action.
I mean, getting this game and a PS5 will cost you less than Panzer Dragoon alone. So, here you go.
Yeah, one of the things they pride themselves on when they were talking about this game is how these big kaiju battles are all just a little bit different. All have a slightly different fighting style to them, battle style, and they're like, "Oh man, casual, this is awesome! This is so epic." Speedrunner, you're like, "Oh my god, why?"
Trying to get the Medal of Valor for this fight.
Yeah.
You can't. This whole part of the fight doesn't count. But you can't save between this and the part of the fight that does. So you have to go through this 20-minute auto-scroller every time to take like the 6 or 7 minute attempt on what is technically Bahamut Lost, but I don't think they actually call him that.
No,
Yeah, it's the final form after this. Basically, every fight from this point onwards counts towards the medal, but this part when you're Phoenix does not count towards the medal.
That would be demonic if they made you do this as part of the... Oh, man.
That'd be some old school game nonsense.
Just make that part of the Platinum Trophy. You'd have like 0.1% on PS5.
Oh, man. Sickos would get that one.
So yeah, big thing that we're doing here is we're holding down the attack button, basically our magic button or attack button, either or, to basically do a charged magic attack, which is a big stream of fire. That does pretty much all the damage that we want to do. A couple of those, and then we hit Bahamut's HP gate, and nothing we do from this point onwards matters until the next part, and we do the same thing. And we do 2 or 3 streams of fire, which will hit his HP gate. And then the rest of the fight means nothing, because we can't do any more damage. Again, on like action or FF mode, this is you are constantly having to do this because you're going to need all of this. We destroy some of his Giga Flare orbs he uses for his power, but yeah, at this point here we've got the casual white bar of lies, which says that we're doing damage when we're not. Until someone builds a macro to be able to calculate how much damage someone is doing in these areas, I think the only way that we're really going to have any enjoyment out of this from the story perspective is to see who can get the highest damage on Bahamut with doing no damage. Like, go for a high score, basically.
Oh, yeah. I'm a real big fan of the homing missiles attack, myself.
I lock on. There you go. Don't get me wrong, again, I love this game. This is just unfortunately, the weakest part of the game is this fight. Unfortunately, well, this part of the fight, I should say.
Yeah.
Yeah, from a speedrunning point of view, because it is 5 minutes and we have, like, 1 minute of control where we can actually influence anything. Everything else really doesn't matter in this fight.
I have to learn this fight on mouse now. Oh, gosh.
It'd be easier, I feel like.
Well, God, I need to clean up my desk is the problem. I don't have enough space.
Well, that's a totally different problem. That's not the game's problem.
Yeah, I have like an elevated keyboard thing because gorilla arms give me really bad carpal tunnel. I've done it a few times. It is pretty nice. It's still surprisingly hard to hit his head.
Mm-hmm.
I also remember early on in this game's life, there was actually a decently big push to do this part of the fight hitless.
Mm.
Like trying to hitless Photoshop Flowey.
So very, very interesting thing here. This is the most we can influence is this phase here. Because obviously the quicker that we can get rid of these and the quicker we can do damage to Bahamut, the earlier the almost like a half stagger animation occurs, and therefore the more damage we can do, which triggers the cutscene. Interesting, what you want to do there is I always go from bottom left because all the orbs spawn in and move to the bottom left of the screen. So that's how we always position, we always try and take care of it. No frame drops today, okay.
There we go.
Not even my
Game knows you're
3070
showcasing.
Ti. Even the PS5 Pro will drop frames there. A lot of them.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
About 59 per second it'll drop.
Oh, God.
It goes from frames per second to seconds per frame at that point.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I always make fun of big trucks asking, how many gallons per mile does this get? Roar.
There is a dumb stagger that can happen here, but very rare for it to occur. But it's just that if you don't do enough damage before he goes into like a mega flare attack, your spit flare will not do enough damage at the end. But he's gonna go into mega flare. We're gonna spit flare here.
Joshua's gonna help us.
Mm-hmm.
That's teamwork.
Dodge. Get another dodge in. Zoom in. We're going to dodge again into a brimstone. Again, as a safety. You can just get the brimstone there quite perfect if you just like position yourself well. And now we're just going to do as much damage as we can. Interestingly enough, we can actually get him into no will, but he can't stagger from this animation. Yeah, he's got plenty of... yeah. Basically, you want to make sure he has about an eighth of health left. Because that way a Spit Flare here is going to hit the HP gate, but not the will gate. So, interesting thing, Spit Flare works similar to Ignition, where the last hit of Spit Flare is the one that actually deals the final will damage that causes a stagger.
Hello, bitrate. Having 3 of these on during the relay did quite... it did a number to the stream.
Yeah.
I can imagine it would.
Especially because all 3 of our runners were in Bahamut at the same time in various phases, and it was quite the sight.
Ending with the frame perfect lineup was crazy.
Oh god, that was amazing.
Oh, that's a Odama Rasengan right there.
Mm-hmm.
Got a big boy.
Square, we're just asking, just let us skip some of these cutscenes, you know, like.
Please.
Yeah, would be nice.
If it's not a health bar, we don't need to see it.
Hey, let's let me scup it on Final Fantasy mode. I've already seen it. Come on.
Right?
I'm actually in 2 minds because we do have the 6-minute unskippable cutscene coming up, which obviously from a speedrunning perspective would be fantastic if we could skip. But also because the run is 7+ hours, it is also such a good time to have a set cutscene that we can't unskip. Because we want to be able to take a break during that time.
I almost wonder, has the community timed out all the cutscenes that we're forced to watch?
No, we have a load remover, but not a cutscene remover timer yet. We have not technically timed everything, but I think because like, do you count the QTEs as cutscenes? If so, then yeah, it's easily an hour and a half.
Yeah, I was wondering how much time that would save if we were able to CSR it.
It'd be about an hour and a half, honestly. Because you got to think of how many, like scenes like this, for instance. Like this is a 1.5-minute scene.
Mm-hmm.
And we're just gonna fail that and get into it. So big thing here is
Go ahead.
we have a new ability here called Light Speed because we have kind of fused with our brother. Don't question. He's going to Aura Burst? Okay, thank you for the free Spit Flare.
And yeah, Ifrit Risen has entirely unique combos that are honestly really cool.
Yep. There we go. Go Mega Flare. I'm going to counter. Do 3. There we go. Yeah, the other big thing that we've got is Light Speed, which is on the X button. So traditionally when we wanted to sort of charge in, we've been using Wildfire, which is pretty much like a lunge kind of attack. Now that we have Light Speed, we are using that because that basically is a teleport button that teleports us as close as we can potentially get to our enemies. My Civic Space Function coming in failed intentionally. Yep. It saves 15 seconds. That's why we don't punch him in the face.
And we do have this fight has, I believe, the only DPS check in the game you can skip, and it's RNG. Because
Yes,
there is an
it
HP
is.
gate, but he's not guaranteed to use it, especially if he gets into like a sort of, string of attacks he's supposed to use together.
Radiance is interesting. I can probably work with this. Hang on, I think we can get it. We might be able to get it.
And a really nice effect of Spit Flare here is the last hit actually partial staggers again and gives you a damage bonus temporarily.
I missed it. That's right.
Yeah, it's very hard to skip that. And it does feel like you're just leaving it into, I guess, Ultima's hands in this universe.
Yeah, basically that's the HP I was aiming for. A good thing with Bahamut is you can't dumb stagger this phase of the fight, luckily. You can miss an ending though. So interesting thing with Ifrit compared to Clive. Ifrit actually is very, very particular in regards to when you need to trigger your magic for your finisher. In other combinations, you can, obviously, if you do dodge and then press fire, it will automatically do it for you. With Ifrit, you must do it on the final strike. If you press before the final strike, the game eats the input and goes, what finisher?
I'm going to get it right this time, I promise you guys.
Sure.
Here we go.
I think out of this entire game, this is the most anime part. Is like, yeah, we're just two big monsters, a space dragon and a fused fire kaiju fighting in space. This is fine. This is normal.
Apologies, I said I probably wouldn't need a break, but potentially after this fight, I may request a break if that's okay.
Sure. Yeah. Is that a
I've
flare?
been trying to. I was thinking I can maybe hold out to Barnabas, but that is still like 40 minutes away, and yeah.
Fun fact, only one other character, as of the making of this game, knows Zeta Flare. It is Donald Duck from Kingdom Hearts. So please just imagine in your mind's eye, Donald Duck standing above you. Oh God.
Yeah.
I can't. I was gonna do a Daffy Duck impression intentionally and messed it up, but I'm laughing too much and I can't do it.
At least you got the name right this time.
Now see here, Clive. I don't care if you used with your brother. I will destroy the world.
Okay, yeah, I definitely need to take a break.
Yeah, it's after that one, yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna go through a couple of cutscenes, and then when we get to the hideaway, I might pause. Unfortunately, as much as I would love to keep going,
Just pass your controller over to Ekin. We'll just keep going.
I'll pause the timer when you're done skipping all the cutscenes here.
Yeah, it'll be basically when I go back to the hideaway. Clive will walk forward. I'll pause, and
Yeah, we can
just
do that.
at least just like a quick 5-minute break, and that will be it.
Yeah, that's not a problem.
I practiced a Donald Duck impression. It doesn't come through on the mic, unfortunately. And then I was like, it'd be way funnier if I did a Daffy Duck one. Also a lot easier, because all you have to do is like lisp.
That's true.
Oh my gosh. Oh, I'm so glad I got to be here to do that stupid joke. I hope everyone loved it.
We need you here for every 16 run from now on for that dumb joke. This is now the bit.
Yeah,
All right,
this is now the bit.
I got the timer paused for you, so definitely we can take a break. I will say a few things, and when we come back, we'll finish the run-up.
Thank you so much.
All right, hello friends. We are back for more Final Fantasy 16 with Rainbow Unicorn Phoenix. We have about maybe a little more than 2 hours left of our new game story run that Rain is showcasing for us tonight. We did have to say a fond farewell to Akin, one of our intrepid commentators, but we still have Stetson with us for the last little bit here. And Rain is doing a fantastic job with the commentary and descriptions of everything that's going on as well. So I'm just going to take a second, and I want to remind everybody that we are accepting run submissions and host auditions for our upcoming Fall Fest Marathon, which is October 9th through 12th in support of Trans Lifeline. You now officially have less than 24 hours left to get your submissions in and get your host auditions in if you want to be a part of the marathon in one of those two roles. Otherwise, we will have other volunteer roles and artist roles available, and you can continue to apply for those for another a little more than 3 weeks through September 2nd. And it's getting a little late. For me anyway, so I just want to remind everybody, if you need some beans, Team Fastest Furs has partnered with Dragon Roast Coffee. You can see their cute little icon down there in the bottom left of our screen right now. We have a special offer with them on their gaming-inspired blends and products just for our community. You can visit their store now using the command !coffee in chat. When you check out, make sure you use the promo code FastestFurs, all one word, to get 10% off your entire order. And that's it for me. Rainbow, I'm going to turn it back over to you, and you can count yourself back in whenever you're ready.
Hey, I'm good to go in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Yeah. Apologies that I had to take a quick break. Just the Donald Duck sequence unfortunately did break me. I was trying to get to there is a 6-minute unskippable cutscene in around about 40 or so minutes time. I was trying to get there, but yeah.
That's the problem with this game for sure is we talk about repetition, like learning things on individual levels and the training stone, but really you also have to kind of train your endurance when it comes to a speed run like this. So like almost like endurance runners have to like build up that stamina, you kind of have to do the same thing with a long run like this.
Very much so, but we also, like, if you are looking to do this competitively or you want to put times on the leaderboard, etc., we did agree as a community that because of how long the new game run is, for story, let alone action or Final Fantasy mode, that we do allow a 30-minute break. You're allowed one 30-minute break where you can sit there and pause the timer, take 30 minutes, go rest, recover, do what you need to do, and get back into the run, because the last thing we want to do is have people sort of shy away because they can't maybe do like more than 3-4 hours at a time, and they do need a bit of a break in between, which is completely acceptable. So as a community, we've allowed that, and so if you're doing these kinds of run submissions, don't feel like you have to do all 7.5 hours, 8 hours, however long your run is at a single session. We do allow breaks, so which does help, especially when you're learning the run. Because obviously, like, I think the first time I posted for an FF16 run was 10 hours, and doing 10 hours straight, not knowing the run itself. It's a bit of a slog, and a lot of people will sit there going, I don't think I can do 10 hours in a row. Yeah, take a break, take a half an hour break, halfway through, get yourself a chance to recover, rest, all of that sort of good thing.
Yeah, I mean, I've had the same kind of trajectory because my first 3 runs were, just under 10 hours, just under 9.5 hours, just under 9 hours. Like, you slowly just improve over time, just learning the route, learning how to menu better, how to get those mobs done together better. It's a process.
And there's no reason why, like, I don't believe like having a 30-minute break is ever gonna like really like put someone completely ahead in regards to leaderboards or anything of that nature. It's more of just like, especially with a run that's 7+ hours, nature calls.
Absolutely.
like everything. There are certain situations where things just happen and you do need to take a break, and that's why that break's there. And we want to make sure people are comfortable with that as well.
Mm-hmm. We want these runs to be as accessible as possible to as many people as possible who are interested in running this game.
Absolutely.
My shop.
Well, post Bahamut, you can probably tell the sky is a little bit darker.
It's gonna be a nice shade of purple.
Yeah, we've kind of entered the mid to late game here, where the world has changed just a little bit, and Ultima has decided that he's going to cast his Primogenesis over the world to try to make everyone into basically zombie creatures for him.
Yeah,
And so
we
we're
talk
going
about
around kind of dealing with the aftermath of that particular situation.
Yeah, we talk about like the Akashic. Basically, the Akashic are what is a lot of people's as people think of them as like zombies, etc. Like they're overflown by the ether, etc. that the world has, and therefore they have lost their humanity and things of that nature. Storyline wise, that is what humans were in this world. That is how Ultima created mankind, was to be things like that, where they didn't have things such as free will or things of that nature, and they were designed to be, these sort of like mindless creatures that would just do and follow and accept his word and things of that nature. But as some of them sort of broke away from the ether and from his will, basically, that's how like humanity started to develop and things of that nature. So Ultima, being the benevolent god that he is, decided that, well, that wasn't how I designed you, so therefore I'm going to send you back to the way you were.
And somehow Clive is the progenitor for all that. Somehow. Some way.
It is technically in the mural. The mural does state that there is a creature called Mythos that is supposed to overthrow Ultima and his demonic rule, even though he's supposed to be seen as like a god. So at the moment, like all of the allies that we've recently been building up in the story, they're now all under attack from either bandits, disciples of Ultima, Akashic creatures, things of that nature. So we're trying to help fortify our allies in their quest and their goal. I'm going to do something very, very unique. This is a safety strat that I normally do. First and foremost, I'm loading Bahamut up, because every time that you get a new icon ability, you will always have like that sort of cutscene that says that this ability's been unlocked. You now have access to this. Go and spread that through. Because I'm going to be reloading the game constantly, because I'm going to be using Flames of Rebirth for quite a lot of these fights, I've gone and triggered Bahamut first, so that way I have a quicker menu going back to reload the game every single time I go back to the menu screen. Because if I don't do that and I reload and that Bahamut cutscene has not triggered, it will trigger every single time I go through that ability screen.
Yeah, and you can try to get around by going to the map, but like the map screen loads very slowly for some reason compared to the other menu screens.
Yeah.
So you almost want to trigger that Bahamut for that exact reason. Just take the time there to avoid time lost later trying to get through these menus as you reload autosaves.
Yeah. So delayed the Flames of Rebirth there by a couple of seconds, as you saw. The main reason why is that there is a particular wolf that actually delays arriving. We just want to make sure we're capturing him in the Flames of Rebirth. So there's the trigger. So in the top right-hand corner, you'll see that like sort of design that happens there. That tells me that the game's saving, which means that at that point, I'm allowed to reload. Once I can reload, so the way that the game works is that it gives you 10 autosaves. The latest one will always be at the top, and that is literally the last thing that the game has saved. So reloading from the game is extremely quick for that reason, that we can just straight away know that if we go to load, the very top autosave is available for us, and that's when the game last saved after a fight. We're going to have our first and only instance of the turtle. So we talked about abilities being parried. This turtle is synonymous for this, so I'm just going to position myself there. That should hit. Yep. I'm going to position Wicked Wheel here. That should also hit. Trigger the Strength Tonic there. What? Back up for Wind Up before I unleash it. Same with my Ignition. And then hit Rising Flames as all the enemies spawn in. There we go. Good fight.
Perfect.
Any instance of you hitting the shell, so a good example is that for Thunderstorm, you'll notice that Clive like twirls the staff above his head before he casts it. If any of that twirling of the staff hits the shell of the turtle, it will count as a parry against you, and the game goes, you casted it, you have to deal with the cooldown. By the way, your ability's now been parried. You don't get to cast it anymore. And so you have to wait for the actual cooldown to happen. So that's why positioning with that turtle is actually really important. So that way you can get all the abilities out by hitting the head of the turtle only, and not the shell.
Luckily, we know that turtles always can do that spin back move as its first move.
That's why we don't unleash any abilities. We just attack it. We just try and close the gap to it as much as we can. Interestingly enough, I popped a Strength Tonic in that turtle fight. I positioned myself for that Strength Tonic so I can unleash it as part of the Flames of Rebirth there. The main reason why is that, unfortunately, a standard Flames of Rebirth is not going to kill all the enemies there. You do need to work up towards that. This is actually a really, really good Chocobo arrangement.
Oh, wow. They came right on over for you.
No, the game was taken away at the start of the run. It's giving it back at the end of the run.
Yeah, because usually those two chocobos will stay on that far side.
Also, a very, very jarring cutscene skip. As soon as the last chocobo dies, the game just instantly fades to black and goes into an unskippable cutscene, and you're just teleported for another fight. Really jarring whenever that happens.
Yeah, I didn't even see that last chocobo die before it happened.
Oh yeah, Torgal got him, that's why.
Oh, okay.
Torgal did the heavy lifting again. Torgal's been really heavy lifting this run, honestly. Again, we have a flying death eye. Really, really annoying creature. Loves to teleport. Luckily, it's very simple to deal with once you get it down to stagger, because it doesn't have that much HP.
There's so many teleporting enemies in this game. They're very obnoxious to deal with. I'm going to count the assassins in there too, because they like to bounce around all over the place.
I mean, the kills also just love to jump halfway across the map just to avoid you for the sake of it. You have the liches that teleport because they just want to use their scythe attack.
Yeah, at least luckily you can draw that into a lightning rod so they kill themselves, basically.
Yeah, pretty much.
At least part of the story we only have to deal with the two curls, which is really nice.
Vendor right at the start here of the third mission for Northreach, which lets us replenish our Strength Tonics for free. That's actually a really, really important one. There's no way we can replenish Strength Tonics quickly without going there. The only other place is on the way to the Free Cities of Canva, but that actually is slow by a good 10 seconds. The reason why is that you're in walk and talk animation, and you can't access shops when you're talking, apparently. So
you can't do a lot of anything when you're talking in this game.
Nope. Fortunately, you just walk.
Yeah.
All you can do is just walk.
You just walk and listen. They really want your attention.
You can hop. You can hop.
That's true. You can hop. You can bird kick hop with the ambrosia.
you can chocobo kick and you can hop. That's
I like how you can have that conversation. They're not even questioning the fact that your chocobo is just kicking its way down the path.
Everyone else is having a nice normal conversation while you're kicking away, and they're sitting there going, "Yeah, this is fine.
This is normal." Clive's a bit of a weirdo. This is fine.
This is how I've seen him drive that chocobo. Yeah, this is how he does it. So, interesting fact, 400 yards is the extent of the Chocobo dash kick range. This is 482 yards away. We do have to do a second dash kick setup. It would be nice if we had enemies here, because obviously the longer kick range that we had, the longer we can go through, but without any enemies, the average distance is around 400 yards. So we would be 2 kicks short of the enemy spawn. So that's why we do have to do a second dash kick setup, just so Ambrosia does not lose dash for the kicks.
How that tech was found. Like, like that's so intriguing to me that someone's like, I'm gonna try kicking while dashing and just keep going with it, see what happens.
Yeah, that's Yida for you.
Yeah. I'm like, what's really the time between that and just like redoing your dash?
First instance of the downward thrust ability. I don't use it that often. That's probably the one instance that I will use it. Do not teleport, thank you.
I down thrust so much.
Yep. Okay, he's gonna teleport. Oh, he's not gonna teleport. Get him.
Oh wow.
Turtle.
He just moved. That's a... Huh.
Yeah, that's all good. We're gonna get him with this.
Yeah. Good fight.
Yeah. Big thing is that you really don't want. So there is. I mean, everyone else has seen the Lich fights that I've been having this run. They love to teleport as soon as they spawn in. Yeah. Big thing that you want to do is just get the lightning rod out. Limit break Flames of Rebirth, because what that does straight away is that it activates their half stagger. Ignition from there should be good enough to get them into full stagger as well. And that way they can't move from that position. I unfortunately did limit break before Flames of Rebirth. Typically you want to go Flames of Rebirth first, then your lightning, your limit break, because that obviously you can cancel the animation that way. And then go straight into ignition as Flames of Rebirth are already active to get the insta stagger, but I just wanted to be doubly sure.
Yeah, those just can be pretty unwieldy when they start teleporting around and hitting Thresh.
Mm.
Oh, there's our brother Joshua. I think that might be our first actual visual of him.
That is the first visual. That's the first sign that you actually see of Joshua, because I skipped the cutscene where you see the back of him.
Yeah.
So you didn't actually see him. That's the first visual that we see in this run. This is also very, very interesting. There are 2 enemies that spawn. 2 groups of enemies. I run forward 3 steps. Grab Ambrosia. You can see the enemy spawn there. So keep an eye on your HUD, because there are 2 groups of enemies, one on the left, one on the right. They just love to spawn, and if you're trying to do a kick and walk and talk animation, because we can't dash, Ambrosia is literally going to try and kick them. Even though they have not on screen, you'll just lose control of Ambrosia.
Interesting.
So always walk forward a couple of steps, summon Ambrosia. That's typically fine. If they do spawn, then you just have to just accept walking for a little bit. The other thing about this sort of dash kick movement when enemies are spawning is Ambrosia, like, since Ambrosia still wants to propel forward, they still technically try to move in the direction where they believe the enemies are. So if the enemy is off screen to the right, for instance, it will do a elongated kick, but Ambrosia will aim to the right. So a lot of control management here. As you can see, 2 enemies spawned there. 2 red dots were there on the left. Ambrosia immediately went for a longer kick and then went left. So a good thing you can try and do, which is what I'm trying to do here, got caught on the rock, is trigger enemies to pop up on the screen without fully activating fights, so therefore Ambrosia does longer kicks, and you can still control them because you know where the enemy spawns are.
Where now, Joshua?
There is a residence.
So you know enemies on the left, try and bring them into view so that Ambrosia kicks towards the left, so therefore you angle to the right when you're kicking.
But y'all weren't expecting really in-depth chocobo tech for this game. We weren't either at first. I remember the original conversation was like, is Ambrosia even a time save? Are those 2 minutes really a time save?
It was always a question until dash kicking. I mean, like the dashing, like we used to do dashing without kicking, and yeah, it was still a couple of minutes time save. We were like, yeah, it's a 5-minute time save. It's 5-minute time save. It's a 7-minute time save for movement with a 2-minute side quest.
Mm-hmm.
That time doubled with dash kicking.
Huh.
Yeah. Dash kicking, like the amount of speed compared to normal dashing, because of how long you can hold it, but also because you can trigger enemies constantly as you're kicking, and get the double boost for doing it. So a good example here, you can see enemies on the left, so therefore I go to the right intentionally, so therefore I can hold right on my joystick as I'm doing it. So therefore Ambrosia, I can completely control Ambrosia by positioning the enemies, which is why you'll probably see me like dart to the left sometimes, or dart to the right sometimes. That's because where I'm holding the stick, because I'm trying to get Ambrosia to intentionally go after those enemies in those positions. So I'm countering Ambrosia automatically leaning to that position by holding my joystick in the opposite forward direction. Alrighty, Canva.
Yep, entering Canva here.
Right, Torgal.
First fight's the annoying one.
They don't stand a chance
We have an assassin. But we also have a couple of mages that love casting Protect. We want to take care of the mages first. The main reason why, the mages know Protect, they know Cure. Both of which are bad. If this assassin up here is the last one left with a mage, the mage is going to cast Protect or Cure on it. And I do not want that. I didn't lock on, so I went for a Thunderbolt as the HP was forming, so I can do a bit of damage. It's only a minor time save.
Okay, teleported right out of that.
But it's all good. We're just going to drag enemies. We're going to focus on these enemies so new enemies spawn. Comes the Protect. Rayton is good. Here comes Katon. That's what I want to see. Yeah. So that Flame Breath that all the assassins have, similar to... similar to the Poison Mist that they've got. Who the heck hit me?
That mage is up in the back with Protect on it, yeah.
That's right. We had Flames of Rebirth anyways. That's why we have Flames of Rebirth available. Is mainly for this fight. So that way when the enemies spawn and the assassin's on low health, we can just deal with it that way. I use Scarlet Cyclone. Again, I like Scarlet Cyclone because it's just an area of effect. You can replace it with Rising Flame if you want. This is what we're talking about in regards to like your different, strategies. I believe like Angel, for instance, at this point is literally using Titan blocks and stuff like that, which, not
I know
something
Angel
that I can do.
Will do a lot of quick switching with the abilities in the menu, since you can build up your loadouts at that point.
So yeah, I'm just gonna activate Limit Break here, but I'm gonna do 1 bar only. So interesting thing with Limit Break, which we didn't also talk about, which is something that you can do. is that you can actually choose to deactivate it. If you choose to deactivate it, it will stop it on the bar that you're in and deplete that bar. So if you have like 10% of your second bar left, it will just get rid of the second bar, which is really good because sometimes you don't want to use all of your limit break. So if you want to like cancel it out because you want to save 1 or 2 bars for another fight coming up, you can just manually cancel it. And as a result, you still have limit break available for another part of the fight.
And you've seen Rain do that a lot, especially with the canceling Flames of Rebirth with Limit Break, because Limit Break was going a bar down, but then the animation finishing in Flames of Rebirth was actually killing that second bar up right away. Let's see if the
this gives us the ability to use it. So, like, if you are using it for an emergency, for instance, like if you're using it to like stop an animation, it's always good. Okay, I'm using it to stop an animation. I don't really want to use it yet. So, as a result, if you're only using it for that, then kill the animation straight away. So that way you're not wasting it.
Mm-hmm.
Flare level 2. Rising Flames Ignition. This becomes Bahamut. This is where we're going to see Giga Flare have its time in the sun.
Mm-hmm. This is where you get your Lightning Rod, Giga Flare, Wombo combo.
Bringing most of these in. Don't need to necessarily bring all of them because again we're using Ignition. So just bringing in most of them, so that way I can just bring the rest in with Ignition. That protection not bad. It's fine. Yeah, he just escaped it. That's fine.
Yeah.
Get him, Toggle. Good boy.
Good boy, Toggle. Something can be very.
Gonna go for a risky parry here.
Okay.
Yeah, didn't get it. So we want to go for the parry here so that way we can set up the Lightning Rod Limit Break into Giga Flare. So that way the Giga Flare is already on cooldown but going under the guise of a parry cooldown. So if we need to, it will help us. This will always be second. Yep, that's cutscene already. Yep.
Yep. Something has a really early HP bar. That brings us into the second phase of the fight, where Lightning Rod really does a lot of work, as well as Wings of Light.
Yep. And the parry works as well because there is slightly extra damage that you do whilst they're in parry as well. So not only do you get good cooldown as you activate abilities for using it, but also you get slightly higher damage. I also missed the Rising Flame there, unfortunately. If you don't get the parry, a Giga Flare into a Rising Flame does kill, or go into this cutscene. But since I missed that, I had to work on a Wicked Wheel instead to do the damage. Sleipnir is another one of these bosses. Nice.
Good parry.
I've been getting parries tonight. I'm so happy with that. This is not optimal, but this is now, like, I'm going to go for max damage here because there is going to be a HP gate that he has at a third. Which is here, as you can see.
Let's see how
and that's because he needs to activate a Man's Spear. Yep.
Yeah, Dead Man's Spear. Just see how difficult it is. Brain makes it look easy, but how to do aerial combos on a downed humanoid, because that hitbox is so small. You can easily miss those. And here's Wings of Light just showing off with the Mega Flare dodge.
Rude. Rude ending to it, but that's fine.
You still got level 2 there, it looked like.
He's going to activate there. That's going to hurt him so badly. Yep.
Oh, look at that.
Half stagger, so therefore he cannot run away from this.
This should finish it almost, huh? Yeah, for sure. There we go.
So that's where timing the half stagger comes in real handy there. Half stagger, obviously the enemy sort of falls down and does a stumble animation, which is really useful, especially for something like Giga Flare, because yes, it takes a lot of time to activate, but in-game time, the in-game is not moving. It's similar to Spit Flare that we use when we're Efreet Risen. The game slows down quite considerably, like similar to a parry. So having a combination of those two, the enemy cannot move. So if you're ever going to try and use Giga Flare and you're worried about the enemy teleporting away, as soon as they get hit with a half stagger or a full stagger, that's when you immediately unleash it. So that way you're getting the full amount that you can without fear of them moving away. Interesting movement tech there. There is a side quest there. This is one of the very only instances where we're in walk and talk animation, but you can accept a side quest. So if you try and go too close to try and get to Otto, you will talk to her, because that's a side quest where basically you're building almost like a flag or like a banner for the sake of the hideaway. You need to get the materials and the ink for it. Yeah, you have a conversation with her, and yeah, not much you can do. Once you start a side quest, the only way that you can end it is by saying, no, I'm not interested in doing this right now. And that's 10
gets
seconds.
Really upset when you tell her no.
Oh, yeah.
It was like, what, you don't want to have clothes for the children? What's wrong with you? You're like, lady, I'm trying to save the world really quickly here. Like, I don't have time for this. Yeah, I hit that once, and then after that, I was like, I'm going to take the stairs, go all the way around.
Yeah, so that's why you see me like take the very sort of like this, it's you go around this way. From here you can't activate it. That's why so when in the walk and talk you go a bit of a wide berth. Because again, we want to leap, and leap is X, and to talk to everyone is X. So
You just have to make the interact button the same button as the jump button.
What can possibly go wrong with that?
Right?
It's still not as
You
bad as
accidentally-
talking to the bard.
Yeah, no, the bard right here. There he is.
Do you want to talk to the Spoony Bard?
You don't, but we've all done it at least once.
Everyone it's a rite of passage when you speedrun this game. It literally is.
Oh, little tricks and tips.
Every moment.
Alright, so we're going to do a quick update for the next couple of things that we're doing. So, first and foremost, we're going to go abilities. We're going to master Wind Up, which is this one here. How do I not have enough? I know why I don't have enough. Sorry, I do need to collect something.
Oh, you didn't get the line report?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So we ignore the line reports for the most part, but we do check in with this woman here to
Desiree.
collect a couple of rewards for our efforts throughout the continent, and the two that we collect are the ones that give us AP. And it's the only time that we visit her is for this reason.
Flames of Rebirth and Wicked Will becomes Wind Up. And then I can then head out.
And so what mastering abilities does is it lets us put abilities on another icon that is not that ability's icon, or else you are not able to actually move your abilities to a different icon.
And this is what we're talking about, how AP management, this is the reason why Wages in Warcraft is such an important item for us to have, like accessory. Because we need this AP. Like this loadout, especially because of what we're trying to do here, is get through 3 waves of enemies. We unfortunately have 2 like standard sort of like enemies. One is the Flames of Rebirth that unfortunately doesn't quite do as much damage as we would love it to. The second one, the Ignition, if you can get them all in. And then we have also like a mini boss, which actually has a ton of HP for being a mini boss. We really just want to try and get as much out of this as we can.
I feel like these axe mini bosses have the most HP out of these mini bosses, it feels like.
Oh yeah, they do. 100%.
Either that or their Orcish Warlord, but...
Orcish Warlord has slightly more, but yeah, Orcish Warlord is probably the highest, and then the axe ones are the second highest.
Yeah, they just take a ton of hits to put down. But Rain made it look easy and just quashed him.
So since we used our limit break, we're on also a timed mission. So therefore we can't really
2.5 minutes,
do anything.
roughly?
It is. So the only thing that we want to do here is to rebuild our limit break, and the best way to do that with the abilities that we have is to Ignition, and Ignition has a 40-second cooldown. So in the interim, go toggle. Go toggle. I'll take some from here, toggle. Alright, full Ignition, go toggle. This, surprisingly enough, there's a reason why I'm asking Toggle to do this. The more you use Toggle's abilities, the more they level up. And therefore, the more damage he does. So, this is actually, as much as it looks like this is a meme for Toggle, as much because he is such a good boy, this is to make sure he is the best boy he can be. By giving him as much damage as he can do to enemies to level up his Ravage ability that we need.
Once again, something the game does not tell you.
Nope. And so I have Ignition, and so I can kill these people, but there's no need for me to do that. I'd rather actually Toggle get the experience for constantly attacking. This is one of those cutscenes that should be skipped.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it is unskippable because the battle does not end until this cutscene ends. So therefore, the game sees this as an extension of the combat that you were just in. So
the
until we see
cutscene after this as well, you can't skip for no reason.
I got no answers for that one. This one, until you see like combat finished or ship escapes, until you see that finishing screen, we gotta watch this.
Yeah, because the fight's not over until the animation happens, and then the game goes, oh, by the way, no, you need to watch Clive's incredible feat here, because by the way, this is not possible. I don't care if he's like a semi-god at this point. That leap. No. Sorry, no.
He's real strong, okay?
It's totally worth it just to see Uncle Byron pulling a hammy.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, very, very true. So yeah, so now the combat's finished, we should be able to skip the cutscene. Game says no. We need to hear Mid yell at the crew even more.
Right.
Which, honestly, though, I respect. Hang on, I'm going to try and see if I can get the cutscene skip glitch.
Okay.
Okay, it's coming up. Nah, didn't. You can skip the cutscene while the animation plays. It's one of the funniest things to watch as well when it happens. Like the ship's sailing and you're skipping the cutscene on the pause menu.
Yeah, that's funny.
Alright, so looping everyone here, popping a strength tonic, making sure all the enemies are within range. That one's going to survive because of the protect. Tool's got him. Come on, Tool. Come on, Tool. Come on, Tool. There we go. Honestly, that's still faster than me trying to chase him. Katon, thank you. That's what I want to see.
Nice.
Thunderstorm.
Good.
Parry as well. Nice. Okay. Yeah, we are very good.
Oh, nice parry. Yeah, when it comes to this game, like you understand that you're going to see a lot of the same mini bosses over and over again. So it's just learning those patterns, like how best to optimize them.
Mm-hmm. So the strength tonic was to try and kill all the. Again, we're in the sort of situation where the game we're actually now underleveled in the game. Even on story, we are underleveled in the game. So we are using strength tonics in weird positions at the moment. Mainly because we just want to make sure we are dealing damage to get rid of mob enemies, especially things like these mage users, the Gan Flayers. Main reason why is because he positioned himself perfectly. Thank you. I love when he's in this position. The main reason why is because I can now use ignition instead of Giga Flare. Activating limit break there is going to immediately trigger this. Now I've got Giga Flare available and all the enemies spawn behind him. So all of a sudden, that's everyone done. That's why we kind of lure this axe wielder out intentionally over to this doorway. So that way the Giga Flare, because the Giga Flare obviously being a beam of light, helps us basically, if we ever need it to hit multiple enemies at the same time. It's good for a single enemy, but if you have multiple enemies in a line, in a straight line basically from front to back, you can do a lot of damage and take them out. Alright, here we go, Barnabas.
Barnabas won.
First thing we're going to do, immediately dodge with Mega Flare. That's also an update that never existed in the game originally. This is one of the best quality of life updates that they did to the game.
Mm-hmm.
I targeted the wrong thing. That's fine. I'm going to do Flames of Rebirth just to cover that up.
Lightning Rod, eating, targeting. Tale as old as time. But one of the things they added was the fact that Mega Flare can be stored between icons, basically, when you're switching around. Before, when the game first came out, you couldn't do that. If you tried to switch out a Mega Flare before you used it, you'd lose it. Now that's not the case.
The other thing as well is that originally when you activated Mega Flare, you wouldn't get a dodge. So if you were trying to activate it to dodge, you were not able to do so. By activating Mega Flare or the Wings of Light, it counts as a dodge, so you can use it to dodge an attack. So originally what we used to have to do was bring it out first and then dodge with it. That's a good parry. That's a very good parry.
Oh wow!
That's going to bring Iron Flash, and we're now in an unskippable cutscene.
Yep. Yeah, this fight's just about getting that bar down.
Yep, it's 1/3 damage. Once you get to 1/3 damage, he automatically activates Iron Flash, and as much as we've tried to beat this, you cannot. You can get to pretty much 5%, I think is the best effort I've seen done.
On story?
Yep, on New Game Plus story. It is 5%, and it is a HP gate, technically. The game locks it at 5%.
Yeah, you're not supposed to be able to beat Barnabas here.
Nope.
But welcome to the 6-minute unskippable cutscene where Barnabas lectures us about mankind being not good enough and having free will and stuff.
Yeah. I normally, so this is where I normally take a break, but I had the break earlier, so I'm actually going to watch this cutscene for the first time in like a year.
I'm gonna go ahead if it's all right and use the time to make my couple announcements. So first of all, I just want to say, if anybody watching wants to be on our stream and do their own community showcase, you can submit your run or showcase idea to us using the command !showcase in the chat. It'll bring up a link to our form that you can fill out to submit one of these for yourself. Also want to let everyone know that Blue Sky is now the exclusive home of our team Fastest Furs on social media. We don't use Twitter X anymore. Heck that. You can use the command !Blue Sky in chat. It'll get you a link to our account, and then you can drop us a follow for event highlights, community updates, more. All of the important information and deadlines related to the upcoming Fall Fest Marathon, for example, which is coming up very soon. It'll be October 9th through 12th. We'll be raising money for Trans Lifeline for the 6th year in a row. If you want to be a runner or a host, you need to submit today. You have less than 24 hours left to get those submissions in. But other volunteer roles will be open through September 2nd, and that's going to be for like our tech roles. We also have social media volunteers, chat moderators, and you can also, if you're an artist, you can sign up to draw some cool art for us and things like that. So, as always, I didn't say this earlier, but our events and showcases are open to all. You don't have to be a member of the furry fandom or identify as a furry to participate in Fastest Furs events. Just be okay with coming out and hanging out with us and our community, and specifically for the marathon, doing something in support of trans rights. So yeah, we hope to get your submissions to review or your applications to be a part of the event. It's always a good time for a good cause. So that should be good for me. Thanks, Rain.
No, good. Again, thank you so much for letting me showcase this. It's an amazing game. I reckon everyone does. Should play it. But also, yeah, that reminds me, I need to submit like once this run's done.
Why loyal servants to God?
I need to get my submissions in.
Do it, do it, do it.
I'm also, so yeah, I normally play 16. I'm not gonna submit like the completionist runs, but I also am learning the other Final Fantasy games. So the other one I'm learning is 15. So I might try and get that one in the new game. No major glitches run, I should say, not the new game, because I don't know how they go out of bounds in that game. I'm still trying to learn that.
It'd be fun. I don't think we've ever had anything from 15 on our marathon, so that would be a cool one to see also.
For too long has mankind been led astray by their clamorous wills. It is time they return to a world of quiet equality, where they might once more know.
Yeah, the new game 15, like the hour and a half with like the major glitches where they like speed to the end of the game, like that still blows my mind when I watch that.
40 minutes. How?
We'll save ourselves.
So like chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 15.
We gotta ignore most of chapter 1. Chapter 2, we're only in there just so we can get a chocobo and end of the game. What?
Yep.
Excuse me?
Don't worry about it.
That fact may be put to use.
Now, one of my big goals outside of doing the triple platinum for this run, which is the platinum trophies for the main game and the 2 TLCs, is I'm going to learn all of the Final Fantasy mainline games.
Quite the goal.
Yeah.
I mean, Zero's gonna need some competition for his Final Fantasy 1 to 16 playthroughs he does.
To have that kind of time.
I don't. Like, this is the problem. That's why I have to try and do it now. I'm getting too old for this.
I'm always like, oh, I really want to learn these speedruns, and new games come out, I'm like, ooh, shiny new game.
Also, knowing my luck, I'll get to Final Fantasy 1 Pixel Remaster, and 17 will be released.
I think we're safe from that for at least 4 more years.
I'm still waiting on Kingdom Hearts 4.
Oh, don't. I don't. My heart.
I still reckon the biggest slap in the face from the Kingdom Hearts community was what they said in Twilight Town and Kingdom Hearts 3. Oh, it only felt like it was here yesterday. It's been half my life. What do you mean?
Oh, you mean 14 years game? You mean that?
Yeah. It's.
That series is frustrating, but I love it. Yeah, Kingdom Hearts 1.5 Beginner is actually my first speedrun.
Oh, hell yeah. Mine was Kingdom Hearts 2, 80% beginner on the PS2.
Nice. On the PS2? Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. That was when, like, I remember, Bloody Biscuit was still working on Master Form routes. Always a lurker, never had the courage to actually post anything. And then this game came out, and I wanted to post speedruns for this game.
That's really how you find a speedrun of the game that you want to play, is like, yeah, I could pour hundreds of hours into this, listen to the same soundtrack over and over again. It's awesome.
I've already played this game 10 times. Like, what's 11th, 12th, or 13th, or I think I'm up to 86. It's also because of the community. Like, I immediately when I started like learning this run, yeah, amazing community. Crystal, Empty Banger, Yida, like, yeah, did an amazing job in regards to building a community with this. Pete Swanson, obviously one of the early runners, yourself as well as one of the early runners. Like, you built a really, really strong community that actually, yeah, it was like, oh, I need to be a part of this.
Yeah, it's great.
I forgot to do something.
Yep. Potions?
Oh,
sword?
More than that. Yeah, sword.
Accessories?
Sword. Tonics will help too. Sword mainly.
Yep. Need that extra damage.
This is actually quite significant. This is, yeah, quite a bit. That's 270. That's an extra 5. Ice Braid is an extra 30 on top. That's
I was about to say it's 35. Yeah, from there. Yeah. Icebrand, Final Fantasy Classic. It's good in every game.
I could have gone for the backup. I should have shown the backup. Oh, now that I realize it. Yep.
Yeah. That's some time lost, though. Go find that.
It's not a time loss. It can be. It depends on whether the flying bird, the birds around the area wants to be cruel or not. It is actually quicker. But
what?
It's so inconsistent. It's so inconsistent. Because you can soft lock yourself in that game, in that area, because if you activate the fight and you go through the area where because that's where one of the chronicles is, it's where the Shiva chronicle is. You go through there and you try and open up the chest. 2 seconds after you've left a fight, the game goes, nope, this chest is unavailable. Even though you're no longer in a fight.
So weird.
Yeah. I've lost a run because I forgot to forge Icebrand. And I was like, okay, I'm going to go for Masamune because, yep, it's going to be quicker. This will be completely fine. And then, yep, game would not let me open up the chest. I'm like, rude.
It's weird. So you'll see Rain get off the chocobo here before he gets to the end of the gated area. This is the only other skip that we have sufficiently found in the game to get past all these enemies without having to fight them. And so he's going to ignition into the gate here and try to get far enough away from the enemies that were in the back.
You load it with that Wicked Wheel.
And there we go.
Yeah. You load it with that Wicked Wheel.
Didn't need it.
Where the hell are the royal
As much as I love Wicked Will for Eastlaw, I am going for one last use, because we don't use Wicked Will after this. Except for Eastlaw. I know, actually, no, we do. Thinking now. That's right. Just where do I want to change it over?
Yeah.
Here's actually a good point.
This map is so old, it's hard to tell which way is up. But if I'm right, we're not far from a village called East.
Then we make our way there, resupply, and wait for Joshua.
Yeah, that fight skip, that's a big shout out to Pete. Pete Swanson for that one. Because also, like, it was the discovery of that, yet that fight skip exists, but also one of the great benefits of the autosave system that this game has. Because the game registers that the fight's over, if you don't get to the... If the game registers that the fight's over, and you go and reach for the lever, but the fight, another fight triggers, you can just reload. Because the previous fight that you used to have to skip that fight is no longer available. That's a 2-frame window Chocobo Dash failure. Nice.
Yeah, the very first area and then this area can be the trickiest for the Chocobo tech. Just because there's just so much stuff around. Ambrosia really wants that bird.
Ambrosia's going after it. It's okay. It's okay. We got a couple more places to go, Ambrosia. You're fine.
Yeah, there's just so much collision on that map that hit with Ambrosia. It's pretty tricky to navigate her around.
It is the roughest area. As much as the intro is a really good, like, oh, I need to work out how to do this, that area is one of... If Ambrosia doesn't kick after an enemy, you've done extremely well.
Yeah.
Whistling, so I can taunt, see how many enemies follow me, so that way grab a majority of them in ignition. This is why we're still carrying Garuda as well.
This is one of the, if not the longest mob fight area. You get 3 waves here that ends with, I think, 2 mini bosses back to back.
Using Flames of Rebirth there because they spawn in really awkward scenarios, and if you spawn that way, which is where I did, by the way, Ignition's back. But also, I intentionally spawned them in a situation where all of them were in front of me, so therefore all I had to do was go and grab them for an ignition. And this is where the first mini-boss exists. Where is he? That's not the greatest location. That's fine. Trying to want to get him to half stagger first.
Oh, more in play nice.
Before I do that, and the reason why is I'm not going to use Giga Flare. I targeted the wrong one. That's right. He'll still die to ignition. That's fine. Giga Flare will still be active. Sorry, not Giga Flare. Lightning Rod will still be active. Which means that Lightning Rod's still active for this mini boss fight, which is where I want Giga Flare for.
Yeah, we talk about balancing your abilities for mob fights and knowing which ones are coming up and what you need to save. This is a very prime example for that, especially because these axe men, like we've talked about, have a lot of HP, especially the Akashic version. Good parry.
That's one of the freest parries in the game. Honestly. So he's now down. I'm in limit break form. Giga Flare out. The reason why is because I'm going to use this to try and take... Oh, they're just out of range. Wow. That's unfortunate. Yeah, that's what we save the Giga Flare for. Is you use the Giga Flare to take care of them, but Torgal, and by the way, Gav, one of the best allies, Gav constantly attacks.
Yeah.
Gav does not take a break when he's an ally. He just constantly attacks.
He doesn't want to be there any more than you do.
Yep. He even
does not
says
like
that.
the
He goes, yeah, he sits there and goes, I don't want to be here, Clive. It's fine. Let's get out of here.
Yeah. This is an example of one of our long cutscenes that takes a bit to skip out of.
Mm-hmm. That's the long cutscene. That's an 8-second cutscene load.
It's very annoying that those are not consistent.
Yeah, if all the cutscene loads were consistent, this would be a lot easier to be able to time. But yeah, it's just remembering. It's short, medium, short, long, medium, short. Yeah. Which is why you'll see some cutscenes. I mean, even World Record has it. Even everyone's personal best has a cutscene where everyone goes, I forgot to skip that one early.
Yeah. Or,
that's the quick one, not a long one. No.
Or you'll pause too early on a long one. You're like, not yet.
Yep.
But the one that always gets me is the one with Byron running through the building, running away from the Akashic. Like every time, I'm like, okay, Byron, come around the corner. Let's go.
Let's go.
All right. This is my favorite movement in the game.
Yes,
this is one of those moments where you do a chocobo movement and you just like, if you do it like well, you sit there going, I understand this game. It's that sort of moment.
Yeah. You think to yourself, man, these dashes with these kicks seem real hard. You can just do normal drift dash, while you're learning. That's kind of where I'm at, honestly. Mostly because I learned about this kick tick last week. But
there we go. That's
and you like as
well
long
done,
as you.
Brocha.
I'm also a big Mario Kart player, so like the constant drifting, I'm like, I got this.
The other thing that a lot of people don't realize is that Chocobo dash kicking into a flutter is just as fast as Chocobo dash kicking. That's why I love that movement, is that like you can flutter a very long way with a Chocobo dash kick as a preset, and all of a sudden like you've cleared a quarter of the map.
Yeah, there's multiple points in Waylude where you get to do that, which is awesome.
Alright, bring these in. So that may seem a bit redundant that I've done that. The main reason why is because one of the enemies don't spawn correctly. It has a health bar, but does not actually like to spawn. So it has a red health bar, but as soon as you Flames of Rebirth, it does take 0 damage.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, so I always group and then do that. Again, safety strat. Just like to be a little bit consistent with how I run the game.
Mm-hmm.
This is also a really, really cool thing. So I've done a Strength Tonic as I did the Flames of Rebirth. I also swapped up for Wind Up. And the main reason why is for these 3 bombs here.
Yeah, upgraded bombs, the Parabolas here, they can be pretty tanky.
That one did survive, but that's just a damage range. That's unfortunate. There is a bit of RNG in terms of damage as well, surprisingly enough, in this game, because that's why you go from 319 to 400 damage.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, it's just how it is. Alright, got him. Alright, so we're going to position Lightning Rod here. We're also going to swing this way. We're going to get one of them. Yep, the other one isn't, but Torgal's got that one.
Boy, Torgal.
I'm bringing Torgal over to help with this. Main reason why is because, yeah, he did enough so I can just bring him in with a Deadly Embrace, yeah. Yeah, Torgal did all the effort on that one there. Good boy.
Best boy, Torgal.
Hmm.
That's interesting, 'cause, like, we feel a little underleveled and a little underpowered in Crystalline Dominion, but like by the time we get to this point, we're kind of back on track with where the game kind of expects us to be. Power-wise, I think Icebrain definitely helps with that, and having more access to these abilities, and definitely Giga Flare, big help.
Giga Flare, yeah, Icebrain and Giga Flare just helps sort a lot of problems that we normally would have.
Yeah.
Because we are still technically underleveled. Like, let's be honest, like, we are technically about 2 levels underneath where the game is expecting you to be at. But Icebrain does completely help. Also, yeah, Giga Flare doing stuff like this.
Mm-hmm.
It just makes everything so much easier.
Yeah. Lightning Rod is your best friend in this game.
Also, just realized that is the correct setup. Yep, okay. Apologies, I'm just making sure now we're hitting the end game because one last one ability mess up here, we are losing minutes.
Yeah, it's this end part of this map is a lot of switch between mob battles and boss battles, so you really want to make sure you've got your AoE versus single target abilities maximized for yourself when you're going through here, which means a lot of menu swapping.
Again, in PC, like, there's the multiple loadout swap. PS5, we can't really use it. There is no benefit. Because even though I'm going to be swapping abilities constantly, the fact is that I don't have a consistent loadout that I can swap between. So in order for me to create a loadout, it doesn't make sense for me to do so. In PC, however, you can, because there is, on the PC version, you can do loadout swaps without going menu. Alright. Summon them all in. Flames of Rebirth. That bug is surviving because he got the protect off. That's okay. I'm waiting for these two to spawn. I'm trying to grab them in the right position. I'm going to wait a little bit longer and then do this. Main reason why is because my Giga Flare is supposed to deal with them, but then I can then just do as much damage to the rest of these as I can, and then ignition the rest over. Torgal, thank you. Torgal's really been pulling weight this second half of the run.
Torgal's really showing out here for fastest fares.
Yeah. Alright, now I need to get myself set up for... that's right. Didn't mean to.
This is our Sphere Iron Giant back-to-back.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Got a couple of parries to do here. There's a very specific combination that I've got here that is pretty much... Again, like, best case scenario, I don't need to worry. If everything goes according to plan, I don't need to worry. For any of these fights except for Odin. Odin's always going to be tricky, but... Alright, here we go. Gonna start off with a parry. Yep, missed it. That's right. Backup stretch is active.
So we'll take her first. So we'll take it much like our other Undertaker fights. Pretty much the same thing. Get the lightning rod down, and profit.
Yeah, so you notice that I also kill Limit Break there because I'm going to take a bit of a time loss here just to make sure I have Limit Break for the next fight. Giga Flare is really good at regenerating Limit Break. The damage that I was going to do with that was not going to be enough to A, do the damage that I wanted, to instantly kill and still keep Limit Break, because I was already at 1 bar left. So I kill Limit Break there, let Giga Flare do the damage I need, and recharge my Limit Break back up to 1.25. That way I have it available. I do have this ignition here, but that only does 3/4, as you can see. So even if I let Limit Break run out, I was never going to have Limit Break for the next fight. So I made sure that I recharged Limit Break to a point where I'm comfortable, because I'm going to need Limit Break for this fight, and I need 2 bars worth of Limit Break for this fight.
This game really likes their elevators in the Echoes ruins. They're almost as bad as Mass Effect elevators while you're waiting, you know?
Even in the DLC, they do it.
Yep. The sphere. The really nice thing about Thunderstorm is that it follows whatever enemy it's positioned on, even if they teleport away from you. Alright, so we are going to get around the short circuit, let control node hurt itself.
I have to do a backup. Not quite what I wanted, but this will work. Again, I'm trying to go Giga Flare less on this one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we'll get it. Okay. Yeah, so Giga Flare less there is what we want.
Good recovery, nice, nice.
So Giga Flare, even though it's powerful, it is very, very slow, because obviously it does a lot of damage over a long period of time. So even though in-game the time is shortened, from a real time, yeah, it's longer to do that than other abilities. So we tend not to use it unless we know we absolutely have to use the damage for it. And for core, you don't necessarily need to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, so I'm going to dodge to the right here, set this up. I need to be very careful with the damage I do here as well. Again, we have a... Nope, we're good. Nope, we are all good. That's the move that I'm worried about. Again, we have a half HP gate on this Aurum Giant doing Golden Section. He unfortunately does hurt very much in everything he does.
It's kind of one of the last iterations of the Iron Giant form that we see, and he is very powerful.
Yeah, I missed the Giga Flare. That's right. Giga Flare was not with the Lightning Rod. That's right. Still have plenty of potions and high potions. I am going to quickly grab the backup potions and high potions.
Yeah, the ones right to the left as the elevator finishes, yeah.
Yep, these ones here.
Yeah, this is really nice part about this game is that potions are everywhere for you to collect.
Last thing I want to do is leave Odin with no potions. And on low health.
Mm-hmm.
It's the last thing you want. Alright, here we go. Here's Odin.
If you think your will the stronger, prove it. By this day's
Good Mega Flare start. Odin has multiple phases like every Icon battle does. 'Cause technically Barnabas is like a half Icon battle. Good parry. Lightning Rod to Giga Flares. You're trying to push him. Oh, he teleported out of it.
That's right.
It's one problem with Barnabas is he will teleport out of Giga Flare.
I parried the thunderstorm. Ah, that's annoying. That's right, we have Rising Flame to deal with that. You on Gungnir? Okay, I'll take that. Yeah, I'm gonna have to use all abilities, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. I get all of them back anyways.
Yep. Use the cutscene to get all our abilities back between phases 1 and 2. And in phase 2, our goal will be to let Barnabas nuke himself.
Yep. This is the first best example of Lightning Rod showcasing its incredible ability and why we have that fully leveled up.
Yep. But first we have this little icon cutscene to go through.
Now here's an interesting question. Would you count now Barnabas as being an Uma Musume?
Being what? I'm sorry?
Oh, have you not? Uma Musume is like the it's just like the host girl like Pretty Derby simulator.
Oh. That's right. You can make an argument for it, sure. Sure, some people could. But
I think he has an unfair advantage though, because he has 6 legs.
But wouldn't you need like alternative horse girl version of Barnabas?
I'm pretty sure there might be fan art of that somewhere now.
Oh god, did we just will this into existence because the internet will do internet things? Goodness gracious.
Alright, for those who were wondering where the first of the 2 Torgal pets come from. Torgal is getting a pet straight after this fight. And there will be a reason for it. Anyways, focus. Missed it. That's unfortunate. Yeah.
That's a really tight window.
Yeah, I hate it so much.
Yeah, your goal is that you want to put down Lightning Rod and then switch into Mega Flare immediately in order to dodge out of that. But it really is just a super tight window in order to do so. But it's a good showcase. Like, you put that Lightning Rod for Blinding Steel and Barnabas will just nuke himself down.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to save Strength Tonic for phase 3 because Thunderstorm will trigger a second cutscene.
Mm-hmm.
No need for the Strength Tonic here. I need it for when he goes into...
yeah, after you switch him out. Switches out of his DM mode. Yeah.
Yep. So Strength Tonic there, normally if you get him into stagger, that's when you Strength Tonic, so you can do as much damage as you can, so you can get him out of quieting very, very early. But since I missed auto-staggering him with putting Lightning Rod down, backup strategy, all good. I get all my abilities back. Just do as much damage as I can, save the Strength Tonic for the next phase. Next phase is when I need the Strength Tonic now to try and get as much damage as I can.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why Torgal gets the pets. Good boy.
I mean, Torgal has earned those pets. He's been hustling this run.
He has been. That's, yeah. I was going to do 1 pet. He already has earned 2.
Where's our Torgal pet percentage run?
Oh, I do want to now add that into the leaderboard category now is Torgal pet percentage. Who can get to pet Torgal the fastest?
I did do pet Torgal as an incentive for a marathon once, and I left it uncapped, and they had me petting Torgal for like 15 minutes. I actually like had to rest my thumb at one point because I was petting too much. It was very tragic.
Gotta give the people what they want.
They donated for it.
Yeah.
I still reckon Torgal is best dog in Final Fantasy.
Absolutely.
My hot take is that Umbra from 15 is second best.
I forgot about Umbra, to be honest. I was like,
You get to pet
Shadow
him.
from 6, Torgal, who else?
Yeah, you get Umbra from 15. You get to pet him because you can go to any hotel and you just pet him. But he's also a time traveling dog.
Oh, that's right.
He's also a good boy for that reason. It's like he helps you time travel back to help you complete stuff that you missed earlier in the game.
Yep, that's right. No one understands the science behind it, but he's there.
I also just love that he's the carrier of messages. In a world where phones exist.
Yeah. It's fine. We don't question it.
You are not the fool I took you for.
So we do a very disappointing amount of damage with Zentetskin, which makes no sense to me at all.
I was like, oh my god, I get to use it, and it did. That's 1/20th.
Yeah.
What?
It's like
What do you mean?
3.2k damage. So you're like, that's it?
What do you mean 1/20th? Look, wait, what? This is like the most powerful sword move in Final Fantasy history. It did 1/20th. To be fair, we should have known that when Donald Duck's greatest move did nothing to us.
Yeah. God, the power creep in Final Fantasy 16 is ridiculous for the series. Jeez. Gosh, we gotta really
higher
balance
than
this
a
out.
Zeta. Now I have to think about like programming. What's higher than a Zeta?
Higher than Zeta Flare?
Yeah.
Ugh.
I mean, well, Zeta, so Mega, Giga, Zeta, they're all programming, like, they're all multiples of thousands.
Mm-hmm.
What's higher than a Zeta?
No. As we enter phase 3 here.
Parry?
Ooh.
I can't get a...
Wow.
That's just rude. That's just very rude. How did I not get a parry on any of those strikes?
Odin is a very rough fight. This is
Phase
probably
3
like one of the
especially.
first walls, other than maybe the White Dragon.
Phase 3 Odin absolutely still is, yeah, he's very, very tough. He doesn't take... I have to do strength on Nakia. Going to have to do potions here.
Mm-hmm.
It's fine. It's fine. Thank you.
Good parry. Alright, we've hit his half stagger here.
The Lord's Mesh. Why is he not doing WWW? He's in range.
Yeah, that's...
He's in range.
So we're expecting Odin to go into his DM here. but
There it is.
There it is. Okay. Yeah, he took a while. He's been at that HP gate for a second.
Yeah. Alright, I'm going to, yep, just burn them. I just have a feeling Odin's going to do his usual annoying thing, which is he can break out of your combos after Circle of Malice.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna go to level 4 to protect that. He should go Circle of Malice very quickly. Here it is. So I'm not gonna waste my lightning rod.
This is Odin's spin cycle that
too early.
It is possible to parry. It's a very tight window because of how fast he's moving.
That's right. Didn't get it. It's fine.
Oh,
that's rough.
That's okay. We do restart at phase 3 with all of our tonics
and Circle of Malice. I think the death is actually probably better at that point. Honestly, I don't have my strength tonic, unfortunately, but yeah.
I've definitely had that same experience on this fight where it's like, okay, I'm not even that mad that I died because it just wasn't going super well.
Hi there.
That's another example of Odin teleporting out of Giga. Out of everyone, every enemy.
And he countered my Titan.
Oh, Titan wind up. Oh, jeez.
Yeah. Okay. So this is how bad this fight can go. Yeah. He's in counter mode. He's counting everything. Yep. See. So yep. Oh, I'm sorry we are going to be drastically over estimate. I'm so sorry.
You're good.
Yeah, there it is. Alright, that's what I wanted.
Nice.
Yeah. Again, we're not using Giga Flare because it's slower at this point. Even though I was losing time, yeah.
Yeah. It's good recovery, but it showcases, Odin is a very rough fight, even for someone who has played this for hundreds of hours.
Yeah. Just, missed. Was too early. Was too late on the first counter on spin cycle and his Circle of Malice. Was too early on the second one. And then the problem with that is that he doesn't give you a third chance. It looks like he does because he spins towards you and then he does a triple cross strike on you, and all of a sudden you're tanking. That's a one-shot kill, by the way. If you get hit with that, that's a one-shot. You don't get a chance to recover.
Yeah, even on story mode.
That being said, we got through it. I'm happy.
We sure did.
Yeah, it's one of those games that the game sometimes does give it like it's frames. sometimes in this game.
Yeah, and the timing is, I feel like it's just so tricky in this game sometimes, it feels like, compared to other games.
The big thing, and hence why I'm happy with the death, is because we do have a very big roadblock coming up. Unfortunately, we have a couple of group fights, which unfortunately starts meaning that we need to start getting rid of old faithfuls. Rising Flame is being reducted, unfortunately, but we need Arms of Odin. I am still under-leveled. Why? I'm gonna get rid of that for now. Also, oh, I know why. I know why. It's that.
Oh yeah, Wings of Light, because you maxed it.
Yep. Did that as a backup. We are going to go for Charge Magic and Lunge. Alright. Flames of Rebirth Ignition. We do have Odin that's now available, which is going to help us. We're going to have Gungnir with this with Wind Up. We are going to go with... Now I need to wonder where the heck I've gone wrong. Flames of Rebirth for now. Yeah, I need to wonder where all that's gone. Oh, I think I know what happened. Yay! AP glitch.
Oh?
Yay! AP glitch. Fun. Okay, how do I want to deal with this? Sorry, this may take me a second.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, AP routing is really, really tight, even with the Wages of Warcraft towards the end, while we're trying to maximize our abilities between AoE and single target. So sometimes we get a little lost on this menu. Trying to maintain all this, especially during a 7-hour plus run.
There's also an AP glitch that happens where Wages of Warcraft doesn't proc on certain fights.
Oh. Not sure I was aware of that.
It's only, yeah, it's very rare, but sometimes... it's because I made an accessory change mid-game. It's because I made an accessory change mid-game.
You deserve a rest.
Okay. That's why we don't touch it.
So switching accessories causes Wages of Warcraft to glitch out?
Sometimes, yep. Had it happen in a 100% run, because I had the experience one, and all of a sudden I was getting normal experience even though it was equipped, and that's because I changed accessories mid-run.
That's so bizarre.
This is fine. We are just going to hope that me whistling brings all the enemies. That's actually very positive. That's a really good setup.
They're following you for sure.
Yep.
It's a good build-up right there. So this shows off Owen's ability here. So we want to fill up Zenteskin up to level 5 here, and then use Armor of Darkness to wipe out this entire group at one go. So this will spawn our next group. Which of course has an assassin, because that's a requirement.
Rude.
So did he teleport out of that?
Yep.
Oh, wow.
Teleported in the middle, so I'm gonna have to go for my backup strat, which is not a great strat. Okay, so we don't have Flames of Rebirth for this, we don't have Giga Flare for this enemy, we have Gungnir. I've got an idea. I've got a great idea.
I believe in you, Rain. You got this.
Joshua, this one's bigger than the others. And Mina, by the look of it.
Rude. Trying to come up with a backup strat on the fly here.
Nice. Level 5. This will take out the mini mobs. That'll
Yep.
do some decent damage to the Warlord.
And he just did that, and that got my Giga Flare back up and running.
Oh, beautiful. Yeah, Lightning Rod. So he Kamehameha himself into the Giga Flare with the Lightning Rod to a wombo combo him all the way down. Good recovery.
Yeah, I need to work on this as a backup. That's such a good recovery. Yeah.
Ooh, thanks, Joshua. Fire beam of death from the back. That's some brotherhood teamwork right there.
And also he's by the stairs, so like I can't complain.
No. Finished in a good position. Was able to recover. That's a lot of what this game is.
Favorite movement in my game, by the way. Ready?
Oh, what's so?
Oh, the Odin down the stairs.
Oh, nice.
I love this too. It's so fun.
It's so fun.
It's so satisfying.
I thought you were gonna.
And you only get it for like you only get it for like the last hour of the game.
Yeah.
Too early. Too late. Yeah. So too early. So if you're too late with this, you have, unfortunately, walk and talk animation with Ambrosia, which limits her movement. But if you jump from the just before the first step, before the dialogue happens, you get full Chocobo dash movement, and you can just fly down the stairs with her.
I discovered that when you're doing this movement, you want to make sure you stick to the road because there is a notorious mark curl on the left-hand side that will grab you sometimes.
Yep, especially the first part there. Everywhere else, it's completely fine. You just want to... Oh, lost it on a rock there? Yep. Oh, no,
Yep.
two frame. It was a 2-frame.
We haven't heard a single human sound. Everything about this place bothers me.
And that seems like weird movement that's still very, very quick doing it that way. Made sure Ambrosia stuck to him. And we say goodbye to Ambrosia.
Goodbye, Ambrosia.
Hi,
Last time we'll see
Ambrosia.
you. You've been really nice. Really been great for our travels. You're a great chocobo.
Now, I did promise something.
Well, are you gonna pull out Shiva during Behemoth?
Toggle.
Oh, the pets.
Toggle.
Toro, get off the wall.
Toggle. Toggle doesn't want pets, apparently.
Oh,
What?
can
What?
I pet him on this map? Oh wait, there's your HUD. Maybe.
You can.
Portal senses danger. This is no time for pets.
Yeah.
Damn it, Toggle. Anyways.
Yeah, this begins a very long gauntlet of battles.
Yeah, no, Torgal just really doesn't want to.
Yeah, wow. No pets for Torgal right now.
I
He
actually
plays
feel
right.
really bad because I really wanted to pet him at the start of this because this is like the final charge. It's like, yeah, we need to get this all done.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of which, final charge, we need to replace that. We need to get back this. We need to master this. We still use Odin, but I like Thunderstorm there. And we should be good. Alrighty, Behemoth. Come on, big kitty.
Oh, Behemoth. Behemoth always starts with that charge.
Yep.
So he's going to put that lonely run down and try to pile on that ammo.
He decided to comet himself?
Oh, what a good boy, Behemoth.
The problem is that he's not in range yet. Now he is. Yeah, one-third HP is his range for this.
And of course, we have a very cinematic moment in the middle of the battle with the brothers, because...
Because,
yeah. Plot? Question? Oh, Joshua, you tried so hard, friend.
but like, how often do you get to fight a behemoth with your brother?
Right? Yeah.
Desperate times. Clive, no! Trust me, I'm your shield, remember?
I like the idea that if you don't mash there, he's just going to hold that meteor forever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, oh yeah. He does, by the way. I've tried to see whether or not there is a timer on this. The game literally does not move until you press some form of button.
That is so bizarre.
When we fight together.
Sorry, I know that we're probably going to go overestimate at the moment. Would you mind if we give Torgal some pets at the hideaway?
Yeah, that's of course. That's totally fine.
Just been one of those. This is been a heck of a run in terms of the RNG that I've just had.
Mm-hmm. Like any Final Fantasy game, the RNG can giveth and the RNG can taketh.
I've got all the parries that I wanted, but everything else, I've never seen half of what has happened.
Odin really did not want to cooperate. That is for sure. But thanks to that cinematic, we now have all of our abilities back.
That was my fault.
Oh.
Yeah, that was my fault.
You went from 100 to 0 real quick there. What happened?
Yeah. That's the Maelstrom.
Oh.
That's
okay.
why you do not mess with Maelstrom. I misclicked there. I went for Thunderstorm instead of Giga Flare.
Okay. Thanks to the game's ability to start you on certain phases of the bosses, it was a real quick recovery and we got right back into it.
I'm gonna Flames of Rebirth here for safety. Do that. This should trigger end phase. Yep, stagger. Good. Alright, I just do not want to stagger next phase. And do as much stagger, much damage as I want, but I just cannot stagger this phase. coming up. He's going to Comet and Meteor. Here's Meteor. Here's the Lightning Rod. Enjoy.
Soup. Yeah, we want to
You
get
go
Behemoth all the
Comet?
way down so he triggers his ending move on us.
One more Meteor. Come on, be nice. One more Meteor. Come on, do it. One more Meteor. You know you want to. Come on. One more Meteor. There it is. I don't hit him here. Extinction. Alright.
There we go. And that's Behemoth.
You can also see there at the end of the meteor, the second meteor, how much damage I was taking by being in one of those shockwaves.
Mm-hmm.
That's the reason why we set up the lightning rod there.
Yeah.
I will need to reload because I need Flames of Rebirth. That is absolutely required.
Yep. This is the part. This is level. We'll do a lot of reloads to get our abilities back between mob battles. You know, it's an example of Lightning Rod, just how much damage Lightning Rod can do to these bosses towards the end of this game.
No one's behind the left wall, it's fine. If an enemy's trapped behind the left wall, not the right wall on the main entrance there, they can actually avoid the Flames of Rebirth damage. That's why we double check that when we spawn enemies in, it's only the one on the right, not the one on the left. If the one on the left spawns, we have to wait. One enemy away. Okay. Gonna head towards the exit here. That second wolf that came out of the door was the one that we're looking for. Again, do it too early. That second wolf survives. We need to wait. We don't have Garuda because we have Odin at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
We have no good way to bring enemies in at the moment.
Now, do you hold on to Odin just for the movement?
Yep.
Yeah.
Simple things like that, for instance, just makes it worthwhile. Same with the reason why I upgrade lunge.
Mm-hmm. Right, so, yeah, we just keep reloading between these mob fights, get our flames back, and melt them down.
This one we don't need to reload because we know that there is a couple of mobs, but also a mini boss here. But the mini boss we are not going to use Flames of Rebirth for, so therefore it is straight away. Just didn't get the parry there.
Well, the repairs are not being agreeable.
I've gotten a lot of parries earlier. Again, no Giga Flare. I am going to reload the fight though, because I want everything ready for the next fight. Again, only use Giga Flare when we need to, even on mini bosses. Not a cutscene.
Once we step onto that bridge, we'll be easy
Mm-hmm.
targets.
Feels like it should be. It's not.
It's a pretend cutscene.
It's one of the reasons why I love upgrading lunge. But we're going to ignore them. We need to lock onto this first. And that combination. And then reload. So the combination of Giga Flare on that Undertaker is going to get him down to enough health that a Flames of Rebirth kills all the surrounding enemies, even orcs that we did not grab with the ignition. Because the orcs are going to follow us. We just want to make sure that they follow us into the Flames of Rebirth. If you do the Flames of Rebirth too early, there are times where the orcs actually may follow you outside of the fight area you're in and not be hit by the Flames of Rebirth, and therefore you do your Giga Flare and they still survive because you're not targeting them. That Wraith.
Yeah, just the one, yeah.
All good?
There you go.
Again, just for flavor text, we just move up further. Again, we're not going to use this for the next fight. So, let's get ourselves ready. Extended lunge immediately gets us into this cutscene.
Here's the second curl we get the fight.
This one's a better kitty than the other two.
Absolutely.
Honestly. Again, we do not need to Giga Flare.
Yeah,
we have Giga Flare available.
It's such a smaller health pool that we have to deal with.
We have Giga Flare available, but yeah, there's no need to do it. Again, we are going to reload because we need to have Flames of Rebirth back up. And that's the camera stuff that you were talking about, Stenson.
Yeah.
Alright, here we go.
Yeah, the camera can put you in funny places sometimes. Ooh, Odin.
Immediately reload after we do this.
Don't know why the game works this way, but man, we are thankful it does.
Honestly, I don't know how I know how we used to deal with this before we learned that we could do this. But yeah, we don't want to go back there.
Nope, we don't. We do not.
I'm going to do an ignition here.
Oh.
Whistle. Whistle again. And hope this worked.
Bring them all down with
I've been
you?
working
Yeah.
on this for a little while. Yes, it did. Good. Oh my god, I'm so happy I can show the case that.
There you go, yeah.
Oh.
I'd like to point out that, remember how like Flames of Rebirth around the mid-game wasn't doing enough damage to kill everything on screen, and now it is, and I just think that's wonderful for our endgame attack.
It's also because of how the enemy spawns and how Joshua and Clive deal with them. That's the reason why I'm so happy with that. Katon! Hang on.
There you go.
Oh my god.
We can get a double assassin kill? Oh, goodness, double stagger.
Targeting the wrong thing. Oh god damn it.
The example of the lightning rod.
Could have been
targeting.
so good. Could have been so good. That's still actually really good though.
So that's fantastic. Even though the lightning rod ate that wind up, the thunderstorm did the rest of the trick for us. Lightning rod's a great thing, but we wish we just didn't have to target it. I don't know why.
We're actually in a situation where I can't do anything for the moment.
So your flames is down, right? Giga Flare is down. Got ignition back though. Okay. There you go.
I'm saving for... I can't do that. I forgot to reload. That's what it was. Damn it. Yeah, you reload after... I thought I did, though. Oh, I didn't, didn't I?
You didn't reload between 2 areas, no.
No, all good. It's alright.
Okay, flame's about to come up. That looks like...
we don't need flames.
Yeah,
this is how we back up.
Yeah.
Yep, we can back up from here.
Nice. So, I believe this is the Orcish Warlord with his mobs, right?
Yep.
Yep.
Flames of Rebirth coming here is actually really huge. Because, yeah, this actually makes this fight so much easier. Now that I've... Yeah. I can just do this. Flames of Rebirth. Immediately Limber Break out of it. Straight into... that. Into this. Into this. That's...
Stagger.
Into
Ignition,
this.
Thunderstorm, Lightning Rod, into Giga Flare.
Yeah, made that end fight actually very easy as a result. Yeah, it took a bit for me to work out, but yeah.
Yeah, it's almost worth it to not have those abilities for that mid part with those smaller enemies to make that third part easier.
Mm-hmm.
No, that really showcased, your knowledge of the system and the combat, knowing that you could then string all those together to get rid of that Warlord, or else that fight can be really tough sometimes.
So we're buying Defender. We're buying 2 Strength Tonics. We're gonna go to the Big Hammer. Actually, nope. Back to you. We are buying 99 Clutchmire. Doing the safety strat for this. Before we do that, we are going Rising Flame. We do not need Wages of Warcraft anymore. We are going to do Thunderstorm as 10% more damage, please. Thank you.
Yeah, we are all done collecting AP from this point on. It is just Ultima. Bark.
We are going to be petting Toggles soon. I apologize.
It's not your fault. The game wouldn't let you.
I wanted to pet him before because he saved my life against Odin, and yet the game wouldn't let me pet him.
Right? So we got zooped away to this mysterious place by Ultima, who's telling us the story of how Valestia came to be and where they came from and our role in all of this. Which is basically just a walking simulator with some plot behind it.
It is that. I did this. I created all of you. You should listen to me. And we're like, yeah, do we really though?
Nah, dog. Nah, I'm good.
Nah, that doesn't fly for me, dog. Sorry.
I got that free will. I'm not down with your Akashic ways.
I might take a second death here if I'm going for a risky strat second phase. Again, a death, and the good thing about this game is that a death is only a couple of seconds.
Yep. The loads are real fast. The fact that they put you at the certain phase that you die at is really nice.
Because I do want to kind of showcase how quick this fight can be.
Mm-hmm. It's like, even though this is a character action game, it's a very approachable character action game because it does not punish you really for dying on bosses. You just watch Clive hop around, hop, hop, hop.
Here we go.
Bow down, Avendus, hearts disdain.
Too late on that, of course. That's fine. If that doesn't hit, I can just immediately go to that as a backup. Oh, Graviga's actually the worst.
Yeah.
Graviga's one of the worst ones.
You know, if we go pull you in, does a lot of damage. Ultimate always starts his first 2 phases with Neutron Flare that you saw. So you try to dodge around it, throw a lightning rod down, let him do his own damage. Now we're just trying to push him to his HP gate so he goes to phase 2.
Too late again. Thank you, game.
There we go.
It triggered the cutscene in the middle of me using the ability.
You hit his HP gate.
What? Oh, but how? I'm not gonna go for risky strat. Nope. Nope.
And there's our friend Event Horizon. This will one-hit kill you if it draws you in.
Do it. Okay. Okay. We're playing this game.
Oh, the ice.
Ultima is playing rough today. How dare you? How very dare.
Yeah, he always goes that Neutron Flare into the Event Horizon for phase 2, but you don't usually see the Ice Lances, I don't feel like.
No, that's why this is he's playing rough today. Didn't even get the parry, I got the half stagger as he was trying to parry me. I know I might be light on health. We are fine. I just need to get... Oh, I don't have limit break. Phase 3 is going to be fun. No, so in this position... Thunderstorm backpedal. Because he's always going to attack at the end of Thunderstorm.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have limit break to insta-parry.
Yeah, and we enter phase 3 Ultima, he gets real powerful, his sword gets real big and fiery, and he starts swinging real hard and real fast. He will always start with, I believe, a 5-hit combo. With Deliverance here, so we
Hey,
want to
got the
get away.
parry?
Oh! Don't question it. Roll with it. Lightning Rod into our combo with Giga Flare, who is always our friend in this situation. Hit that second half stagger. Doing great. Yeah, the only problem with wind up is that you can get hit out of the charge.
And that's fine if it does, because the good thing with wind up is that if you are hit out of it,
it doesn't need it, which is very, very thankful.
Yep. This will kill. I just need to stay alive for this to work. There it is. And this will kill.
Yep, good stagger, 2 hits away. Phase 3 ultimate done. Well done.
Yeah. Not the way I wanted to do it, but again, backup strategies. Clive once again having an existential crisis.
Every time, without fail. Ultima's trying to get in his eye and like, are you sure you want to have free will? Maybe you want to join me. Maybe you want to be my vessel, don't you? And then Josh was like, how about no, brother? Come with me.
After we pretty much burnt most of the world down, you can see all the black spots now forming on the world.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it turns out the mother crystals weren't actually causing the blight. It's Ultima and his abilities.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, whoops.
Pretty much.
I need to tell everyone what
Back to their origin.
And I'm going to need Otto's help.
There's something about it.
Yeah, quest progress is currently restricted. you're free to jump past her on this.
Yeah, past you, clothing lady. I don't got time for you. Those kids can go without clothes. They don't need my help. Yeah, we are entering our push to our final boss here.
Last 25 minutes again. Yeah, apologies. I am drastically over time.
You're good. You're good. Don't worry about it. Don't forget to give Torgal a couple pets.
Nope, that's what we're doing now, honestly.
Yeah. Oh, he's a good boy.
I'm just gonna give my last. I'm just gonna give my. Oh, go ahead, Rain. You're fine.
No, go ahead. Like, yeah, he's not letting me pet him. I'm going to do something quickly so we can.
Okay. The Torgal petting mechanic is very temperamental in this game. I can speak from experience.
Oh, got the treat animation. Let's go. And the jump.
All right.
Oh, the good pets. There it is.
While you're giving Torgal some nice pets here, I'm just going to remind everybody one more time. Don't forget to get those submissions in for Fall Fest. They close in about 22 hours at the end of the day today. On Sunday, if you are basically in the US or in Europe. But yeah, 22 hours from now or so, submissions will be closed for speedruns and host applications for our upcoming Fall Fest marathon. And thank you again, Rainbow and Stetson, for this fantastic Final Fantasy 16 run. I know it. We've hit a few bumps in the road. Ambrosius hit a few bumps in the road. We'll just, but it's always entertaining and fun to watch. So thank you very much.
Again, thank you for having me. Apologies that we're getting a bit overestimate because just. Unfortunately, sometimes this game just says no. Sometimes just one mistake, it snowballs out. This is, But in saying that, we managed to pet Torgal. Managed to showcase some of the great parts of this run, but also like how frustrating this game can get sometimes when it wants to snowball, so...
It goes to show you, it doesn't matter what form Final Fantasy takes, what kind of game it is, character action, open world, turn-based, pixel, 3D... The RNG is gonna come for you, so your runs aren't always gonna be perfect.
The game is listening. The game knows you're trying to do a showcase.
Yeah.
It's the Catboy to luck with 16.
So it's gonna show you the good and the bad.
Yep. Game just wants to sit there and go, "You're trying to speedrun this game quickly on my watch? No."
No, the first 5 minutes of this ending battle is hit square.
Surprisingly enough, yes it is. You could, in New Game Plus Story, only because you actually have higher HP gate, obviously because you have more HP, you could fail every single interaction on this cinematic, and it would mean 0 except for the last mashing scene. Every animation has the same frames as succeeding it. It's just whether you take damage or not. So in every new game run or Final Fantasy mode run, we have to succeed because we can't take the damage, because you can game over on this scene. New Game Plus Story, doesn't matter.
We just really wanted to showcase some epic cinema fight between 4 icons.
With the worst branding of one of the ultimate moves. Yeah, triple disaster. Two of them are the same the same typing. What do you mean it's a triple disaster?
The fires are different. Or something. Brotherhood, I don't know.
That's the only one that everyone has to succeed is the R one there. Outside of that, no matter what happens, the exact cutscenes are the same.
I just think it's a shame that our boy Dion gets 0 screen time in the speedrun.
Yeah. Yeah. I do feel bad about that, honestly. Like, he's one of the best characters that has literally, like, even casually has some of this minimal screen time.
Yeah.
And he's probably one of them, A, the most influential character, but B, also has probably one of the better stories.
Yep.
And he's given the last third of the game only? It's like, oh, well, that... rude.
Yeah. So you get the Crystalline Dominion part, and that's like Dion's story, and after that you're like, he's around somewhere.
Try it.
Oh, you know what it is? It's because Clive Ifrit is Mega Man. He's just using all of his abilities and just pouring all his elements into that one battle. That's what makes it triple disaster. You're welcome. Got you.
You're really pushing for that now, aren't you? I mean, it's not wrong, though. That's the problem.
Every speedrunner's favorite thing. The slow cinematic walk up to the final boss.
Alright, so for those that enjoyed my Titan notes that said do your best, I am going to bleep myself. My notes for the upcoming 3 parts of this fight is Strength Tonic start, don't F up Ultimate Prime. And also don't get DM move idiot.
Should we stop?
Which DM move are we talking about?
So he does I can't remember what it's called. He has a gigantic energy ball, like it's almost like a spirit bomb attack.
Oh yeah, that one. That's right. Yeah, you can skip that.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yep, you can skip that. Just by doing enough damage in story mode. In action, I believe they have a way to skip it. In Final Fantasy mode, I think you just have to deal with it.
Seems that way.
Yeah, I think he just has too much HP to try to skip around that.
Mm-hmm.
Then think instead of those waiting for us at home.
Too early. Trying to be cute there. As soon as they start moving slightly out of focus from where they were, so they move closer towards the crystal from where the camera position is, you can skip that cutscene. Alright.
There we go. We're starting our final boss rush here. With all the forms of Ultima.
You really gonna do flare now? Okay. Fair enough.
It is an early flare.
Take that.
Yeah. Since Ultima is like the ultimate form, he just has access to all pieces of magic. And...
Basically our counterpart. He has every icon's ability.
He's like a Marvel villain where he's just like your opposite but bad.
Unexpected. How is it that your will yet endures?
Because it's not so easily broken.
But it can be broken.
Alright, phase 2 Ultima. This is where he decides to just lightning rod himself into oblivion.
Here we go.
Yep, here it is. Ultima casting Ultima. Ultima killing himself with a lightning rod.
Pretty much. He did survive that, of course he did, but yeah, no, I got him with the Rising Flame. Yep.
Nice. It's funny, that was the same animation as Garuda's arrow rain that he was doing. We could stop at the flames here, and now we will move on to phase 3.
I'd call this phase 2. I call it phase 1 of 1-1, 1-2, phase 2.
Okay.
Phase 2-2, phase 3-1, phase 3-2, phase 3-3.
Okay, this is going too far. Boss battle should not be a bulleted list.
This is a Final Fantasy game. You don't expect this to happen.
Like any good Final Fantasy game, you start from liberating Kidum to fighting God at the end.
Always.
Once, perhaps. But we are no longer yours.
And since the icon battles were such a focus for the game, of course your final boss battle has to have an icon phase.
Also, I wonder why is it that when he realizes the truth is teaching you how to limit break, but this one is a mash of the square.
They have nothing left to teach you.
Yeah, so okay, so I have to ruin my wrist instead?
Yes,
okay,
absolutely. Yep. as
Alright,
they
so
say.
this is actually a really fun fight. I love this fight unironically because Ultima is his own worst enemy. He's going to attack. He always attacks.
Into the brimstone. Yep.
The big thing is that you just literally play defensive this entire fight until he gets defensive. See? Alright, so he's getting slightly defensive now. I missed that slightly. That's okay. That should be within range. It was good.
Nice. Is our stagger?
Main thing is to get to half HP. Got it.
There you go. That's
Gonna
a nice
save this
HP
up.
gate.
We're not going to unleash anything because he's going to do the Rapture always. I missed it. The Rapture, by the way, as you can see, it's a 6-hit move. You can counter all 6 moves.
You can counter?
But
you can
actually
counter all
being
those? I
hit-
thought you could just dodge all 6 of them.
You can dodge counter all of them.
Oh my gosh.
But also, in saying that, it's not too bad if you do get hit by it because, again, he has a HP gate, so...
Yeah.
So dodge all of those attacks. We're going to immediately just brimstone that. That's why we saved all of this.
Got one last charge bar to burn through here.
I slightly mistimed that. That's fine.
Yeah. Timing these orbs can be a little problematic sometimes. You think they're about to come out, so then you dodge a little too early, and then it comes out, and you're like, ah, no. But right in here, we're just gonna dodge these beams, do some counterattacks.
So brimstone comes out. Do a lot of damage, and this should be it. This combo, one more to go. Yep, here we go.
Yep.
Yep. He always will charge you away. You charge in. Dodge. Dodge. Yeah, missed that dodge. That's okay. Got him. Immediate stagger. Oh, look at that. Brimstone's now active. I'm going to do one more combo. Because I want to build up my gauge. Now I'm going to activate my Brimstone. With that much left. Because that's 1.5 times on everything Brimstone's doing. Oh, sorry.
Spit Flare.
Spit Flare. It's doing.
Yeah. You know, that's our goal. We know whenever we're doing our stagger barbering.
And here we go.
Want to just use whatever
he's
skill
showing
you
how you can dodge and attack every.
Oh my god.
Movement.
That's right, because it freezes the screen when you do that dodge.
Casually, you can do that. Yep. Yep. So that's all 6. That's what we call the rapture counter.
Dang,
it's
Rain.
all 6.
Pulling out those skills at the 7-hour 40 mark. Just be like, yeah, I got this casually, guys. Don't worry about it.
Again, I gotta showcase some skill off.
You've been showcasing a lot of skill
I'm
off.
behind estimate. I have to show that I know something about this game.
This is a swag percentage, okay? You're doing great.
No, I showcase quite a lot about this game. The good and the bad, as I said, always.
So is this phase 3.1?
Yep, this is 3-1.
Okay. Is it between like each icon show off that it changes to the next one? Yeah, okay.
Yep. Because he uses different abilities every time.
Yep.
So he being a god that has access to all of these abilities has fallen to his own hubris. He's not using all of his abilities at once. He uses a select few. Every phase.
Ultima becomes Ultimalius.
He summons all forms of himself. Because he has... by the lore itself, he had split himself to keep an eye on the world. And so now he's summoned all forms of himself so he can absorb all of their power so he can teach us a lesson.
And return to his ultimate form!
Which is a knockoff Power Ranger outfit with wings.
I was disappointed with the Final Fantasy Magic set that there was not an Ultimalius card.
There is not?
No, there's an Ultimate card, but there's not an Ultimalius card.
No. I blame Chris Tenarian for getting me into the Final Fantasy TCG set. I bought 3 boxes worth.
Listen, the Final Fantasy TCG game is fun.
It's amazing. Alright, I'm gonna go safety strats.
Yeah, so we're in phase 3 where Ultimalius will pull out all the stops. He always starts with that Fulminant Fulgur, which is his thunder ability. So usually we try to push him to stagger, get through phase 1 as fast as possible. Wow.
I have not seen him do that in 6 months, I would say.
The RNG.
The game just really wants to pull out all the stops today. Show every aspect of what the bosses can do.
Yeah, usually he pulls out the Garuda move there, doesn't he? Stompy Stomp, yeah.
Yep, and that's why like your lightning rod just rinses.
Yeah.
He chose Cataclysm. He chose death apparently today.
Yeah. He knew he had you pinned up against the wall, so you could Cataclysm. You couldn't get away.
Pretty much. You would, surprisingly enough, I think you might be right. I think that's the reason why. Is because the full move couldn't come out, and that's why he went for that. Oh, I do need to test this now. I think it's because I was close to the wall, so therefore Fulcrum and Falcon cannot come out. This is, by the way, this is one of the mashing that the game can drop inputs. Alright, didn't. Alright, good. The Titan one in particular is one where I lost almost like 30 seconds because the game just decided, you're trying to do what? Mash.
Alright, so we're in phase 3-2 now. We'll see Shiva, we'll see I think Odin as well here.
I'm just gonna play it safe. That's gonna hurt him. Really? Still? Alright.
Dang.
Got it
Oh,
anyways.
wow. He's got like a pixel until he's staggered. There we go. Break. Thunderstorm into Giga Flare.
Yep, we are just going to do as much damage as we want to here. Main reason why is because...
I think we pushed him to his next HP gate. Yeah, you're there.
Yep. But also, what we want to do is that his HP gate technically is at half for this last phase. The more that we burn through it, the less chance that we have of him unleashing his DM move.
And we do not want to see that DM move because it's like Extinction Meteor, but worse because it follows you.
Mm-hmm.
And that will one-shot kill you for sure.
Good example of the square fucking inputs. Sorry, apologies. The square button inputs just being dropped by the game. As I said, I love this game. I just don't know whether the game loves me back when I
How
run
can you
it.
tell when you're dropping the button inputs?
Because that's mashing there for the exo flare should only take 10 seconds. That took 15.
Okay.
Onward, my son.
Here we go.
No, mine is the altar at which you pray. Mine are the eyes that look down upon you all.
And yet still you cannot see.
Alright, we're entering phase 3-3.
Yep.
Our final phase.
Second last phase, technically. We want to be pedantic.
That's a victory lap.
You would assume so. I have no potions. Just remember that. Got him as he teleported, and he's doing Meteor. Okay. Fun. Yep. Yep. I've never seen him do Meteor.
Ever?
Nope. Not final phase.
I am intrigued because the lightning rod was down there, but he wasn't taking damage from it when the meteor hit it.
No, he wasn't. I don't know what happened there. That's very, very strange. I've never seen that happen.
That was weird.
He should have taken damage from the meteor. Constantly. And that's holy. That's fine. The problem though as well is that now he's at higher HP gauge, so I'm going to get DM'd. Just gotta be careful with how I do this now.
Good dodge.
Here it is. His meteor.
Okay. We got meteor down. Come in.
Be enough.
Stagger.
Be enough. Be enough. No. Here it is. It's DM move.
So we
That's
can
right.
see what his Flames of Creation looks like. It's a giant ball of death.
And again, he takes no damage whenever that happens.
Interesting. Maybe is it because he's off the map technically?
Yeah. I'm going to cancel that.
We're back in the flare here.
doing this because I'm going to do as much damage as I can just to make sure that the fight finishes on the last phase. Yeah, that's going to finish the fight. Last phase. Yeah, yeah. But yeah. But especially, I've never seen him do meteor like that, and the meteors not take damage on lightning rod like that.
Mm-hmm.
Game just said no.
Yeah, Ultimalis really does. He just has a cadre of moves that he can use on you, and he can just dig deep and just throw everything at you. And of course, we go to our old faithful, Flames of Rebirth, to finish him off.
Good thing though with that death, if you get through phase 3, you do have to deal with a DM move, which is pretty simple. It is just, yeah, stand in the middle, dodge to the side, you will dodge it. But it does mean that because he does unleash that move, is that you can bring his HP down even further. Because sometimes what's one of the worst things I've seen happen is this phase coming up. Technically, it's not over yet. You have to do the last amount of damage to him. And sometimes, because of how the cutscene trigger works, is that it triggers at a quarter. Dealing with a quarter HP sometimes can be annoying to deal with. He is technically like paralyzed at this point. That's why like a thunderbolt plus lightning rod will kill. But sometimes you'll have to do a lightning rod thunderbolt wind up plus a rising flame. And if he breaks out of that combination, he is going to start doing his DM move.
Oh, I didn't even know he could do that.
Yeah. It depends on how the cutscene triggers with how much HP he has. But that being said, we have time coming up.
Yeah. Do the two of you want to start doing any shout-outs or anything that you have while you're waiting to wrap this up here?
Go ahead, Rand.
No, they're just come join us on the Final Fantasy 16 community. Obviously, you just go to speedrun.com/Final Fantasy FF16. You'll see all the leaderboards and stuff like that. There's a link to the Discord there as well. Would love new runners. Apologies that just showcasing how bad this game is at the time. Yeah.
You say that, you still did it under 8 hours.
It beat my PB by 20 minutes still, so...
If that's a bad run, you're doing okay?
Yeah. It's a really, really fun game, especially story. Story is still, like, it's been optimized by people like Yida and Angel, etc. Like, follow them. They do a whole bunch of great stuff. Like, Yida obviously is the world record holder. I know he is not as active in the FF16 community. Angel's been doing a lot of work, so is Shiraishi. Go check them out. Obviously, big thank you to, like, Game Stinson for, like, the commentary. Also a big fan of the community and doing a lot of work with that. Akin as well, who did commentary. The underscored Sid, who did commentary last week for the FF Relay, has been doing a lot of work with the FF community as well. So, and obviously, thank you again for letting me showcase this.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, thanks for inviting us here to showcase this amazing game. It's always an absolute delight hanging out with the community and talking about FF16. This game's fantastic. You know, for a speedrun, it's still relatively young. I mean, the game's only 2 years old. We're finding new tech all the time. I believe, you know, the first real push was just under 8 hours by Crystal, I think a few months after the game came out. And, you know, we've just been pushing it down ever since.
Yeah.
And the community's great. You know, they're always talking, they're always hunting for stuff. Got runners all over the world who are trying to push this game to its absolute limits. You can find some absolute crazy combos out there of all the abilities in this game, what it's actually capable of. So, you know, if you're into character action games, come check us out. Discord's a great place to get started. Thank you, Moonblaze Wolf, for inviting us on. It's been a lot of fun.
And if anyone has any questions about 16 in terms of like how to get into speedrunning with it, any ideas or tips and tricks like that, like, yeah, like I'm always like available. Like, feel free to ping me. I love talking about this game, as you can probably tell. I actually do enjoy running this game and just showcasing exactly what the game can do. I've done everything from, the story to the completionist, and again working on something like a triple platinum run, etc. So like any advice that you want to have in terms of learning the run, yeah, please feel to reach out.